All right, I think I'm back. Looks like we're live over here on Twitch. Looks like we're live on Kick. And it looks like we're live over here on YouTube. Back. Sorry about that. I was going to just stop the installation and restart, and something else popped up right before I had a chance, and I ended up clicking on it. It just shut everything down. My bad. Let's see here. We'll get back to. We'll just go back to my game. And we'll turn on display one if I can find it. There it is. All right. And all right. Go to downloads. DaVinci Resolve. Extract all. Extract. Look at that. Ah, she's running a whole lot quicker now. Look at that. It's amazing what happens when there's not a Windows update pending. Oh, wait a minute. Did I turn the chatbot back on? Nope. There we go. All right. Well, 3 people. We lost a couple, but that's all right. Y'all don't look at all my friggin' porn over here. Rope trick is not a magic trick. Actually, it is. Actually, why this is installing.
KimWeb93 said, LOL.
I don't want a little bit. I want the full 9 inches, and I want it to hurt, Daddy.
All right, while that's installing, we'll go ahead and we'll watch Rope Trick.
Stream Elements said, Adam SR12 is now live. Streaming just chatting.
Oh, shit.
28-hour cheese live stream hashtag cheese money. Sir_dialots said, no sound.
Hold on.
Sir_dialots said, at Stream Elements way to be late. Minette 1981.
Yeah, that's Stream
said,
Elements.
Sorry, pinned that real quick when you disappeared.
Yeah, well, I clicked the wrong button. It wasn't technical difficulties. I told everybody I was fixing to restart. All right, we'll call this yeah, let's call it VLC. That's what it is, the name of the program. Okay. Let's find it. VLC media player. Okay. So where did it put it? All right, let's see if I got audio.
The rope has 2 ends and a center. If I cut off the ends, I just have the center. Howdy, I'm Matt King, and this is the rope trick. The rope has 2 ends and a center. If I cut off the ends, I just have the center. And then if I cut off the middle like this, I have no middle and no ends. Okay, I wasn't that stupid. I could tell, you could tell I still have a piece of rope, right? So I'll start over. Howdy, I'm Matt King. All right, back to the rope. My grandpa, he would do this trick for me. He'd say he had two exactly equal pieces. Mine are not even close to equal. My grandpa's were equal like that. I'll start over. It has two ends and a center. While you're at home right there, you watch this end of the rope. I'm watching this one over here. You're watching this one, remember, but it's over here with the other one. So we have a piece of rope. It has two ends and a center. The ends are here, of course. The center is down here, but if we take the ends off, you can't find the center. No one knows. No one knows where the center is till we put the ends back. There it is, right in between. See my teeth? Yeah, they're sharp. I cut the rope, tie the two pieces together. So we have two pieces of rope tied together with a knot. When we get these scissors, we'll really cut this thing apart. I cut the rope into halves, the halves into fourths, the fourths into eighths, and the eighths into little pieces. So maybe little pieces. So we have 16 little pieces of rope. I wave my hand, 15 little pieces. Stay there till you learn it. I wave my hand, I say the magic words. 7 magazine. Those are the magic words today. I say the magic word 7 magazine and they all come out in one piece. I'm not kidding, these knots come right off. It's a piece of rope, 2 ends, 1 center, and that is the rope trick.
Is that not wicked? My dad sent that to me in an email. Obviously, that's something from the late 60s, early 70s.
Sir
But I thought it
underscore
was funny.
dialots said, nice.
See, look, it's already finished. It's amazing what happens when Windows doesn't have an update. All right, so we'll go back, open DaVinci Resolve. What's new in 18.6? Background proxy and upload. My favorite keyword. Oops. Storage. I wish you'd let me use all my GPU without paying $300, but I'll do that after the first year. First time startups are always a little slow with DaVinci. All right, we go back to deer cams. Let's import some media. Go to videos. Deer cams. A lot of video there, so it'll take a second to load. There we go. See, they're in order here, but if I drag them down into here, they'll end up getting out of order. 17, 19.
Walk underscore about 420
17,
said,
19.
I'm awake, I'm awake.
21. Good morning. 23, 25, 27.
Walk underscore about 420
29.
said, okay, I'm not awake.
All right, let's see here.
Walk underscore about 420 said, coffee.
Yeah, I need to heat up another cup here in a minute. All right, we'll put the first one down. Skip to here. Put 15 down. Skip to here. 17 down. Skip to here. 19 down. Skip to here. 21 down. Skip to here. 23. Oops. We got to skip. 25. Skip. It didn't skip. 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 There we go. 27. Skip. And 29, I think, is just. Oh, we'll put it on there. We'll put it in there. We can always cut it back out. In fact, let's play right here. All right, it just jumps right over to. All right, so we'll stop. Cut that one back
Wolf
out.
underscore byte 78. Said. Ash.
Whoa,
Kimberly
welcome
Webster.
back in.
Said. I moved to YouTube so I can cast you to the TV.
Nice.
Sir underscore dialots. Said. Morning Wolf.
Kim, welcome in. Oh, that's right. She's over on YouTube. Looks better over here, doesn't it? Went through all my deer cam videos earlier of last night. Last night with a lot of activity. Mainly just one doe. We'll go ahead and render this real quick. Stitch all these 1-minute videos together. YouTube 1440p. We'll call this
Wolf underscore byte
78.
78.
1 feeder.
Said. Morning Joe.
How's that sound for a name? 2 does, 1 feeder. We don't want an automatic upload. No. Add to render queue. Yes. And render. Look at that. Goes pretty fast when it's not 4K.
Kimberly Webster. Said. He yays, not only that I ain't gotta fight with my phone to stay put while I watch.
Yeah, there you go. All right, and since we processed it, let's go to videos. Where'd it go? Yeah, 2 deers, 1 feeder. We'll watch it in VLC. Go ahead and maximize it. Why? What the heck did I do? Why? How did I do this? Something's not playing right. All right, I fucked something up. Let's pull this back up. MP4, H.264. Huh. Then why aren't you playing right? What in the snot? Wait a minute. Did I stitch together the wrong ones? I did. That's my fault. I stitched together photos instead of the videos. All right. Let's go back over here. take all these out because Ash is an idiot. All right, let's actually open. All right, let's open up.
Kimberly Webster said, "Whoops, lol."
Yeah, I screwed that up. Why did it not import the videos though? It only imported the JPEGs. Boop, 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 boop. There. Okay. Yeah, it was the odd, even number of ones that were the videos. Let's copy. Wait a minute. You're not going to let me paste. Oh, come on. Nope, you're not. All right. First of all, let's go to my Dear Cams folder. And I bet you I filled it full of JPEGs, didn't I? No. No, they're all in there. Why the hell aren't the movies showing up then? All right. Oh, I know why. Damn, I am just not open. I need to convert all these to MP4s first. No, I don't want to register. Import. No, we don't want to import cheese. Videos. Dear Cams. Scroll down past all the nighttime pictures.
Sir underscore Dialots
2, 3,
said,
4.
I mean that's a multi-million-dollar business. Kimberly Webster said, now is that little yellow car your car?
6. Yes, that's my little hoopty. 2012 or 2007, I can't remember. Chevy Cobalt that I bought used. Oh, we don't want that one. All right, open those. Convert. Yeah, I know. There's a paid version. My camera creates AVIs, and for some reason, DaVinci Resolve doesn't want to read AVIs.
Kimberly Webster said,
But there's always a
it's
free
cute,
app
I
for
like
that.
it.
That's what I did. It wasn't recognizing the video files as video files. So when I transferred everything in, I only transferred in the pictures. My dumbass. It's all right. It's about to finish up. This is why I built this computer was for video editing. It wasn't really meant for gaming originally. But in order for me to unlock DaVinci Resolve, that's going to cost $300 to buy the Pro But that's for life. Get all the updates for free after that. All right. All right. We'll close this down. Go back to DaVinci. We're going to open EasyFab. And which ones were they? Should be down here at the bottom. Look, cheese. All right. So we need 43. All right. We need these. And then these two. There we go. And it's actually putting them in order this time. Nice.
Said, you need an of, but it's all cheese.
No, and see, now it mixed them up again. Why, DaVinci? They're all numbered. Why don't you go in order? All right, so we start with 14.
Kimberly Webster said,
down there.
The Ridgeline is gonna have to have the motor replaced, but on the plus side it's under warranty, so I think it's only going to cost us $200, which can be rolled into the payments.
Oh, that's not bad. Well, actually, if it's under warranty, they should fix it flat out, I think. But depends on your agreement. Skip. 22. Skip. 24. Skip. 26. That all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That sounds
Sir
right.
underscore Dialots said, yeah, if warranty, it's all their responsibility.
Yep. And on my deer videos, I don't bother putting front, but actually I need to put the end one on there. Let's open my end screen. Now where did I put that shit? So under videos. Where's the one I had?
Kimberly Webster said, Ick,
With
I'm
my
not
QR
disagreeing
code.
with you, but you know how car lots are.
Yeah. That's why I hate car lots. Oh, come on. I had an end scene here somewhere. Is it under pictures? See, I can't remember where I fucking put everything. Under pictures first. Go down to YouTube. No. All right. Maybe under wallpapers. I have so many fucking friggin' images in this computer. It's not funny. And some of them are just bullshit. Some of them I made backgrounds for my computer. My old stream starting soon signs. All right, that's similar to what I want. Let me go down to YouTube. YouTube banner, YouTube banner. Where's YouTube video ending? No, that was actually for TikTok. Well, hell. See, I spend a lot of time making all this shit and in different sizes. And then I can't remember where I put it all. Um, well, snot.
Kimberly Webster said. And I have personal issues with this particular car lot, but I'm hoping after we get the Ridgeline paid off I can convince Ryan to quit doing business with them.
There you go. Well, crap. Did I put that on my desktop? I got all kinds of screenshots on my desktop. Those are mainly because I made thumbnails out of them. Let's go back to pics. A lot of military themed stuff. If you haven't picked up on that.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay. Some of these are actual backgrounds for the buttons on my Stream Deck too. Oh, yeah, the stripper that fell in love with me. Oh, my old Lincoln Bio shit. Old. It was only 2 years ago. Damn. Bunch of JD stuff. More stripper pics. That's an odd size. I don't want to use that one. I made an ending screen for YouTube, and I don't know where I put it. I wonder if it's in videos. Wait a minute. YouTube stuff. That's the video ending for shorts. Tired of losing.
Walk
short
underscore
opener.
about 420
Whoops.
said. Zach welcome. Kimberly Webster said. The main reason Ryan likes dealing with them is because of their warranty, and they have this debt cancellation insurance thing where basically it gets totaled out, we own anything.
Okay, we'll use that. That's not the one I wanted, but that's the one we'll use. So I need to go here. Can I drag it in? Yes, there we go. And It's short, so yeah, it's only like 30 seconds. That'll work. All right, now we got to render. 1440p. 24 frames a second. H.264, MP4. Do not upload directly to YouTube. All right. Add to render queue. Add. Replace. Render all.
Walk
There we
underscore
go.
about 420. Said. Bo man, how's your morning goin'? Kimberly Webster.
Morning, Bailman.
Said. Yay for things working like Ash wants them to.
Well, when Ash does things right, Ash screwed it up earlier. Good morning, Bailman. Did we put you to sleep with the cheese videos last night? Oh, crap. I did not mean to rip my pack of cigarettes open like that. Well, shit. That's all right. As fast as I smoke them, they're not going to go stale. In fact, I used to put them all in a coffee cup. I had a short coffee cup. I'd set them on my desk.
Kimberly Webster.
This one's taking a little more
Said,
time to render, though. For
hey, Bo man.
But for those of you that were in Discord the other night when we were talking about the one deformed deer we had, well, apparently I have two. I remember these two deer now. These two deer are sisters. They're the same age. They're actually from the same mother. Most deer only drop one fawn. This one dropped two. Like I said, this is their second summer. They're not. Actually, I think they're. This might be their third summer, but they're 2 years old. And like we were saying earlier, I'd really love to let them go another year, but I'm going to have to wait and see what the rest of the herd looks like. If they're all that hungry and malnourished, I might have to go ahead and thin the herd out. But then watch, next summer all my neighbors start friggin' feeding deer again. They won't come back to my yard as much.
Kimberly Webster. Said. Kim passed out after having a couple of mics with dinner last night, lol.
A couple of mics. What do you call mic 1 and mic 2? Were they that hard on you? I'm just kidding. Okay, it's done. All right, we'll go ahead and watch it before I upload it. Because it'll take YouTube a bit. Videos. 2 deers, 1 feeder. Where'd it go? What's up for everybody?
Kimberly Webster. Said. LOL, you're a dork.
See, they're not malnourished. You can definitely tell they're hungry. We thought that this one might have got hit by a car. But I don't see any damage down there. Now the more I look at it, especially in the daylight, I think they're just malnourished. And at first, I didn't like the lower third down there. with the temperatures and the time and date stamp. But I kind of like that now. It keeps track of my videos better for me. See, now the sister is she's cut the same way. I think they're all just hungry. I might just have to buckle down and buy corn, which
Walk
it's only
underscore
$8
about
a bag for the
420
30-pound bags.
said. Feed them the cheese.
Oh, that was something else I wanted to look up. I looked up the price of those salt blocks on Amazon. They're a little high. Mainly because the shipping's so expensive on those things. Let's look at Walmart though. Salt blocks. There we go. There's the crushed apple crushed.
Walk underscore about 420 said. Hashtag corn only.
Alright, these are, it's only a 4-pound block. But that's fine. 4 pounds actually lasts a while. I had 2 of them sitting out.
Walk
last
underscore
year, the year
about
before,
420
and it took all winter for
said.
them to dissolve.
Can't type.
Don't want deer cane, because I actually want something with the vitamins and the minerals in it. Ow. Now that one's $12, but I don't know how big the block is.
Free to escape. Said. That was for the deer.
Like, oh, okay, that's a 20-pound block. That's not bad at all for 12 bucks. And all right, good. It's got protein, fat, fiber, calcium.
Free to escape.
All right, it's got all the minerals
said.
and stuff in it too.
Dinner please. Walk underscore about 420 said.
Yeah.
Fuck you free.
Yeah. Now those 2 deer are still kind of small. That feeder's not even 3 foot off the ground, the top of it. But see, now the crows
Scream
are trying to
elements
scare my deer away.
Said. Free to escape pantses Adams are 12 and everyone can see their underwear. Walk underscore
I'm not
about
wearing
420
underwear.
said.
Gotcha.
Scared the fuck out of us about wreck this shit. Stream elements said. Wolf underscore
See,
byte
Manette,
78 has a 8-inch PP.
They both have those markings. Now, their stomachs look big from the front, but I think they're distended because they're not eating enough. Yeah, this one here is trying to get bold. She's stomping, trying to scare the bird off. That's what they did to the kitten, and it didn't work either. That and my ground's too soft out there. If they stomp on hard ground, it makes a loud noise. But see, look at it. See, they both have that T-shaped indention, which tells me that's a feed problem. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, I can fatten them up a little bit before Thanksgiving, and I'll go ahead and take both of them. I mean, not a lot of meat. Not compared to the doe I had 2 years ago. Freaking 45 pounds
Free
of meat
to
out
escape.
Of that bitch.
Said. Look at the back, it's not level. They still
Well, it's
gotta
because
grow.
they don't have any fat on them. Yeah, they still need to grow, but I'm also thinking about maybe thinning the herd. Depends on how many, if I can get an actual picture of the whole herd. At one time free, I had 7 to 8 deer out there every night. But they were also
Stream
going
elements
through a friggin' 40-pound bag of
said.
corn in 2 days.
Wolf underscore byte 78 pantses Adams are 12 and everyone can see their underwear.
Everybody wants to pull my pants down. Well, joke's on you. I'm not wearing underwear. Hashtag double Tic Tac dick. It's a little bit bigger than a regular Tic Tac. Not much. It's got me worried for the rest of the herd now. Actually, we'll go back here in a second and we'll look at the buck that is about the same age.
Free
as
to
these
escape.
two.
Said. It's the
And see,
Tic Tac they want to see.
Yeah, they want that minty fresh breath. I don't know. Maybe with the salt block, and if I can keep corn out between now and Christmas, I can fatten them up.
I don't want a little bit. I want the full 9 inches, and I want it to hurt, Daddy.
Oh yes, buddy, all 9 inches. Let's go ahead and upload that one to YouTube. What? Let that process.
Kimberly Webster. Said.
Yeah, I can pull this over here.
LOL y'all are too much LMAO LOL.
Upload video. Select files. Videos.
Stream elements.
2
Said.
deers, 1 feeder.
Wolf_byte 78 has a 14-inch PP. Wolf_byte
Damn!
78.
Wolf
Said.
slinging the meat.
Sweet. Wolf_byte 78. Said. It grew 8 inches LOL.
Let's see. Today's the 16th. Ah. My fat fingers can't type. I'll let it generate its own thumbnail. Playlist. Deer cam. Not made for kids. Tags. Deer cam. What else was I putting in here? White tail. Deer. Deer. Feeder. English recording date was this morning. Standard YouTube license. Pets and animals. And I don't know why everybody sorts by top. I want to sort by newest. And I can't put cards on until it finishes rendering.
Stream elements. Said.
Oh yeah, I can.
Free to escape has a 18-inch PP.
There. Save. Next. Next.
Free to escape. Said.
Put it public.
Hashtag tripod.
Publish. All right. Anyway, and that's how I make my deer videos that people seem to like. Let's get analytics. I mean,
Stream elements.
my
Said.
views aren't where they
Sir
were
underscore
last month,
dialots has a 18-inch PP.
just in the last 48 hours. Wow, I've had 22 people view my stream. Nice. Or the first half of the stream. 51 watching the doe and raccoons. My
Stream
number one
Elements
video of all time is
said,
still Cat Meets Deer
"Damn it,
number
Joe.
5.
Fuck you."
And for those of you who haven't seen it, we'll go ahead and watch it. 360p. Come on, YouTube.
Sir_Dialots said, "At free to escape I call top."
This was not quite a year ago. Before my cat had her kittens, she was out. She kept wanting to go out at night, and I didn't know why. She was out here playing with the fucking deer. Although she hadn't been playing with the deer lately, right now, since she's about to have kittens, she's being a little more protective. Look at her.
Kimberly Webster said, "They may not be where they were, but that's not bad, Ash."
And I didn't shoot any of the deer last year. No, it's not bad. For my little channel is doing pretty good. I can't complain. When did it start taking off? All right, back this spring in May for that video. I mean, it was pretty flat there for a while, but it was still gaining. And peaked out in August. For some reason, in the middle of August, I guess my channel got to that size where they just wanted to start pushing it. And it's only a 1-minute video, and most people were still hanging in there at the halfway mark. Which it says is typical, but not for my videos.
Sleepy Crepes said, "Oh my Lanta, that was an expensive shop. I hate clothes shopping."
Oh, that was quick. You're home already? Here, I'm going to play that video again that we just played. The one that's uploading. It's not finished processing, so we'll do the raw video here.
Sleepy Crepes said, "Yeah." Sleepy Crepes said, "Please."
All right. Well, check this out. All right. Looks like the deer from last night. Remember, it's got that T-shaped dent. Now watch this in a minute. Her sister comes in. I'm thinking they weren't hit now. I think they're just malnourished. And with the price of corn going up, I bet you my neighbors haven't been feeding them all summer. I know I
Kimberly
haven't.
Webster said, "Nice, you have good content, Ash, whether you realize it or not."
It's okay. That I've got a little bit of everything. Like I said, I got the deer cams. I've got different types of games that I play. The space stuff I've been slacking on lately. There's been a lot of space stuff going on. Right now we're waiting for the next launch. See, look at that. Her sister looks identical. Those two are twins.
Sleepy Crepes said,
They're about 2 years old.
"Malnourishment most likely. That would have been a high hit.
That's what I'm thinking.
Keep an eye on their gate to ensure it's not CWD."
Right, that's what I was watching. They seem to be moving and they're not twitching. They don't have the nervous twitch that that I've seen other deer with CWD have, or in videos. We haven't had a single sighting in our county ever. Although last year we had 1 or 2 up at extreme far north. They came down out of Tennessee, and we've had some down south, southeast toward Georgia. They're thinking they're coming in from other states, and they have warnings out in those counties. In those counties, you actually have to have your meat tested before it can be processed, which is no problem. They just hang it in the cooler for another couple days.
Sleepy Crepes
And the
said,
state's been pretty quick about
with
it anyway.
this
'Cause
hot
they
weather
want to know.
and droughts, cases will spread faster.
Yeah, they will. But they don't have the mangy coat. I'm hoping they're just malnourished. If not, we're gonna have to put down a lot of deer this year, which is gonna hurt next year's herd.
Sleepy Crepes said, yeah, overall they look good, just need to put on the groceries.
Yeah. This is just their second summer. They're not even quite 2 years old. They haven't even dropped babies yet. Neither one of these have. That might change this Christmas when they go into rut here in Alabama. And here comes that damn crow on the roof of my garage. And I cut it out at the end.
Kimberly Webster
The friggin' guineas
said,
from next door came over.
and your
too.
stuff reaches the right audiences as well, not to mention your pre-built fan base.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I've had a lot of followers from JD come over here, but there's really only probably about 10 of y'all that actually watch my content. And I love each one of you for it. I have about a 10 to 20
Sleepy Crepes
loyal follower base.
said, saw a beautiful muley buck on my drive to South Dakota.
Oh, nice.
Sleepy Crepes said, we love you too.
See, look at that. The crow's trying to run the deer off. See, their coat actually looks very good. It doesn't look mangy, but you can see her, as she was breathing, you can see her ribs there on the one on the left. I think they just need to be fed. So I'm probably going to take a little bit of that cheese money. Next week I'll get another bag of feed, and I'll probably pick up a salt block with all the minerals and vitamins in it. Yeah, look at the one on the right. She's a stomping. She's trying to scare that bird away. I'm actually surprised the dog from next door didn't come by and chase him
Sir
away.
_ Dialots
He's been doing that right before daylight.
said, I say good.
We'll see. This might be another year where I don't shoot anything. I mean, both of those are good sized. I mean, if they were fatter, they'd be shootable. But I don't like to shoot deer that
Sir
young,
_
especially
Dialots
that haven't dropped their own
said,
babies yet either.
Food damn phone keeps changing it.
But yeah, I just think they're hungry. But there were a lot of youngins that were dropped last summer. So they might be competing for food. And like I was telling them earlier, we don't have any real farmers around here. We have a lot of cattle farmers, but nobody around here grows corn or in my general area, grows corn or soybeans or cotton or anything like that. Of course, I don't think deer eat cotton plants. They will eat soybeans. And of course, corn. Yeah, bird, you're shit out of luck until the deer leave. But for a cheap $80 camera, that camera does a pretty good job.
Kimberly Webster
I've got two
said,
identical cameras, and the other
I
one
have
doesn't
two
do as
major
good.
contributors when it comes to my followers, and that's you and my Twitch brother, and he's the one who got me to start streaming. Sir_Dialogues said, they love pumpkin and watermelon too.
When I can afford it, I might buy some pumpkin and put out there, but I mean, that's why I'm doing this stream right now. The money's been tough the last couple months. I'm having a hard and a tough time just doing groceries. But yeah, but that's they're right there. That's a 20-pound block. I think that'll be good. I'll put that out and another bag of deer corn.
Kimberly Webster said, LOL, that bird is hella persistent, wasn't it? Sir_Dialogues.
Oh, they are. The crows
said,
think they own
GA
that.
took the tax off gas again to help us out. Walk_about
Alabama
420
won't do that.
said, basic bitch pumpkin spice.
We've been trying to get Alabama to drop the tax on groceries, period. But they won't do it. This is the corn I've been buying, the apple flavored. It's only a 30-pound bag, but it's only $9. This is what I normally get right there. Either the 40 or 50-pound bags of that. Yeah, that's a misprint. It's actually 40 pounds. Let's zoom in on the picture and see.
Sir_Dialogues said, yeah, I hope HB 25 passes. Think that will help us out.
Yeah. What's HB 25? Oh, in Georgia? That's 12, and the other one was, 8 or 9. And
Sir_Dialogues.
So about
said,
$20. I can
federal.
Scrape $20 up.
Get rid of IRS.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, they're gonna have to do something. The country can't run without taxes. However, I think they just. I'm a believer in the flat tax. I think it should be 10% across the board and no deductions. Which, first of all, will stop some of these people from fucking having 8 kids and living off welfare. You know. A lot of people, honestly, a lot of people have kids only for the tax deduction. It's shitty, but they do it. Don't get me started on that. But I think a 10% flat tax across the board, that way everybody's paying 10% and not just the middle class who ends up paying most of the taxes anyway.
Sir_Dialogues said, nothing from the check but 10% on items would be great.
Yeah. Well, I didn't notice until yesterday.
Walk_about 420 said, #vasectomy.
Vasectomy. Yeah. Let's watch some space stuff. Oh, I already saw that one yesterday. Oh, that's right. We can watch it. I didn't watch it with y'all. Oops. Let me see.
Starship is ready to launch. Another round of prototype testing ahead. SpaceX gets a huge Falcon 9 contract. Amazon gets sued and and Webb might have evidence for life outside our planet. My name is Felix, welcome to What About It, let's dive right in. Starship updates. Starbase never sleeps. The biggest rocket ever is waiting for its
Does he not
approval,
remind
and
you of
meanwhile,
Professor Snape?
crews are already working on 3 others.
Or
Are
Hans
you ready
Gruber
for
from
some
Lethal
fantastic
Weapon?
space news? If so, buckle up and follow me. Following an intensive but relatively brief
And I swear to
testing
God,
phase,
this guy was
which
gay
included
until I
cryogenic tests
actually
and
seen his
notably
wife.
static fires, the second orbital Starship is ready for liftoff. While many enthusiasts are hoping for a just do it and see what happens approach, SpaceX is taking measured steps to ensure a fully successful mission this time around. Gone are the days of concrete tornadoes and lengthy repairs. What's anticipated now is a perfect ascent of the most powerful rocket
Starship.
ever created.
Kimberly
Elon Musk
Webster.
says the second Starship is
Said,
ready.
What bugs me is we have the regular taxes, but then the city charges taxes on whatever they feel like taxing and however much they want.
The Federal Aviation Administration
Yeah, well.
concluded its investigation into
Well,
the
the
first
city's got to
flight's
make their
mishap.
money too.
Then, in a
cities get
surprising
very
turn of
few
events,
government
Elon
tax
Musk
dollars.
publicly disclosed
But
a list
our
of
federal
all the
government needs to be
63
cut back
corrective actions
severely.
required
We
for
have a
FAA
fucking
approval
monster
of
that we're
the
trying to
second
feed.
launch. While that license is still pending at the time of recording this video, we have heard some
Our
rumors
government was
that
set
it
up to
may
only
be
do a few
released by
things
the
for
end
us.
of this month.
One of them was to
This timeline
negotiate
was also
international
hinted
trade
by
on our
SpaceX's
behalf
Vice President of
with other
Commercial
countries
Sales, Tom
and national
Occhionero,
defense.
who announced that the
That's
launch
pretty much
is
it.
really close.
And that,
Fingers
and provide a
crossed.
place where
Back
when
at
two
Starbase,
states
there is no ongoing prep work for
disagree,
web dress rehearsal,
they can go to the
fueling
federal government
speculation that it could
have it
be
worked out.
merged with the actual launch. On
That's-
another
that-
note, a
that's it.
heartwarming scene unfolded on September 12th, captured by La Padre's Rover 2 camera. Hundreds of SpaceX engineers working at Starbase got together for a group photo. With all that speedy pace of innovation at SpaceX, it's easy to overlook the human
Yeah, I'm ready for the
the
second
army
launch.
of dedicated people working tirelessly
again,
to once
Elon
again
says the rocket's ready,
redefine what's possible
and
in
the
space
FAA
exploration.
has
To
already
those of you
concluded
from
their
SpaceX who may be watching, and I
which wasn't
know
much of
that
an
some of you
investigation.
do a massive
They went off
thank you
what
for your continued efforts from
SpaceX
all
did.
of
SpaceX
us.
did their
You're
own
not
very
only
in-depth
helping with one of the
investigation.
biggest projects
And even
here
called
on
out their
Earth,
own
you're
problem-
also an
Kimberly
inspiration
Webster.
to many young
And it
Said,
fixed
who
everything
want
on the
to
list.
become
Yeah, now they just
engineers
want to
in the
run the
future.
entire
And to
show.
my viewers, please leave some warm
Yeah.
words for these fantastic souls in the comments. Switching gears a bit, our on-site photographer John recently captured shots of a newly
Well, that's
arrived
why I
electric
also
motor
want,
at Starbase.
I
This
want term
component
limits
is
in Congress.
slated to be integrated into a liquid oxygen pump, a key element of the ongoing upgrades to the orbital tank farm. In fact, these upgrades are
Sir
progressing so
_dialots
quickly that we may
said,
even witness new
"It's a
fueling
cycle.
protocols used as soon
History
as during
repeats."
Starship's second orbital
Well,
flight. Over at the suborbital
and we were
side
talking
of
about
the
this
launch
the other
complex,
night.
Ship 26
Our country
has
isn't
been
going to get better
relocated
until we
here
go through another
following its
depression.
extended stay in the rocket
We're in a
dock.
recession
We
right
honestly
now. We
thought
haven't
it
quite
was
hit a
going to be
depression yet.
scrapped. This vehicle
But
was then
this country
hoisted
needs to go
onto
through
the
another
freshly
depression
upgraded Pad B, and now
toughen
it's
'em up.
secured to a crane. Not for
Survival
lifting
of the
this time,
fittest.
but to provide
I'm
stability
not here to
while
hurt
technicians
anybody's
work
feelings,
inside its tanks.
but
while ships
Americans have
are
gotten
engineered
soft.
to not collapse even when
And that's
depressurized,
because
the
we've been
better
living high on the
safe than
hog for the
sorry
last
maxim is
30,
essential
40
when
years.
it comes to rapid
You know?
iteration. We anticipate that this prototype will undergo a static fire in the near future.
We're spoiled.
Moving on to the build side, there is a slew of fascinating changes to report. We begin, as always, at the high bay, the OG building that allowed for the construction of the early prototypes. While there haven't been many changes regarding Ship 29 and Ship 30, Ship
Sir
31
_dialots
is another story. It
said,
continues to grow.
"Agreed.
Just last week, this prototype's
That
payload
and
bay
all
was
this stuff
united
they
with
push
its
in
forward
schools."
dome, the upper section
Yeah.
of its methane tank. On September 11th, a common dome which acts
Sir
as the
_dialots
diverter between the oxygen
said,
and methane tanks was
"And
brought
people
into
not
the building.
spanking
After its
kids."
installation, which should occur
Yes.
fairly soon, Ship 31 will be approximately 66%
I'm sorry. More
complete.
kids need to be
What will
beat
remain
often
are the
and
mid-lock
regular.
section and the aft section. Given the timeline,
until
it
my-
looks like
until my
SpaceX
kid was
is
about 5
maintaining
years
the
old,
production speed established
got
with Ship 30. It's
constant
taken both
beatings for
prototypes
acting
roughly
up.
12 days for the
And I
common
haven't
dome
had
to
to
be
lay a
integrated.
hand
If
on
this
her
pace
since she was
holds,
5
we can
years old.
expect the prototype
And
to
I
be
have a
fully
really good
assembled
kid now.
by the end of the month.
I mean, she
Adjacent
has
to the
her own
highway is
issues,
the
but
first mega bay,
she's
our
not a
next
spoiled little
stop.
brat.
Once inside, it's hard to miss the common
And she's
dome
not afraid to
section
work
of
for her
Booster
money.
13, which is attached to a barrel destined to become a LOX tank. In our last update, we speculated that Booster 10 might be on its way out. And sure enough, the prototype has since been moved to Massey's test facility. You might be curious why it made a second trip there. Don't worry, I have the answers. This prototype initially underwent cryogenic tests back in July, but those tests didn't incorporate thrust simulators, devices that mimic the force exerted by Raptor engines. Now that a test stand equipped with these simulators is ready, Booster 10 is slated for more flight-like testing conditions, paving the way for final engine installation. Back at the build site on September 12th, Super Heavy Booster 11 was lifted by 2 SPM transporters and then transferred into the Mega Bay. While we had hoped
They haven't even
it would
launched
be
Booster
positioned
9
on
yet.
the
They've
new
already got
engine
11 and
installation
12
stand
just
as
about
seen
done.
in our latest aerial shots, it was instead placed on the Booster 10
SpaceX is just,
transport
they're
stand.
killing
Recent
it when it
aerial
comes to
shots
this
taken
shit.
by John also confirmed something we've previously suspected. These mysterious metal structures have been
Amazon
is in
Webster
court right now.
near the
said,
building's entrance.
Then there's
A
the
pile
fact
of
that people
similar
are so
parts right
CPS
next to
calling
Mega
happy
Bay
now too.
strongly suggests that sliding
Yeah.
doors will soon be added, meaning our days of getting a sneak peek
Well, that's been
inside
coming
may
for
be
years.
numbered. So here's
I
something
swatted
special.
my
I want to
daughter in
introduce you
Walmart
to
one day and
something
some lady
that's
gave
become
me a
part
hard
of my
look.
daily routine. AG1.
No, it was some
Every
Karen
morning
gave me a
before
hard
diving
look.
deep into the
And I
universe's
said, look,
wonders,
you
I
raise your
drink
kid, I'll
AG1.
raise
It's
mine,
become my
and we'll see
morning
which one ends
routine,
up in jail first.
Starting my day with foundational
She didn't like
nutrition.
that.
I get up, I drink AG1,
And of course I was
work
wearing
better
a
and
gun
with
too,
more
so.
focus as my body gets everything
She
it
didn't
needs.
give me much lip after
Every
that.
morning, just mix it with water or any of your favorite juices, shake thoroughly, and you're good to go. I immediately felt an improvement in my gut health, and my energy levels have been consistent since I started drinking AG1. Plus, it genuinely
Oh, let's get through this.
are out in the health.
I wasn't paying attention. He's doing one of his ads.
1-year supply.
Walk
your first
underscore
purchase.
about 420.
Full body health, especially
Said,
in the demanding life.
See, there's
First
his
doing
wife.
25 to
So
life.
give it a try and let's
You can
crush
tell
our
they're
health
English, but
completion. The wall cladding is almost up to the top and the roof sections are virtually complete. What's
The
likely
star
to come
bases
next
can-
are the
it just-
installations of 4
they just
beams
keep
that will
expanding.
support 2 gantry cranes, allowing for the next wave of prototype construction to begin.
But they're making
Work
a
on the
killing
second
now. They're
Mega
making
Bay
all the
began
money.
in late
They're the only
April,
ones
and it is
consistently
impressive
launching
to see
satellites.
how close it is to completion.
Amazon
now,
is
just
behind
5
on their
months
satellite
later.
deployment.
What's even more striking
And,
is the enormous
their board of
scale
directors
Star Factory, the
are
future
fighting,
production hub for Starbase.
oh,
The
what's
first
the
section
guy
of
that
this
runs it?
factory's second
Because
phase
he
appears
refuses to
nearly
let
finished. Recent additions
SpaceX
include
launch
HVAC
his shit.
units on the roof, which should offer some
But
relief to
the
workers
business
from
end of the company is
relentless
going
heat
like,
of
we
Texas.
need to,
A big
'cause we're
passage
falling
can
behind
also be
schedule
seen
on
going
shit.
through the length of this section. It's likely there to allow for the movement of Starship components.
Everybody's
between
having fucking
different
troubles right now.
workstations.
SpaceX
The
seems
roof
to be
is
just
also
chugging
extending
along.
toward Highway 4, and the first
Yeah, their last
horizontal
rocket
beams
blew
for the
up, but
nose cone
that was their
processing
first
area
prototype,
are now
full-
in
full
place.
stack prototype
For a
test.
glimpse of what's to come, you can look at a similar
How many
factory
friggin',
Sir
uh,
underscore
already completed
dialogues
at Florida's Roberts
said,
Road
How many
facility.
rockets
Aren't
did
they
NASA
all
blow up
under the
before we
same
got here?
umbrella though?
The aerial perspective also
No.
allows us to fully appreciate the
They're all
beauty
independent
of the
companies
rocket
now.
garden, though it is mostly empty at the moment.
NASA has no
Only
rockets
3
of their own
vehicles
anymore.
remain. Ship 20,
They all
Ship
use
28,
private
and
contractors.
Booster 4. Our photos show Booster
And,
11, but as you're already aware,
Elon's
it
been
has since
using the
been
Crew Dragon to
relocated.
get
Ship 28
crew and
is receiving a lot
supplies
of
back and
attention
forth
now.
to the
It is
space station
likely to be
because
retrofitted
ULA
with
and the others can't
improved
keep
engine
up.
section purge system first seen with Ship 25. Unexpectedly,
SpaceX
work
has the
also
Falcon
been
9 rocket
observed
down
on
pat.
Ship 20. Heat tiles were added to cover the crane attachment points on this prototype. Does this signal its readiness for flight? No. This is probably a test run for a more efficient method of tile attachment, an area that has looked somewhat rough on newer ships. Further in the distance, the payload processing facility comes into view. Here, work
Yeah, but we lost
continues
tiles
on
all the time on the
human
space
landing
shuttles.
system, which for some reason has been freshly painted white. A possible reason I've seen pop up in the comments over and over again is heat mitigation. If you paint it white, it'll be cooler inside. Next to it, excavators are at work leveling the ground to create a new road linking to Highway 4. This area will become increasingly active once Starship flights become routine, serving as the prepping ground for all Starlink V2 satellites before they are loaded into Starship's payload bay. Finally, let's head over to the aforementioned Massey's test site. There's been some noteworthy activity since our last flyover.
Let's see
the
who
hot
this is.
staging test article, crucial in the development of upgrades for the second orbital Starship, has been removed from the so-called Can Crusher. It is likely to be moved back to the build site and scrapped in the days ahead. Toward the back of the site,
why do they bother calling if they're not going to answer?
Now appears to be getting ready to be connected to a water supply. Its position on the burst pad also indicates its destruction in the near future. However, how that will happen remains a question. While the tank could be stress tested to the point of failure, this seems improbable given that its bottom ring has been removed. Our best guess is that we could be in for another flight termination system test. A similar test was carried out on Booster 6, and it seems plausible that SpaceX may want
the
to
flight
evaluate
termination
different
system didn't work too
charges
well.
to ensure the system's reliability.
It
in
blew
case
holes
of an
in the sides of
emergency
the
during
tanks,
future flights.
but it didn't blow
What
the
do you
ship
think?
up.
Kimberly
Will
Webster
F-26.1 be
said,
another FTS test
I hate those,
article,
they're so
or is
annoying.
SpaceX preparing something different for it? Leave your ideas in the comments. I always try to read them. Did you know that YouTube sometimes unsubscribes you without knowing?
Normally, I don't
Thanks
even
to
answer.
each
I just
one of
silence
you
it and let it
who
go
checked
to
If YouTube
voicemail.
unsubscribed you, we've
But,
seen a massive number of
since I'm
people
streaming, hey, it's
unaware that they
content.
were unsubscribed. Who knows, maybe you are one of them. Be sure to check that subscribe button just to be sure.
Hell, the
And
9
while at
inches
it, be
thing,
sure to leave a
that's been
like,
going for
comment,
over a
and
year now.
consider becoming a wise supporter, a group you can join for as low as $1 a month. With it, you get access to daily Starbase photo
I have
galleries,
the
now
full clip
including
somewhere.
the aerial and ground photos of SpaceX's progress and countless other extras on top. The next flyover will likely happen on the day you watch this episode. And again, no matter how much you decide to give, everyone gets the same supporter content and access. You decide what you want to give. The link to our Patreon page is in the description. Thanks to all the supporters who more exciting
Kimberly
news.
Webster
SpaceX is moving
said,
toward its ambitious
LOL
target
write
of
free
100
content.
launches in 2023.
Yep.
Following the Tranche mission we discussed 2 episodes back, the company has since successfully deployed 3 Starlink missions. These recent launches, dubbed Groups 6-12, 6-14, and 7-2, took place on September 3rd, 8th, and 11th.
And I spoiled the cats. I gave them some
These
soft
missions
food
alone
earlier.
added a total of
They're gonna be fat and happy
63
for today.
second-generation mini Starlink satellites to the
They probably won't eat their
constellation,
dry food tomorrow,
boosting
though.
both its coverage and data transfer capabilities. The 6-14 mission hit a noteworthy milestone, logging the 150th consecutive successful
Before I
Falcon
start
9
gaming
land.
tonight, I'll probably go out and check on Mama again.
landings in
Mama's
a
due to
row
pop any
without
day
any
now.
problem. It is hard to believe that what seems like a routine today was considered nearly impossible.
And I'm tempted to let her
just
come
a
in the
decade
house, but I
ago.
don't want
With
the
the Group
fucking kittens in the house.
7-2 mission marking
again.
Falcon 9's 255th launch, logically the next launch will loop the counter back to
And
zero.
I'll have to bring the
Shout out to
friggin'
all
litter
the
box
computers
Kimberly
out
Webster
there. Given Falcon
said,
9's proven
Yay,
track
happy
record of
cats,
efficiency
LOL.
and reliability, it's unsurprising
Yeah,
that
but-
Sir
major
underscore
industry
dialogues
players are considering
said,
SpaceX as a primary
Mine
launch
won't stay
option.
of my
Telesat,
shoulder.
one of the most established names in satellite
Well, that's just it.
communications,
When I'm in
recently
here now,
selected SpaceX
Mama's
as
not
the
as bad
exclusive
anymore. She
launch
still wants to be
provider
pet,
for
but
its
she's not up in
upcoming
my lap every
low-Earth
5
orbit
minutes.
constellation,
The younger one,
dubbed
little Bane,
Lightspeed.
ugh.
It aims to deliver
She won't stay out
broadband
of my lap.
connectivity to various businesses and governments around the world. However, the journey to get there isn't what you would call a smooth sailing. Initially, the Lightspeed constellation was slated to consist of nearly 300 satellites, built by French company Thales Alenia Space, with a targeted launch date in 2023. Telesat later decided to switch lanes due to soaring costs and supply chain issues, choosing Canadian manufacturer MDA Space instead. Subsequently, the number of satellites was reduced to only 198.
Sir underscore
Originally,
dialogues
these satellites were intended
said,
for launches with relativity
Tequila hops
space
on my
and
shoulder
Blue
as soon as
Origin.
I
However, it
stand up
seems
and
that
won't move
Telesat
until
lost
I make
patience
her.
waiting for rockets of these companies to actually exist,
She's not
leading
spoiled,
them
is
to
she?
switch to Falcon 9 instead. They They've reserved 14 launches.
See, everybody's
with each
having to
mission
switch
adding
to Falcon
18
9.
satellites to the constellation. Each spacecraft weighs
SpaceX
around
is the only one doing
750
regular
kilograms
space
or
missions now.
1,650 pounds and will orbit approximately 1,000 kilometers or 620 miles above Earth. 13.5 tons of satellites each launch. The satellites
Sir
are
_
equipped
Dialogues
with beamforming technology
said,
aiming to provide
"Nope,
seamless
she's not
connectivity
spoiled
to
at all."
clients. That does sound awfully like the description of a Starlink satellite, doesn't it? Scheduled to launch the
See,
first
I almost
batch
did a
in
t-shirt design like
2026,
he's wearing there,
Telesat is aiming
but
to
about
start
5 or 6
providing
other
service
fucking
in
YouTube
2027.
channels
Usually,
made the
getting
same exact
almost
shirt.
200 satellites into orbit would take a couple of years, but given
Showing the
SpaceX's
engines that didn't
impressive
fire
rate
on
of
the
launches,
last,
I can actually believe that it will go online in 2027. Is Lightspeed a threat to SpaceX's own system? One might think so, but according to Elon Musk,
I still think a lot of that
SpaceX
had to do with the
isn't
gravel,
overly
or
concerned
the
about
all the
competition.
concrete.
Their focus is on providing launch
They
services
had to rebuild
any
their
paying
launch
customer,
stand because
regardless of what they want to
the
launch.
rocket was
In fact,
digging
SpaceX
a
has
hole
already launched
through the
satellites for
concrete and into the
competitors
dirt.
like OneWeb and Viasat. Speaking of competition, Amazon could perhaps
But with the
take
water
a page
deluge
out of
system now,
SpaceX's
Kimberly
book.
Webster
I don't think they're
Company
going to have
is
that
facing
trouble
said,
a
anymore.
lawsuit from
Mine
its
made his
own
warm weather outside
shareholders,
escape about a
specifically
month
a
and a half
certain
ago, and
pension
so he'll
fund.
stay
The fund
outside
has
till it
taken
starts to
legal
get real
actions
cold.
against Jeff Bezos and Amazon's board of directors for failing to
Yep, here
even
we go.
consider Musk's company as a potential launch provider for their Kuiper satellite constellation. For context, Amazon has committed to 83 launches via contractors with United Launch Alliance, Arianespace, and naturally Blue Origin, Bezos' own space venture. The company has already
the three
paid
of them
out
can't do
$1.7
it. They can't
billion
deliver.
to these firms, despite
still
not
experimenting
having a
with
single
their
satellite
rockets.
in orbit. So dire is the current situation with Kuiper that they are planning to use an entire Atlas V rocket just to launch 2 small prototype sets. The plaintiffs in the
Wow.
lawsuit allege that SpaceX
That's gonna
could
be
have
expensive.
offered a more cost-effective solution. Well, duh. Instead, Amazon opted for rockets that haven't even been flight-proven. The lawsuit suggests that the underlying reason for overlooking SpaceX could be a personal grudge between Bezos and Musk.
It is a personal
Can
grudge.
you believe that?
No question.
The lawsuit also warns that this choice puts the entire Kuiper project at risk. According to the FCC, Amazon must have more
You're
than
not gonna have
1,500
Amazon
satellites
satellite
in orbit
internet
by the
for
end of July
at
2026.
least 5 years.
Otherwise, they will be denied further launches, although it's possible that this deadline can be postponed. While on the surface it appears Amazon might face an uphill battle defending itself in court, there are several factors that could potentially work in their favor. The main counter-argument in Amazon's favor is the question whether it makes strategic sense to fund SpaceX.
Take my medicine.
After all, they are their direct competitor in this area. Would paying $1 billion or more to SpaceX for launch services essentially fuel the development of Starlink, thereby undermining Kuiper? It is hard to tell, as SpaceX has so
technically, yes.
many sources of revenue. It may not even make a dent in the development process. We will certainly keep an eye on how this corporate space opera unfolds. Shifting gears a bit further out, let's delve into the remarkable findings made by the James Webb Space Telescope. Since its launch in December 2021 atop an Ariane 5 rocket and becoming operational in July
This has
2022,
been the best telescope we've
the
ever
telescope
launched.
has been a busy cosmic observer. It has scanned galaxies, stars, and planets in unprecedented detail, conducting a lot of science. For example, it provided insights into the atmosphere of Titan, Saturn's largest moon. Thanks to JWST, we've confirmed the presence of clouds on Titan and captured never-before-seen images of Uranus's ring system. The telescope also collaborates with other missions, including assisting the Hubble Space Telescope in capturing the impact of the DART mission, a pioneering effort aimed at protecting our planet. That's what happens if you suddenly expand your capabilities. However, the James Webb Space Telescope's most electrifying discovery might just be unfolding. One that I personally hoped for the most with James Webb. For some time now, the telescope has been focusing on an exoplanet named K2-18b, a celestial body over
Sorry, folks,
8
I'm a
times
nerd.
the size
I
of
get into
Earth.
this shit.
The planet orbits a red dwarf and is potentially in the habitable zone. Despite its size, its gravity is only about 20% stronger than Earth's, making it a great candidate for an alternative to our home. Unfortunately, at 120 light years away, it remains beyond our current reach. For now. After atmospheric analysis, James Webb identified signs of dimethyl
Sir_Dialots
on
said,
K2-18b. So
I
what
love
is
it, but
DMS?
don't have
Well,
enough time
on
in a
Earth,
day
DMS
for
is
it.
exclusively produced by
Yeah,
oceanic
well,
phytoplankton.
I'm retired.
It's a biosignature.
I literally
potentially
spent almost all day
Kimberly
from my
Webster
computer
mind-blowing
here.
possibility of
said,
microbial life
"You're
on
good,
this
it's interesting."
distant world. Though we can't confirm extraterrestrial life based on this single clue. After all, just because we don't have a natural lifeless source of DMS here on Earth,
And
it
folks, if
doesn't
you
mean
haven't
that
watched
there
my
can't exist
streams
an
over on
entirely new
YouTube,
reaction
you're
unknown
missing
to
out.
humankind.
You can ask
A
Kim and
non-biological one. Not so long
Manette.
ago, we faced a similar story when supposedly
looks so much better
phosphine was
over there.
found on Venus.
Stream
This
Elements
Although on the
proved to be
TV,
inconclusive.
said,
on the
On the
TV
other
you
hand,
don't
Ash's
have
YouTube
chat.
channel
That's
can
fine.
be
The new
found here.
evidence from K2-18b
https://youtube.com/@ashbot-old guy.
question we seek an answer for. Are we alone? What do you think? Is K2-18b the answer? Let me know in the comments. That's it for today. Remember to smash the like button, subscribe for more awesome content. This is what fuels the algorithm and helps us immensely. Check out our epic shirts in your favorite Space Nerd store. A link is in the
Sir_Dialots
description. And if you want
said,
to get even smarter about
maybe,
space
but
and
with
rockets,
Twitch
watch
I
this
can
video
cut
next to
screen of
continue
and
your
still
journey.
hear stream.
Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you
Yeah.
again in the next episode. Gantry cranes. Ha. 100. Woo. Nice. No.
I like how he puts his outtakes at the very end. That's another reason why I don't do TikTok videos. I can sit here and talk like this with y'all all day long, but when I sit down to make a TikTok video, I'm a bumbling fucking idiot. Ooh, Marcus out. Wait a minute, it's Saturday morning. Is that a new one?
Well, the SpaceX team sure is excited this week. I wonder why
Yes,
that
6
may
hours
be.
ago. I haven't even seen
the
this one.
atmosphere at Starbase in Texas has a certain feeling of anticipation in the air as the countdown to the flight of this monster rocket got closer. But that is only the tip of the iceberg, because this week has been pretty interesting.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now.
Sir_Dialots
This video is supported by
said,
Brilliant.
That's
Hey,
why I'll
Marcus
lurk at
Houseworthy
work
here, and
cause
let's
it's
kick off the action
entertainment
at the
in my
launch site
ear.
with this big water tank, which is the final
I
tank
used to do
be
the same
added
thing.
to the deluge system as far as
Underneath
we know.
my
As I
headphones
talked
on
about
my,
last week,
Kimberly Webster.
SpaceX
My
was
hard
preparing to
hat
have this
said,
finally connected.
believe it
Although
or
it
not,
had
I
sat
use
here
these
for quite some
earbuds
time
here.
on
Science
the
nerd.
foundation, this was the week to
Yeah.
get it fully hooked up. It was lifted up by
I
the
bought these.
LR11,000
They're actual
crane
OSHA
and placed on the holding
earplugs,
pedestal.
but
This
they're
allows the
Bluetooth.
tank to sit in line with the other two big tanks
And I'd sit there and
line
listen
up
to
with the new
YouTube,
manifold
YouTube
inlet
music,
below. In
and I
fact,
could also
the new
take phone
manifold
calls.
needed to be hooked
Now, they
up
still
to
had
the
a
other
hard
two
time
large
hearing
tanks
me 'cause of all
anyway,
the
given
outside
that
noise,
the old
but
one was completely
I could hear
removed
them.
the week prior. When the time
And a
comes,
lot of
the
times when
extra
our
tank will
radios
add
didn't
more
work right, they'd
capacity
call
to
me
the
down the
system.
phone anyway
The
to
water
tell me
will
to shut
flow
the pump
through the
off
pipes
or
to the water
crank
cooled
it up
steel
or
plate
Sir
crank it up.
underscore
to burst
dialogues
forth underneath the
said,
orbital launch mount. Speaking
nice.
of which, it is spruced up and ready to go, with Elon sharing this incredible news at the start of the week. Yes, SpaceX have indeed completed
everybody
and
came
documented
to me for shit, 'cause
57
I always
items
carried my
required by the
backpack
FAA
that
for
not only had
Flight
my
2.
pistol in
6
it,
of those
but it
items,
had,
which
like,
bring it up to the total of
batteries,
63, actually refer to
earplugs,
items that need to be addressed
Bluetooth
for later
shit. I
flights.
had a little
So
bit of everything.
from that point, SpaceX were good to continue the process, stating that they are
I
real
even
close
owned
to the
my
next
own radio.
Starship launch and working closely with the regulators. It turns
Where is
out
it?
that any
I think it's in
confusion
the other
last
room.
week with the FAA process
own my
was
own two-way
largely
radio.
all down to the odd wording, even seeming to confuse
Which is
Elon
a
there
lot
as well.
better quality
Now,
than even the
zooming in
crap
on
we
this
were using
list,
at work.
what you will notice immediately is the language is kind of odd. Replace certain bolts and increase torque for certain flanges. Doesn't seem real specific, does it? Well, my friends,
Man.
this is
I used to
obviously
have a base station
heavily
here at the
processed
house,
and
too.
redacted set of details
Just-
to
it was
post
just CB.
publicly. What we can see, though, is the stuff that we've
I
witnessed
actually have one
SpaceX
now that
working
also
on the
do 2
past
meter.
4
Sir_Dialots
months, where all of it is completed. Now, just
I
to
have
help
my
demonstrate
amateur
some of this,
radio
a huge
listens.
thank you to Arn for
Yeah.
sending me this
I've
awesome
been
upgrade to the
wanting
terrific
to,
3D model here on the
But
set.
I mean,
Just
although
look
I'm
at
off
the
in the
detail
woods,
of this
if I
amazing
put up a
orbital
100-foot
launch
tower
mount
and an
component. You
Antron,
can even pop out all of the
friggin'
hold-down clamps to sit the Starship right
I'll
on
still
top.
be
How
bleeding
cool
over
is
all
that?
my neighbors.
Anyway, the big
I'll be
upgrade
making
is
their
all
toasters
around
talk.
the pad design, and we've talked about this almost every week since the first flight. We now have the
This is fucking
water-cooled
cool.
pad deck and the improved deluge system, upgrades to the fire suppression that blasts out underneath that main table here. In fact, as you may know, there have been loads of issues that they've been addressing around the booster leak mitigation just to limit the fires breaking out or explosions happening during the flight. It is critical to purge and protect the launch table and the aft end of the booster itself. That is, of course, where most of the action is happening. There is loads and loads of focus here addressing issues with Raptor engine reliability, such as
Sir_Dialots
sealing off potential leaks
said,
and adding a bunch
"You
of
don't
sensor
need all
equipment
that.
to the aft end.
I use
There
a
are
wire
new
about
improvements to
20
help with
feet
the
up
flight
and reach
termination system,
everywhere.
and obviously the hot staging
Yeah,
ring
well,
has been
I'm
added as
kinda-
well.
I'm on the
with this
backside of
new
a
method
mountain.
of stage separation for
So
the
in order
Starship.
for me to
Wouldn't you
talk
know it, Arn also shot
anywhere
this
out
ring
west, I'll
addition
need a
over to
pretty
me as
tall
well
tower.
to add
I
in
can talk east
on
pretty good.
that goes there. Look, I'm not going to go through everything individually here, but a link to this is in the description if you
Yeah,
want
my
more
old Galaxy
information
radio
and to
is still in the
dive
bedroom.
right
I
into
just
it.
haven't set
Thanks
it
again,
up.
Arn, for shooting me this neat
That, and I
model
don't
and
have a power
upgrading it for me.
supply
If you
and
want
all
to
that
check
other
out what
shit.
they
Good
are
shit
doing
to
to
run
Sir
create these
underscore
masterpieces,
dialogues
morethan3d.com. Link also
okay,
in the
gotcha.
description. Now, a little later in the week, the work platform returned back under the launch mount with
Now, if
Ship
I was up
25's
higher on
transport
top of the
stand
hill,
being
oh,
moved
yeah, it wouldn't
below
take
the
much of
tower
anything.
arms. Yes, it was time for the beast to come back down. It was raised up in what is becoming
That,
a
and
more
I've had a
routine
bunch of
process now, pivoted
just
over to the
single
side and then
poles
down
get
to the
bent in the
stand.
wind.
As SpaceX's
That's why I wanna
Kathy
actually
leader
build a
said in an
tower.
event in South Padre Island,
But-
this destacking was to prepare for final flight preparations and checkouts as well as
The hell, I
installation
spend
of
all
the
my
flight
time talking to you
termination
guys,
system.
whether I'm streaming or not.
So moving on to the
Hell, we're
tank
always in
farm,
the
these
bad
pipe
mud club.
manifolds were being lifted into place for the 2 new methane subcoolers that recently arrived. These units, also lovingly referred to as hippos purely because of the shape of them, work by having cryogenic liquid
Oh, shit, that
oxygen
was
or
earlier.
methane running through pipes in the middle, as
Tab.
shown in these renders by
tabs not
O
in
here, BL3D eccentric. In the tank itself, the much colder liquid nitrogen super chills
Sir
the
underscore
propellant flowing
dialots
through, making the liquid
said,
nitrogen raise its temperature
"You need to
above
give
its
me
boiling
access
point,
to
a
that
toasty
part of the
negative
Discord."
195 degrees C or negative 320 degrees
that's
Fahrenheit.
just it. I've already
And
got
all
too
that
many people
boiling
that have
nitrogen is
access.
exactly
I
what we
will
see
jump down to
spewing out
VC
of the
one
top
though.
of there, like in
right
this
now.
shot. Now, if we jump over to the oxygen side of the tank farm, a new turbine pump was installed too. This is another critical part in that same process to support faster propellant loading. You can see here how the liquid oxygen enters the turbine at the bottom and is then pulled upward at tremendous pressure. All of these new additions to the tank farm will be very helpful for future flights. Although it is exciting seeing SpaceX working on all these new subchillers, these haven't actually been hooked up yet, so I'm assuming that they won't be used during flight
Sir
2.
underscore
That isn't
dialots
a problem, by the way.
said,
Having all the extra units will
"Fair.
just allow propellant load to happen faster than it can now and save
And
a little
honestly,
boil-off propellant
I'm not a
overall,
real
so
social
there's really
person.
no urgency in getting these up and running.
I like my alone time.
Now, just as we were
But if I
preparing
want
the
alone
video
time,
to
I
go
just
live
don't
last
jump
week,
into- I
Ship
just
20
don't
was
jump into
receiving
Discord.
some rare attention.
pull it
yeah,
up and just
Ship 20,
wa-
the
you know,
original
watch
one that
for
was
messages.
actually fully stacked halfway through 2021.
If my
These
computer's
sure
on,
were
most of the
some
time Discord's
iconic
up.
pictures, weren't they? Well, here it was having its lifting points covered over by heat shield tiles, which is a pretty odd thing to see, isn't it? I wonder why SpaceX has decided
daughter
to
will
do
bounce
this
back
now.
and forth
Perhaps
between
they
using
intend to
Discord
keep this around as a
messaging and
long-term
using
resident
Telegram.
of the rocket garden, or perhaps it's being spruced up before being relocated somewhere else. Either way, if they intend to scrap the ship, this operation would make no sense. Stacking operations of the prototypes continue. Here was the Ship 31 stack being integrated with its forward dome section that we saw move to the high bay last week. You can see it here being picked up and then lifted upwards to be moved over the turntable to
Sir
allow an
underscore
automatic
dialogues
welder to begin
said,
fusing the two. A couple
"Same.
of days after this, Ship
I
31's
restart
common
my
and dome
computer
section
when
moved
I get
out to
home
the high
from
bay,
work.
with
Other
the
than
stacking
that, it's
operations
always
following
on."
quickly. Booster 13 continued its stacking
Mine
too.
is too,
A
for the most
4-ring aft section was added to
Um,
the existing 8-ring
I
stack,
usually
so
do a
roughly
restart
1/3 of
about
the way
5
there
o'clock
to
before I
its
go
full
live at
height.
night.
We also had a
Kimberly
brand new
Webster
booster thrust simulation stand moved into
I
the
have a
ring
set
yard
of
this week.
walkie-talkies
This was
that double
previously
as weather
being stored
radios.
at the
We mainly
Massey
use
site
them
as
when
it
we're out
underwent the
working
construction,
together.
but this week it moved into Mega Bay 1.
There you go.
Booster 10 was soon lifted onto it, so there couldn't have been any Raptor engines installed like many thought that there might have been.
Mine doesn't
Later
have the
that evening,
pre-programmed
there
weather
it rolled
channels,
out
but I
of the
can
Mega Bay
program in
and all the way
program
over
them
to
in.
the Massey site for the thrust
It's just a
simulation testing to
biofag
begin.
radio.
Just look how beefed up this new stand is. Only about a day after arriving, it began loading ahead of its test. Just take a look at this though. They look to have only loaded the methane tank with propellant here, so perhaps this is simply to structurally test out the new, smoother dome design, one that is a first being introduced on Booster 10. The test continued into the night, and it detanked around 9 hours after beginning loading. SpaceX also, out of the blue, posted 2 unique videos from their engine testing facility in McGregor showing Raptor firings in different scenarios. This one was a vacuum engine firing after being intensely cooled down to imitate the super cold environment after coasting in space. That was then followed by this one, which is a sea-level Raptor firing to simulate the descent onto the lunar surface, something that requires large throttle
Kimberly
variations
Webster
given the much lower gravity,
said,
all of which is
Or
mentioned
I'll
in
send
this
it to
NASA
work with
document
Ryan if
linked
we're
below.
expecting bad weather.
So yes, in the final countdown as approvals are provided, we are eagerly awaiting some further launch information. The most recent information that we have is from FAA Administrator Polly Trottenberg, who told reporters that the FAA are working well with SpaceX and have been in good discussions. The teams are working together and are optimistic that approval could be sometime next month. The excitement from the fans and the SpaceX team is real clear. In fact, early in the week, the mass arrival of all of the employees at the launch site was a great sign of the events to come. Soon after, this new image appeared, the perfect photo op suitably captioned "Made on Earth by Humans." I really love that slogan. It really just highlights how little our planet is in comparison to what is out there to explore. And I tell you, I just love packing it all up into these videos to bring it to you every week here with the team. Thanks for being here, helping us out. Just look how close we are to that 500,000 subscriber mark now. Only 12,000 to go and we are there. You are awesome. Before moving on, shout out to Stoke Space entering the award for the most steampunk looking rocket display of all time. This thing looks like it belongs in Mad Max or something, don't you think? So what are we actually looking at? Well, it's a static fire to simulate a hop mission, which checked out all systems possible in the lead up to a real hop test. In fact, if I'm understanding it correctly, they send false information data to the vehicle, which then gave them the chance to test out simulated roll issues, which is why we see the reaction control system there at the top fighting hard to correct it. All apparently a huge success across the board, so well done. Can't wait to see that real hop test. We also had a surprise launch by the Firefly team too. As a test for the Space Force, they had been put into what is called a hot standby phase. This means that at some point they would randomly receive a notice to launch with some finalised orbit requirements. In this mission, named Victus Nox, Firefly completed all final launch preparations, including trajectory software updates, payload encapsulation, then transporting it to the launch pad. It then had to be mated to Alpha and then fueled, all within the 24-hour period. At that point, Alpha then launched at the first available window just 27 hours after the receipt of those launch orders. That is pretty crazy. Sadly, there was no live stream of the event, but it got to orbit successfully and deployed the secretive satellite at the target destination. That is an incredible success for Firefly. We finally got to see ULA's Atlas V lift off this week as they launched a new mission for the National Reconnaissance Office, this one called Silent Barker. Now this all followed several delays, including a complete rollback to the vertical integration facility due to that recent hurricane threat. Greg Scott here was on site prior to all that going down, grabbing these shots. I've got to say, I really love the mission patch for this NROL 107 mission. In this flight, the NRO chose the maxed out 551 configuration of the Atlas V, and here is some neat footage of it rolling out with the large 5.4 meter fairing and all 5 solid rocket boosters. This configuration makes sense, of course, considering that they wanted these satellites to be placed into an orbit around 7,000 kilometers above a typical geosynchronous orbit. Just a day before liftoff, a meticulous wet dress rehearsal was performed by ULA to ensure that all systems were good to go. It's worth mentioning, I think, that this step is reserved for high priority missions, just like this bunch of very expensive military satellites, whatever they may be. Now, coming to the launch here, first, the RD-180 engines ignited along with its 5 solid rocket boosters, and look at these amazing views of the launch. I've got to say, I've missed seeing the Atlas V in action, and check out the exhaust plume roaring out of the flame trench there. I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is the very first launch of Atlas V this year. The last was back in November of 2022, and that is, by the way, the longest gap between Atlas V missions in 20 years. I'm sure that Falcon 9 has got a lot to do with that. The first stage here propelled the rocket, hitting supersonic speeds within just 35 seconds, and it reached max Q about 11 seconds after that. The SRBs had done their job, so off they pop, and due to the secretive nature of this mission, the stream didn't really cover anything else apart from the release of the payload fairing. The satellites between the fairings were the first batch for a new tracking and observation constellation that is going to keep an eye on what is happening within geosynchronous orbits, some kind of watchdog type constellation. At this higher altitude above those networks, it's way easier to observe all those other satellites, known or unknown. Now, we won't actually see any more NRO missions with Atlas V at all. This was the 18th mission for them, and the final one due to ULA transitioning to its new Vulcan rocket for future NRO missions. Additional Silent Barker satellites will fly on that vehicle, with the full constellation becoming operational by around 2026. We had more Starlink action this week, streamed only on X. Early in the week on Monday, here was Falcon 9 Booster 1071 preparing to take off from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. And yep, that is pretty typical of a Vandy launch. It is in there somewhere. Cue all those daft commenters out there telling me all the time that rocket launches are CGI. Why would you CGI this? In this mission, a batch of 21 Starlink satellites were on their way to orbit, and beautiful still shots shared later too. I love this one here of the exhaust plume. This was the 11th flight and landing for this booster on the Of Course I Still Love You drone ship. We then had a second flight just hours before uploading this video with another 22 Starlinks on board from across the country in Florida at Slick 40. Only the 5th flight for this first stage booster, and back down this time on Just Read the Instructions. The Expedition 70 crew took off to the International Space Station just yesterday on the MS-24 mission. NASA astronaut and flight engineer Laurel O'Hara on her first mission joined cosmonauts Commander Oleg Kononenko, a space veteran with 5 missions to his name, along with flight engineer Nikolai Chubb on his debut space mission as well. The always reliable Soyuz kicked the mission off right on schedule. The Korolev cross there, always a fun shot to see, and before we knew it, they were in orbit on the way to the International Space Station. Literally within a few hours, they were docking at the space station's Earth-facing port on just their second orbit around the Earth. It's crazy how fast they can get Soyuz to the station. They were, of course, welcomed on board by everybody there, and it is a busy station once again, isn't it? While on the topic of the ISS crew, the Axiom 3 team has been announced midweek, which is scheduled to fly to the ISS no earlier than January next year. This one marketed as the first ever all-European commercial astronaut mission to the ISS. They will, of course, be flying on Crew Dragon. I think it's going to be interesting to see how close the new crew tower at Slick 40 will be by then. Greg Scott took to the skies at the Cape, and here you can see the construction is underway already. The other 3 tower sections still being worked on here at SpaceX's Cape site close to the huge Star Factory. Thanks for helping Greg do what he does there on Patreon. It is great to have these insights, and there is a lot more where those came from in his library. Now we have another enthralling discovery made by the James Webb Space Telescope, this time unveiling the secrets of the exoplanet named K2-18b, a giant planet just a little smaller than Neptune, orbiting the cool dwarf star around its habitable zone. Now, this planet is around 124 light years away, and it has been intriguing to scientists since its discovery in 2015 by the Kepler Space Telescope. It has a thin hydrogen atmosphere that receives about the same amount of light that we receive here from the sun. When Hubble then observed this peculiar planet a few years ago, it also discovered signs of water vapor in the atmosphere. This discovery made it stand out even further because all planets discovered that were in and around habitable zones of their parent stars, this was the only planet that had the water vapor found, a heavy possibility that this could have an ocean. If it does, then it's a great candidate to sustain life. So this of course made K2-18b a prime observation candidate for the James Webb Space Telescope. Well, it has found a lot of really intriguing and exciting data. First, it shows signs of an abundance of carbon molecules. It found carbon dioxide, large amounts of methane, and hints of a molecule called dimethyl sulfide, which on Earth is released from oceans by marine bacteria, algae, and other marine organisms. Now, that, my friends, is some pretty great clues for life. Keyword there, clues. Nothing conclusive yet, but there are definitely some many unknown factors. Some astronomers are speculating that the conditions could be too hot to allow life to exist as we know it, or even to let the ocean stay a liquid. So yes, the data still needs more validation according to the researchers involved. Hopefully, future observations are going to help answer some of those questions. Something that always amazes me is just how wonderfully these telescopes work. In this case, observing K2-18b with the help of very small amounts of starlight that pass through the planet's atmosphere during a transit, essentially when the planet is right in between the telescope and its parent star K2-18. It's just like a cosmic game of peekaboo, really. Everything that it has discovered here just came from observing the two recent transits of the planet, and there are many more observations already planned. Just picture the mad programming and the tech skills that it takes to pull off all this cool stuff. Well, if you want to get ahead in a STEM career, you've got to keep honing those skills and enjoy loving the process of learning. Luckily, there's a fun and easy way to learn with Brilliant.org, a hands-on, user-friendly platform for people who want to boost their smarts in these important areas. I've personally had a career in programming for a few decades before I even started this amazing YouTube stuff, and although I don't do it quite so much these days, I can tell you that at the time, I was constantly learning new and better ways to increase those skills. I've seen firsthand how in-demand solid computer science, math, and data skills are, and that's where Brilliant's wonderful interactive lessons come into play. They've got these bite-sized components that make complex stuff easy to grasp, and Brilliant makes it a cakewalk to build a daily learning habit so your personal and professional growth is always within reach. The range of content is so vast that there is something here to interest anyone at pretty much any level. I was recently checking out one collaborative course that they did with the beautiful Kurzgesagt channel, which I absolutely love. The illustration pairing very well with this style of learning. In this example, they dive right into supernova energy calculations or what could be involved in terraforming Mars. Seriously fun stuff. If you want to give Brilliant a shot, you can do it for free for a whole month. Just head over to brilliant.org/MarcusHouse or click the link in the description below. The first 200 to do that will snag a sweet 20% discount on Brilliant's annual premium subscription. Thank you, Brilliant. Now, I've got to say I didn't cover this last week, not because I didn't want to, but because, well, frankly, there wasn't really any good video of the event. Yes, back on September the 8th, another Virgin Galactic mission took off with 3 customers on a trip to the edge of space. There was no live stream of the mission, and actually the crew of the mission were only announced after VSS Unity had already landed. We did, however, have this recap video of the event published since then, which is at least something. So yes, we did get some really cool views of the mission in play, and the passengers here relishing their zero-G experience for a few minutes before Unity fell back into the atmosphere to glide back to land at Spaceport America, successfully finishing their 3rd commercial flight. So I hope you enjoyed this video, my friends. If you did, don't forget to hit subscribe so we can get to keep making them. Also, loads of you really loving the new flight patch design by Tony Bella. What do you think of this on the darker color here compared to the light one? It works quite nice on a bunch of colors, actually. Remember, we are only selling this one for a few weeks. Profits are split right down the middle to help Tony Bella do what he does with these amazing infographics, as well as helping to produce our work here. You probably don't realize that there are loads more product options than clothing too. There's mugs and things, bottles, bundles, stickers, bags. Everybody is really excited for this upcoming launch. If you would like to just help more directly like all these amazing patrons, YouTube members and ex-subscribers here on the right, all this support makes a colossal difference to us. It really does. If you want to continue with more space goodness, the algorithm thinks that you will enjoy this video here next, or maybe these videos. Thanks for watching all this way through, and I'll see you all in the next video.
How does he put up food? Oh, well, he's probably at work. I can only put up. No, I can probably put. I don't think. Let's see what else we got. Oh, ranch. Get into some guns.
Bentley.
Benelli.
Kimberly Webster said, "Yay, things that go boom,
Welcome to
lol."
Demolition Ranch. I'm joined by Batty. Hi.
Can I lick one?
There is one you can lick,
I don't want to.
but two of these are not like the others. You know which ones are the big ones?
I know one is a singer. I'm assuming it's these two. I feel like those are the two
Yeah.
I saw you put down.
Those are the two.
But I don't know, actually.
We have two of the rarest 1911s in the world, and they're worth a lot of money. Like, together, these two are probably worth around $500,000. So what I thought was cool was these two Colts. These are actually mine. Those are Colts. One of them is a newer Colt, and it's like perfect and beautiful. It's worth about $3,000. It's a nice gun.
Really?
Man, probably $2,000.
Okay.
This one, though, is a Colt as well, but it's 105 years old. It was made in 1918. It's probably worth anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000, which I thought is pretty expensive.
That's crazy. No,
Yeah.
that's cool for an old gun, yeah.
These two guns, which look exactly like those two guns, are worth way more. So let me see which one is which. This is actually really cool. So this one's the older one. This is a North American Arms. They actually only made 100 of these. So that's a Canadian company, and they were making them for World War I. And I think this one was made in 1918 as well. But it was back when they were like getting other companies to start making them. So they bought some like arms factory, and North American Arms started making them. And they did 100 of them as a test run, and then they canceled the order because
It's Canadian?
I guess it's Canadian. I don't know. But they only made 100 of these, and they're over 100 years old. So this one is like super crazy expensive. This one is actually a Singer. It's made by Singer, which was a sewing machine company in World War II. So this one, they made 500 of these. So the government ordered a bunch of them from Singer, but they had to test to make sure that they could actually produce them. They wanted them to produce, I think, 100 a day. And so they ran a test to see if they could do that, and they couldn't produce that many. So the government actually canceled the order. So only 500 of these were made. And they are really valuable because Singer made super good quality. So they made all these parts in-house except for the grips, I think. I think everything else was made in a sewing machine factory for World War II.
See, that's smart. They were making holes and then sewing them back up.
That's true. I didn't even think about that. This one is actually interesting. So it says S Manufacturing Co. right there in Elizabeth, New Jersey. And this one, there's a serial number on it. Let's see. This one is serial number 71. You can see that long serial number. So it's number 71 out of 500. This one's really funny where the serial number is on it. I think it's 93, but it's printed right there on the slide, just a 9 and a 3. I actually thought that one didn't have a serial number at first because I couldn't find it, and then I realized that was the serial number. So, the guy who brought us the Gyrojet pistols actually just brought us these two when he came down, and he left these with us. He was like, yeah, I just thought you would think these were cool. They're really expensive. And we're like, that is cool. And he's like, all right, you guys can keep them for as long as you want. Send them back whenever you're done. And he freaking got back on a plane and left.
His range days must be real different.
Yeah.
Rocket pistols.
Which I don't think he's ever even shot these things, right? He said he hadn't even shot these, and he left them with us a month ago and was like, shoot them whenever you want, do whatever. We're going to shoot. Don't touch it. I don't want you to touch it. Batty eats like chips and stuff. He's probably got greasy fingers.
Chips and stuff.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's
You
true.
look like a guy that eats a lot of stuff.
I love a lot of stuff in and around my mouth.
Let me smell your fingers. Actually, never mind. We have these two super rare 1911s, and we are going to actually shoot them, which is probably going to devalue them by like
A ton.
$1,000 every shot we take. I also wanted to test them against these 2011s. So these are all like fancy 2011s, which are 9mm and like made to be really race gun shooting. So we might do a little dueling tree with the relics that are very rare and the new ones that are made to shoot fast. But I'm nervous. Like me having these things sitting on the table right now that we didn't even clean and has dirt on it makes me feel a little bit bad.
Devalued.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to rust. Like,
Ginger.
that's rusting for sure. I'll have to clean it with my oily finger. Like, there's going to be some people watching this video that are pissed at us, and I am sorry. But
I'm not.
We're going to have fun with these 1911s today. Giddy up! All right, Batty, you shoot the singer first. Okay.
I knew I couldn't trust him with that.
Kimberly Webster.
Oh, God.
An
Said,
actual singer,
I'm
1911.
fascinated because of
I
the
feel
rarity.
like just holding it devalues it.
Yeah.
Like, this should be in a case all oiled up. I feel like putting a magazine in. A clip? Yeah. A clip-a-zine in is going to devalue it. I feel like racking a live round in it.
That sounded expensive.
But, like, what's firing a live round going to do?
It's not going to blow up in your hand, right?
I mean, no one shot this thing in a while. Let's see what happens. I'm scared. It felt good. It felt real good. $1911s don't usually give me butterflies, but all right, now it's worth $30,000 less. Before the camera turned on, he said, I don't like holding this.
I feel like I'm going to drop it.
If you do, big trouble.
Y'all
Big
don't
trouble.
know Batty there.
Okay.
He's a veteran.
Hopefully we'll hit a
He's
target
part
today.
of the Crackle Coffee crew. He video games too. And also has his own podcast.
It was
called
firing
Crack
the
Podcast.
shells straight up and over you.
Were you catching him?
Yeah, I caught one.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah,
This is really cool.
that was cool. Man, and it's running like a sewing machine. That's why they say that. I get it.
Man.
All right, let's see what we can do here. Where did it go?
Over the right shoulder. No idea.
I aim low left. Were they going straight up?
Yeah.
Do all 1911s shoot straight up? Now I wonder, because if they do, we could dual wield a Singer and a North American Arms. I'm just worried about dual wielding if they fire to the right and we're going to hit one with the brass from the other. That would be real bad.
You've changed. You're worried about dinging your guns.
They're
with
not
brass.
mine. If they were mine, I wouldn't worry. These are not mine. This is the North American Arms, so we haven't fired this one yet. I don't think anyone's fired in a long time. And there's only 100 of them that were ever made, which means there's less in existence today probably, which is why it's worth $250,000. And you're about to have it
Don't
explode
say that.
in your hands.
You know, it's
Don't
fine.
say that.
Yeah. You just rapid fired a $250,000 gun. A relic.
A relic
It's
of
100
the
years
war.
old, and there's only like probably 80 of them in the world, and he just rapid fired
I don't
it.
know if the comment section is gonna not care or if they're gonna be down there just reeing into tomorrow.
It's both. It's
Like-
for sure. I mean,
I'm gonna have to ban the word 1911 in my Twitch chat.
I'm conflicted right now because I want to go, bah, 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 but then I'm also like, I don't want to touch
What
it.
if you do it both?
Yeah, we have to. Wait, I didn't watch where that one was ejecting. Was it ejecting straight up too?
I wasn't paying
I
attention
think
because I was busy.
If they both
holding
eject
it.
straight up, we dual wield them, because that's the most expensive guns we'll ever dual wield. God, this is crazy.
This is nice.
I know I have
All right.
people tell me all the time.
My
I'm
first time with the North American Arms. Oh yeah, the trigger's harder on this one. I did it.
You rapid fired it.
I did it.
Oh. We're gonna get in trouble.
I'm kind of ashamed, but kind of excited. Okay, hold up. Let me get my phone. I wanna.
Don't send this to the owner, okay?
This is the craziest thing you've ever done.
Joel's gonna see this.
This is the most expensive thing that have ever been in my hand.
Yeah, and probably ever will be. Send it.
I'm gonna do a little far.
You got more on the left.
Oh.
I was actually watching the brass coming out of this left one. I was just so scared it was going to go straight over.
None of them hit.
And no,
None
it
of them hit.
didn't hit. No, they were flying well over, so.
Okay.
Did it feel good?
That was fun. That was awesome. You
I'm
wanna do
jealous,
it?
and now
You
I want
wanna
to do it. Yeah,
You should
I
do
want
it.
to do that. So the thing about this is, I have a house in my hands, like a nice house too. Like $500,000, buy you a nice house. Oh, I'm nervous. Okay. Oh my gosh. I was like smiling and cringing the whole time.
You just had to go faster than me.
Everyone wants to know, can a rare relic 1911 keep up with modern technology in that 2011?
No.
With Batty behind the trigger. I'm going to have to do a reload, but I don't want to reload fast because I'm worried I'll scratch it, so I'm just going to grab the other gun, and we're going to do this dueling tree. And all right, you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, fire. Oh, that was good. I can't hit.
Oh, come on!
Maddie wins.
This thing is hitting me in the head like almost every time. It's like, boink, boink. That was not a great showing for me. I was nervous, and I don't know. You did great.
Yes!
Basically,
Redemption.
Basically,
3 years in the making.
These guns suck. Oh no! Looks like Singer did it right. Not this thing. Dueling tree. Singer versus North American Arms. Which one do you got?
Oh, I grabbed North American Arms.
I like the Singer more.
Yeah, me too.
You do?
Much more.
Yeah.
Here, let's trade.
But I want that one.
I know, but you're a better pistol shot than me.
On you. I'll just start firing when you start firing.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
We're pretty bad with these.
I was super excited. I hit those first 2 real quick.
Throwing all over me. Is this just gunpowder? See all that? Or is it pieces of metal being
I think it's
shaved off?
dirt from World War II.
Yeah. Smells like Nazi blood. It's really old. These things have killed Nazis, right?
Totally.
If they haven't yet, they will after this weekend.
What's happening this weekend?
Found a high point mag on the ground. It looks really rusty and gross. I wonder if that'll work in a 1911.
Bang it a little bit.
Nope. Hey, Batty! Watch out! Nazis!
Damn.
Oh, which one was that?
My
Colt.
phone's ringing.
Colt jammed. Or it didn't lock back or something. Dude, there's so many fingerprints all over this North American Arms 1911. It's just disgusting.
Are those from World War II?
This is a World War I. And we're not going to clean it. Thanks for letting us borrow them. I'm going to put them back in the safe just like this. Actually, we'll leave them outside. So what's interesting about these guns, the reason this one is worth $250,000 and this one is worth $2,500, they're the exact same gun. They're made probably with the same metals, similar tolerances. They're the same, but they made a few of these and they made hundreds of thousands of these, which makes these worth so much. Supply and demand.
I either want to never touch them or ruin them. There's no in between.
Just bad thoughts. Yeah, it's like I want to protect that, and destroy it.
Man, your intrusive thoughts must
I
be...
want to throw it so far.
Yeet. So we appreciate Mr. Wonderful for letting us borrow these.
Man, I mean, you know, you have to clean them before we send them back. We can't.
Well, he'll clean it if he wants to clean it.
We need to be the nice guys. He was
Fine,
the nice
I'll
guy.
clean it.
Dude.
Clean. Thanks for letting us borrow these guns. Let us know if you want us to do any other torture tests with them or anything. And thanks for Batty for coming out. Love ya. See you next time on Demolition Ranch. Unless Mr. Wonderful kills us.
You're a monster.
We're really gonna enjoy what we have here today. Y'all okay? Yeah, I'm good. It's quite simple. There's only one rule in the demolition.
I started off
You don't
just
tell
shooting
Mayor.
random items out of shotgun shells. It's got a multi-million-dollar empire.
Kimberly Webster said, LOL bad, it was like Emma walk away, I'm done with you, I can't believe you just did that, LOL.
Batty's a pretty good actor too. Oh.
Iran!
Marsha!
Iran has been everywhere in the news for the past week for a couple different reasons. One, America traded 5 Iranian prisoners for 5 American prisoners from Iran. But that wasn't it. Iran also got $6 billion. So, that kind of sucks. But on top of that, a British soldier was arrested for spying for Iran. So, I'm a Brit. Chippity top of the tea, mate. But he was Allahu Akbaring a little too hard and was giving sensitive information to Iran, and he got locked up. But then he broke free, and come on, Britain, what happened? You're getting soft on me now. Every time I see you guys in the news, it's you're losing another territory, or your paratroopers are making a porno. Oh, well, actually, that one's not soft. But before I tell you all about those hostage negotiations / transfers and the Iranian British soldier spy guy, a word from our sponsors. Enlisted is a new type of first-person shooter that combines PvP and PvE combat. Take command of a squad of customizable AI soldiers and fight in massive battles with hundreds of targets led by other players. Enlisted offers multiple campaigns to play through, featuring their own unique weapons, vehicles, and equipment. From the outskirts of Moscow in 1941 to the heart of Berlin in 1945. Campaigns in Enlisted are so varied they feel like individual games. They feature unique equipment, uniforms, vehicles, and locations true to their historical time frame. Enlisted is hardcore when it matters. A very short time to kill for infantry and realistic damage models for vehicles makes battles intense, immersive, and a lot of fun. Over 100 weapons, tanks, and aircraft. From famous tanks like the M4 Sherman to obscure guns like the VG2, Enlisted offers a massive arsenal of equipment to unlock. Authentic sounds and a huge amount of detail put into weapons, vehicles, environments, and effects. Play Enlisted now for free on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation by clicking my link below, which comes with multiple weapons, soldiers, and a premium account. Let's talk about the Brits first. David Abed Khalifa. I wonder if he has a famous sister. You see, after a long time of not doing any PT because he's a skinny little bitch and wanted to be a sick call ranger, Jiz Khalifa, I like that name, tied 2 cans of whipped cream together with some electrical tape and wire and leave it in his barracks room, decided to do his own SEER school for 2 months, and after 2 months of living in the woods by herself, I don't know how he survived, probably eating biscuits. That's cookies in Great Britain words. Coffee's better. He finally got picked up and got put in a Cat B prison. I don't know how tough a Cat B prison is, but not tough enough because Jiz Khalifa was able to put on a chef's outfit, attach himself with a couple of leather straps and belts to the bottom of they call them lorries over there. God, they're so weird. Of a transportation van that was moving food in and out of this shitty prison. They can't even keep a 21-year-old in. And he, scooted on the bottom of it like it was some sort of crazy movie Batman thing. Now, wouldn't you know it, all the ports got shut down and there's been a whole bunch of investigations and they were looking all over the place for him, but nobody can find him. England, a country filled with video cameras to make sure you have zero privacy, can't find one scrawny little British Iranian kid who, by the way, had like no access to secret information whatsoever. His clearance was like nil. What is he stealing? The PT formation exercises for Iran so they can do proper terrorist training instead of just monkey bars all the time? Unfortunately, that's a win for Iran, I guess. I think that's a win for both Iran and Great Britain because they got a guy that, Iran's like, oh, he came over to us. He's great. See, Britain sucks. And Britain's also like, you can keep that fucking soldier, mate, because he's trash. Huh? But now it's on for you, America. Whatever happened not dealing with terrorists, huh?
And literally
your own face.
We don't negotiate with terrorists.
Ever since like Bo Bergdahl, Iran already hostage-ized a whole bunch of people during the Bush administration. Bush Senior. Or is that Reagan? But anyway, 5 spies from Iran that the United States has said, hey, they're so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so, so-and-so. They're getting traded over for 5 American hostages. And a couple of these American cats have dual citizenship. And I don't know how you get dual citizenship to Iran and America, considering that the two don't really mesh well. They're like milk and shit. Even if you did mix that up, it'd be a horrible slurry of poop and milk. Ugh, I'm just imagining like a dairy farm exploding. Udders everywhere. It's utterly horrible. Shit. Now, the U.S. said all the 5 names of the Iranians that are going over, but America's only released 3 of the names of the American citizens that are coming over from Iran, which makes me think that this is a legitimate spy versus spy program where, yeah, there's probably a couple Americans that just got caught up in it because Iran doesn't really like us. I think a couple of them are definitely some of our spooky guys that don't exist but exist. The most interesting thing about this prisoner exchange is that America is saying, hey, listen, South Korea is holding $6 billion worth of aid money for Iran. We'll tell South Korea, hey, you know what? Release that $6 billion to you, Iran, but only for humanitarian shit. And Iran made a great statement, and I can't blame them, that said, humanitarian aid is whatever the we say it is, America. You're not gonna tell us what to do with our money. Suck a dick. Thanks for the dudes and the $6 billion. And honestly, as much as I don't like Iran, it's a great move. What's gonna happen? The UN's gonna sanction them some more?
UN, you have a problem with that? You know what you should do?
Said,
you should sanction me.
That's an image
sanction
I
me
didn't
with
need.
your arm.
LOL, thanks, angry cop, LMAO.
Wait a minute. You don't have an army.
I never understood that. Like, I like how the UN gets together and is like, hey, we need to help with humanitarian aid and assist other people. But when they try to flex their muscle, they're like, hey, don't you do that. Hey, North Korea, the weakest of all the Koreas, it always just goes, fuck you. I don't have to do whatever you say. I'm not a part of your gang. Eat a dick. And the UN just goes, well, that's rude. They have no military power whatsoever to enforce anything. There are a couple UN peacekeepers, which are basically bullet catchers. So yeah, there you go. Iran sucks. Check out the game, support the channel. And hey, share this with a battle buddy. Let them know that you care. I appreciate it. All right. See you next time, weirdos. Throw in a thing of like Mia Khalifa, but her being like, huh? You know, like when she's like looking at a big dick. I just can't show anything. You know it's YouTube.
He was a city cop. I don't think he is anymore. But he's also an MP now. Sorry, playing with my phone.
Where did you get that? My grandma got it for me for my birthday.
Pretty thick, right? Have you taken any courses on how to drive that thing? I feel like that's kind of dangerous. Training? Why are you always such a Debbie Downer? You're so lame. Now watch me hit this sick jump. Scooter! Scooter, look out! What's up, everybody? My name is Scott, and you're watching Kentucky Ballistics. And today I have some very exotic ammo. And I know what you're saying. I should probably just avoid exotic ammo altogether, but I just can't. And today we have some wood bullets. These are made out of ipe. It's a very dense wood, and we have them in pistol calibers, shotgun calibers, and rifle calibers, a few of which make my neck scar kind of tingle. Today we're going to be shooting a Ballistic Dummy Lab zombie torso, and I will be putting everything in a vice grip or a lead sled because safety. I am very excited to get started, so let's go get our first gun and get to it. Do you know what the square root of 261,121 is? 511, and that's quite ironic because today's sponsor is 511. 511 is known for a lot of things, but what they're known for mostest is their tactical pants, which are durable, reliable, and very spacious, which make them great for concealed carry. Not only does 511 have awesome tactical pants, but they also got other apparel and gear so you can throw together like some bussin' fits, you know. It's not how you say it. It's not cool. 511 also makes some really... 511 also makes some really cool... 511 also makes some really cool things you can put your stuff in. And those are called... backpacks! Messed it up! 511 also sells a plethora of cool gear like plate carriers for your body armor, or maybe you're training to be the world's strongest CrossFitter. So pretty much 511 is pretty awesome, but you know what else is awesome? 20% off. And right now, if you use code KYB20, you will get 20% off all non-sale items. This is good online or in one of their many retail stores. A big thank you to 511 for sponsoring today's video. I greatly appreciate them. Be sure and show them some love. Click the link in the description down below, and don't forget to use that discount code. Now, let's go get to it. All right, it's time to get started, and I am very excited to see what happens. We're going to start out with a Glock 17 chambered in 9mm, and here is the wood 9mm bullet. It is much lighter than a standard round. I do not know what it weighs, but if I had to guess, it's like 20 grains in comparison to 115 grains. And as I said in the beginning of the video, I will not be pulling the trigger on this, at least at first, because I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm going to go ahead and just see if this thing will chamber before I put it in the lead sled. I'm not that scared of it. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Well, we are ready to rock and roll. I'm going to put this right here. I do not want to chew up my grip, so I've got some cloth around it. Put our handy dandy hook in our trigger guard. And we're ready to go. Okay, let's see what happens. Okie dokie, round two. I think I got it fixed. Here we go. Oh! Dude, look at that. Look at those splinters. Wow. So, it looks like the bullet actually made it and survived in the barrel and then hit this dude right in the sternum. Look at... So, it didn't do a whole lot of damage to the zombie torso, but golly, that would have hurt. Look at all those splinters. Jeez. Okay, well, after seeing that, I am very excited about the other rounds we have today. Let's inspect our gun real quick because I'm very curious to see what that barrel looks like. All right, we did not eject our shell, so I guess it was not producing enough recoil to actually eject it. Okay, looking down the barrel, I don't see any wood fragments or anything in there. It's actually quite surprising. I figured the bullet would just start breaking up in the barrel once it hit that rifling, but it did not. It survived and did quite a bit of damage to Mr. Zombie. I definitely would not want to be hit with a wood 9mm. So I have 2 of each caliber today. I have another 9mm wooden bullet, and now since I know it's fairly safe to shoot, I'm taking it out of the lead sled and I'm gonna aim for Mr. Zombie's noggin. Here we go. Oh! That's pretty effective. The wood 9mm, I was gonna say that maybe it's like a less lethal round because we hit him right here and not a whole lot happened, but apparently you get hit in the head with a wooden 9mm, it wouldn't be a good day for you. Oh my gosh. Okay, it did not go through the other side, but it did most definitely enter in on this side. You can actually see some wood fragments right there in the hole. The 9mm bullet was quite effective. Now let's see what happens when we use a 45
Kimberly
Colt
Webster
wooden bullet.
said,
This is bigger
"Damn."
than the 9mm, so I'm hoping that it will do a little more damage. I'll be using a Judge, and just like the last time, I'm going to load one in, and I'm going to put this in the lead sled, and we are going to see what happens, because the 9mm worked, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to function perfectly. Okie dokie, let's see what happens. Here we go.
I don't think it's gonna.
Oh!
Like I said, the round's gonna break up in the barrel. Although it looks like it held the shape.
Yep. We hit him right in the belly here, and he's got a belly full of splinters. Look, oh my gosh. That actually held together.
Sir underscore Dialots said, Judge is fun to shoot but wouldn't trust my life to it.
Nah, I wouldn't either.
Man, that still did some damage. Okay, well, I guess it's time to shoot him in the face. Oh! I forgot to put in my ear protection, and looks like this guy should have been wearing some eye protection because, oh my gosh, look at this, is all cracked. Ah, that is no bueno. Goodness gracious. Okay, looks like the wood pistol bullets are quite devastating. Okay, that is going to be it for the pistol rounds, but before we move on to rifles, we are going to use a shotgun. This is my 12-gauge shotgun, and we will be using a wooden 12-gauge slug. This should be quite interesting. If you are enjoying this video and you want to see more content like this, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Also, I am super close to 4 million subscribers, and when we hit 4 million subscribers, I'm going to do something rather special and destructive.
4 million? I'm just looking to hit 1,000. I'm not even halfway there yet.
3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness!
But I'm not near as entertaining as these guys.
12-gauge.
He was also a police officer.
Looks like we hit right there.
Until his channel took off.
And that is
and now he's
brutal.
just a YouTuber.
Let's see if I can feel it in it. Oh, yep, I feel some wood in there. Oh, I hate getting this stuff on my fingers. It's so gross. But this is for science. Oh, gosh darn it. Ew. Oh, wait, that's just the wad. Oh, it's in there deep.
Cheddar and sour cream chips to go along with the cheese theme this weekend.
Oh, yeah. That
and they're
is rough.
less expensive at the dollar store.
Okay, let's
than Doritos.
check out
Although
the
I did
shotgun.
grab a
I'm
bag
going
of
to try to do this
Doritos.
one-handed because I don't want to get it on the shotgun. Shotgun shell looks solid.
Kimberly Webster said,
That was
nothing
pretty
wrong
impressive.
with the little
I'm
guy,
pretty
LOL.
excited about those results. I still have another shell though, and you know what that means. In the face!
Ouch!
Oh my
Kimberly
gosh!
Webster said, yay, I want some LOL.
No, I've never seen anything like that.
Oh, some chips. Here you go.
Just deep enough
I'll feed them to you.
to blow the skull off the front, but did nothing to the inside. That is absolutely hilarious. I have never seen that before. Okay, 12 gauge wooden slug.
Usually the brain splatters everywhere.
I'm gonna say that is definitely lethal. So far, I have been very impressed with the wooden bullets. I honestly did not think they would even survive making it down the barrel, but every single one of them has, and they have done quite a bit of damage to Mr. Zombie. We are gonna step it up to a rifle caliber now. I have a 300 blackout, and we have a 300 blackout wooden bullet. And again, as usual, we are going to put it in the lead sled first. I am very curious to see if this thing will even chamber.
Kimberly Webster said, LOL, I'm actually sitting here eating seeds.
Yep, looks like it's going to make it into this. Oh, yep. All right. Let's see what happens.
Well, if I've got munchies, I don't smoke near as many cigarettes.
I'm not really sure. Is that new? That's not new. I don't know. I am going to review the slow-mo footage real quick. So after reviewing the slow-mo footage, it seems like that round did not stabilize. It's really hard to see, but I think that we just kind of hit sideways because you can see that's kind of long right there.
Behold. That makes sense.
It's definitely
Wooden bullet's
inside
probably not
there.
going to
I'm
stabilize
not going to put my finger back in there because I do not feel like washing it off again. I have another round, so let's take a second shot. Let's see if it tumbles this time. Here we go. Oh! All right. That was not as eventful as
These
the
are wooden
12-gauge
bullets, you don't
slug,
have to worry about over
but
penetration.
I have to say, I still would not want to be hit with a wood 300 blackout. I'm going to take a little extra precautions with this next one. So up next, we have a wooden 50 BMG round. And I'll be using this RN50. We all know how much the RN50 loves sketchy ammo, so hide behind the truck this time.
Wolf shot me.
I am very curious to see what happens with this wooden.
For y'all that don't know,
Wolf _ fight 78.
He had one exact rifle like this blow up on him about 2 years ago.
If that wood is going to be able to take.
And he didn't even make videos for almost a year.
RN50, I broke it. I have broken it
almost
times.
killed him.
One time unintentionally.
But it wasn't the rifle's
The other
fault.
few, well, they've also been unintentional.
He got a batch of bad ammo.
They were not as catastrophic. I believe the stock broke last time. That is repaired now, and it's ready to be back in action again. Let's load it up, shall we? Memories. Oh, okay.
I don't think
fits in
he'll
there
ever
perfect.
ever hold one of those
All
again.
right, now just gotta close that. But
Everybody tried to blame the rifle.
I was gonna
but
add a
it
jump
turned out
scare
to be
in at
the
that
ammo.
moment or something. I would never do that. That looks good. Now we just gotta pull the hammer back.
And that's where that shirt just stick a thumb in it came from. One of those ears popped off the rifle and actually went
my neck
through
scar
his
is tingling.
jugular.
I think that's a good sign.
So
All right,
he literally
here we go.
stuck his thumb in his neck and drove to, and his dad drove him to the hospital. His dad is
Oh, that was loud.
no penetration though.
Yep, we hit right here, it looks like. Look at all this
over
unburnt
penetration.
powder just all over the zombie. And we have a good hit right there. That is a rather large hole. So it does appear that the round made it down the barrel without completely disintegrating. We did not make it through the other side though. Okay, let's check out the gun and see how it looks. Oh, that came off there quite easy.
Although all this is going fine,
Right.
I would never suggest anybody shoot a
We had
wooden
a
bullet.
successful shot. Inside of the barrel looks good. I think most of the unburnt powder is on Mr. Zombie. I have another wood 50 BMG, but I'm probably not going to shoulder this thing, you know, just in case. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, so for this last wooden 50 BMG, I think we're just going to go point blank. Yeah. See what happens. I mean, what could go wrong? Okay, this should be pretty interesting. I'm actually going to watch this one because I think we'll be all right. Here we go. Oh!
Wolf_bite78 said, I am going to lurk. I have a work party at 3.
Okay, Wolf. See you later.
I expected that to be a little more eventful than what it
We're
was.
just kind of chilling out right now.
Oh dear. Okay. We actually made it all the way through the zombie that time. Look at that. That is just gross. There's unburnt gunpowder on the other side. All right.
Unburnt gunpowder and sawdust.
Right there. And it blew right through him. And then managed to make it out the back. That is pretty impressive. I mean, it would be more impressive if it did that from some distance, but that's still pretty cool. I'm still really surprised though with that all the way up against him that it did not create more damage. So I guess I'm going to have to create more damage. This looks like a nice log.
I still can't believe he bought a crane.
Okie dokie. Well, that's going to be it for today's video. What did you think about the wooden bullets? Let me know in the comment section down below. Also, if you enjoyed today's video, do me a favor and give it a like. And if you're not subscribed to Kentucky Ballistics, do yourself a favor and hit that subscribe button. Let's see here. Oh, yeah.
He's known for
Also, be sure to
destroying
check me
tables
out
in
on
every
Kentucky
episode.
Customs, Kentucky Ballistics
He actually
Shorts,
has a
Patreon,
table sponsor
Facebook,
that gives him
Instagram,
tables.
and X, no longer Twitter. All those can be found in the description down below, along with a link to KentuckyBallistics.com, just in case you want to pick up a shirt. And as always, my name is Scott. Thank you so much for watching Kentucky Ballistics, and I'll see you next time.
Oh, ouch. Ah, there's his brains.
I have to say that was totally worth all of the extra effort. Look at this. Oof. Yeah.
Kimberly Webster
That did not
said,
look like it felt good.
Suo, as long as my hotspot and phone battery holds out, you're stuck with me all day. Ryan's at work and I get bored playing games on my phone.
I hear you. Oh, yeah, the New Mexico governor.
Hey y'all, I guess
what's
breaking
up,
news. I'm
as
so
of
sick and
yesterday.
tired of reporting about stuff in New Mexico with this unconstitutional creep of a governor, this tyrant bitch, Michelle Lujan Grisham. It's about to start pouring. I'm in Florida, just got off a plane. Thanks, John, for hooking me up with this info. There's been an update in Albuquerque. Shocker. So,
Free to escape.
Governor just had a press
Said,
conference.
Cheer
In
6.
that press conference, she
Stream
has,
elements.
Amended
Said,
her
Free to
public
escape
health
just cheered
order.
6 bits.
The same public health
Free
order
to
that all
escape.
the groups,
Said,
GOA, SAF,
Cheer 9.
FPC,
Stream elements.
AGR, and one or two
Said,
others.
Thank you for your
They
Free
sued
to
her on
escape
and
just
we
cheered
won
9
the
bits.
restraining order, temporary restraining order, right? And the judge said, I think it's October 3rd off the top of my head, would be the hearing for the preliminary injunction phase. So, thunder coming. So rather than to just take the loss and realize she was doing something unconstitutional and prepare to be locked up, she has amended it. So what she did was she opened up the press conference with some sob stories about crime that are happening in her cities, because they probably defunded police and they are undermanned to respond to all these crimes, or they don't proactively patrol anything. I don't know, but she said crime was happening, and yeah, that happens. Evil is among us, which is why we carry in the first place. So she amended her order to parks and playgrounds. Well, no public parks, no public playgrounds is anybody allowed to carry open and concealed. As of today, she just changed it. So I know the groups are all looking at it right now to see what they're going to do. Are they going to go right back to the judge and say, hey, look, this is still unconstitutional or not? As more information comes out, I will let you know. But till we see each other again, be safe, stay vigilant, carry a gun to keep you, your friends, your family, your community safe. And I'll see you guys again shortly, I'm sure. And talk to you then.
I'm sorry, but parks and playgrounds is exactly where I want to carry a gun to protect my children. So sick of these people. Oh, what about the children?
Free to
We
escape.
need more guns.
Said,
We need gun education in
100.
school. You know, you need to go back to the old days where kids learn how to shoot at school. Start them off in elementary school with BB guns. High school, let them move up to 22s. You know, teach them right. Teach them gun safety. Teach them to not be afraid of a gun. There's nothing to be afraid of if it's used properly. My gun has been hanging underneath my desk the whole night. It hasn't once threatened me or shot me. We have a people problem in this country, not a gun problem. Oh, let's see what James Butler is up to. All right, just some shorts apparently.
I just walked in on a conversation where my employees were talking about tall boys, locos, and PBR. I had no idea what they're talking about till one of them started talking about stouts and mead, and I was like, oh, we're talking about alcohol. I don't drink, so I don't know any of these terms. But yeah, I'm sitting there listening to their conversation, having no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Then I just figured out I'm ignorant as fuck because I don't drink alcohol. But then I felt better because apparently one of them spent $190 on something called narwhal, another thing that I don't know what is, but apparently you just drink it. And now I don't feel bad because I haven't wasted $190 on a drink. And then while filming this, I got interrupted by my brother who told me that $190 on narwhal is nothing, that he routinely spends more than that on Johnny Walker Ghost Rare. Again, I have no idea what that is or what it means or how much it is, but fuck, people spend a lot of money on alcohol. I just walked in on a conversation where my employees were talking about
Kimberly Webster said,
I paid $200.
I just
for a
want to
bottle
know
of
where
Crown
they get
Royal
the idea
XR.
making laws or bans is gonna do.
What it basically boils down to is the government wants to disarm us because they can more easily control us. That's all. That's basically what it is. They're making excuses.
everything you've ever eaten was an organism. I mean, sure, you can call her an organism, but I thought she was more like satanic spawn, third cousin of Satan. Ex-wife joke there. Oh, and I guess you're not counting that kid in third grade that ate sand? Everything you've ever eaten was an organism. I mean, sure, you can call her an organism, but I thought she was more like satanic spawn, third cousin of Satan. Ex-wife joke there. Oh, and I guess you're not counting that kid in third grade that ate sand? Everything you've ever eaten was an organism. So had a guy come and apply to work for us, and he seemed like a good guy. Got a copy of his driver's license and noticed he's not 18. We explained to him, like, dude, you've got to be 18 to work here. And he's like, no, I'll just go get a work permit. Now, I'm not an expert on child labor, but I'm pretty sure that they're not going to give a 17-year-old a work permit to go work with sewage. Well, he seems insistent, so I gave him a copy of the job description, and he's going to go talk with whatever government agency's in charge of letting minors do work. Now, doesn't really matter what the government says. Once he's 18, we'll hire him, because he seems like a really great guy. But just on like a safety thing, I really didn't think that hiring somebody under 18 was a smart move. What do y'all think? So had a guy come and apply to work for us, and he seemed like a good guy. Got a copy of his driver's license.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't, especially since most of his employees carry firearms because they also work for his other company where he's a bail bondsman, you know.
Kimberly Webster said, we'll see. I remember learning in history they tried that with alcohol and it didn't work out so well.
No, it didn't work out so well. They didn't stop alcohol one bit, except for in public. Oh, let's see what Mike Rowe's up to this week.
On this episode, it's the strangest sport ever.
Oh, jeez.
And it's bigger than ever.
Old episodes he's just releasing on.
And when it comes to roller derby, the Derby dolls just gotta do it.
Oh, he's going down.
But why do I?
You have got to be kidding me.
I participated in a number of activities on this program that some might call risky, dangerous, and occasionally ill-advised. But this one, I believe, is best described as painful. No, let's go with humbling. Because these women make it look so darn easy.
There it is. Oh, unbelievable.
I'm not one to say no to a challenge. To find out why the decidedly female sport of roller derby is still with us, I've come to meet the San Diego Derby Dolls and their general manager, a woman who
Kimberly
calls herself
Webster
Isabel Ringer.
said, and I'm not going to even mention the current drug issues in our country that are supposed to be illegal.
And by an undisclosed location, I think they mean extremely well hidden and impossible to find. I'm sure my cameraman knows exactly where to go, but...
Oh. But we did win the war. There's on the 3970 that you fill out when you buy a firearm, they're supposed to be taking off that question have you ever or are you currently using any illegal drugs? They're supposed to be taking that question off. You know, because, yeah, I used to do a lot of coke back in the day, but am I still a cokehead? No. Am I stupid enough to carry my weapon if I'm high or drunk? No. You know. Hey, Free.
Are you sure you're not a cokehead? I seem to
I'm
remember a certain IKEA command.
I know. Do you really know how long it's been since I've had a snort? It's been years. I don't even know if my heart could handle it anymore.
I feel you. I feel you.
But I'm willing to try.
I hate to ask for directions. Don't tell me, I'm keen to guess.
So how's the morning treating you?
He looks like he's a little lost.
I'm pretty good.
Hey, Mike, you looking for me?
I'm looking for
I got
somebody.
a couple hour nap this morning.
Holy
I feel a
smokes.
lot better.
What a great place to break your neck.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Isabel Ringer.
Mike Rowe.
Welcome to the dollhouse.
No way your name's Isabel Ringer. Really?
Yeah, I
That's
didn't
one of
realize
my
that it
names.
rained
Yeah?
this morning. There
My
wasn't
name's
Kimberly
Neely
Webster
Goldfarb. I'm a general manager
said,
of San Diego Derby.
LOL such free nobody ask you LMAO.
trip, and I'm like, this
Call me
is
Mike.
still kind of wet.
You gonna play some
And the
roller
front
derby
lawn's like
today?
2
I don't
feet
know. What are you
tall,
doing?
so I'm
What
like,
is this? You're part of
yeah,
the
I'm not
league?
mowing.
Yeah,
Well,
so
the rain
San
this
Diego
morning
Derby
missed
Dolls
us.
were a league
This stuff
here.
right
We
now
played
isn't,
bag
but
track
it's-
roller derby. That's
it's
this
just
big
now
old thing you
popping
see
up
right
that the
here.
air's getting warmer.
So we're gonna get you up and running today. We're gonna teach you a little bit of the athletics without any skates on.
Really?
Then we're gonna put some skates on.
I don't know how to skate, really.
We got some gear for you.
You're not really co-ed, are you?
Well, so there are men involved in what we do,
fucking
but
A.
we run
I
all
think it was
women's
Spider.
athletic teams. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this part of the warm-up by any chance?
Yeah, it took for kids.
We're a
like,
pretty
almost
family-friendly
a whole week for
organization,
it
so
to
there's a
die
lot
out.
of kids that hang out here.
And then I was like, oh, I should
What's
go
the
mow
average
lawn, and it
age
was,
of
like,
the women
Monday
in this
So
league?
the adult program
like,
starts
I
at 18
finally
and goes
start
anywhere
walking
on
again.
up. Our oldest member is 50.
I need to
And
cut
then I
I'd say the
grass,
average is
and I
probably like
honestly meant
29
to
for
before this
adults.
stream.
Yeah,
But
I'm older than that.
my sleep
We're pretty
patterns and
accepting
everything
group,
else.
so we'll make it work.
Well, that's
Right.
what it
They're
came
gonna
down
hurt me,
to.
right?
It's like by the time I
We're
was freaking
definitely
up and
gonna
going,
hurt you.
I didn't really want to go
Let's
out
gear
and
up.
mow with the baby in the house.
The Derby Dolls
basically
Army. So,
unattended.
again, is
That
it just the
means
Derby Dolls that are the
come and
Army
get
or
me
the
if
whole
you
league that's the
Anyone
Army?
that works with us is in the Army. So the skaters
like,
are the
yeah,
Army, the
fucking
refs are the
90
Army.
degree
People that
fucking
really
weather
like to
we've
hang
been
out with
having.
us, they're in the Army.
That's very confusing. So this
My
is an
front lawn
army of the
looks like
21st century.
it's
This is a very inclusive army.
This is a very
Mine
inclusive
doesn't look too bad. It just looks shabby.
So with the exception,
but
say,
today's the
of
first rain
half
we've really had.
the species, everyone's welcome.
So I'm sure by Monday after it gets some sun
we
tomorrow
have
now,
almost
it's gonna
exclusively
fucking
male referees.
shoot
Some
up.
women, but a lot of men.
I'm sure my
How's that
neighbors
work?
are about ready to call the city and be like,
they
what the fuck?
officiate the games.
I know how it works, but why?
And I'm not gonna-
why did
I'm
you
not gonna
bring in a
cut tomorrow.
man to ultimately make the
There's
decisions?
no gender rules on that.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So a lot of men want to be involved, and
probably
it's an
do it
awesome way
Monday.
for them to get involved.
I bet it's fun.
I do need to. I do
right.
need to drive down.
While
to
I gear
Hamilton
up to become part of the Derby
Renew
Doll
my
Army,
license
I might as
and
well tell
renew my
you
tags.
everything I know about the strange history of roller
Walk
derby.
underscore
In the
about
depths of the
420.
Great Depression, down on his
Said,
luck movie theater
long
we
owner
caught a
named Leo
sprinkle this
Seltzer
morning.
found a way to capitalize on the craze
Hold
for
on. How long or what?
How long are the tags good for here?
A year.
Oh, is it every year?
Yeah.
Oh.
And mine expire
York.
at the end of this month, and my license expires, I think, on October 4th. Where's my wallet? Let me look. And but I want to, and it's only $66 to renew my CDL, but I want to downgrade it to a regular driver's license. Yep. October 4th.
Kimberly Webster
Yeah.
said,
And pistol permits.
we've been
good until
mid-70s all
November
week, which
4th,
I'm definitely enjoying.
Nice.
and I'm going to go ahead and renew it too.
Yep.
Even though we don't need a permit anymore.
Oh, so the reason that you keep the permit up, I still have a permit in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
The reason to keep it up is if they ever do, a universal permit list,
Yeah.
you have, your grandfather didn't because you already have an existing one.
Yeah. I'm not worried about that. My main thing is crossing state lines.
Yeah, reciprocity and everything
Yeah.
else.
Although that's being challenged right now in Massachusetts, and that's going to end up going to the Supreme Court. Yep. A gentleman from New Hampshire was just driving through.
Yep.
With his legally owned
100%.
gun, And they
Yeah.
took it from him and jailed him.
And they
he's
absolutely
suing them. And he's winning right now.
I will be surprised if he wins. That's the biggest thing. No offense, the guy's an idiot. I lived in New
Yeah.
Hampshire. I used to drive to Massachusetts all the time.
Yeah.
You know how many times I had my firearm in my car driving into Massachusetts?
A bunch.
Way more than I wanted to.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. Hey, driving a truck. My permit's not. My permit is not valid in most of the northeastern states. Was it still in my truck? Yes. Was I stupid enough to put it on my hip at a truck stop? No.
If I was going to Mass for work, or if I was driving through, that's one thing.
Yeah.
So reciprocity from New Hampshire, with my permit, gave me carry privileges in Pennsylvania, but that involved driving through 2 states that did not have reciprocity, that are very strict on control.
Yeah. Let me look. I have an app
So
for
if
that.
I ever traveled with it, it was unloaded in a locked container under transport restrictions.
Shit, my subscription expired. Hold on. How much is it? 99 cents a month. God damn it. One tap buy. Hell yeah. No, there's a neat app called CCW.
Yep.
And if you pay for it, it gets automatic updates on new laws and
USA
stuff like
Carry
that.
is another good website.
That's another good one. Let's see, Alabama.
I like USA Carry's interactive maps because you can literally check reciprocity by going in and clicking what you have. You can also explore, hey, if I'm moving here and I get a permit there, where's it good?
Yeah. Oh, PA now accepts our permits.
Yes, they do.
Nice.
Yes, they do.
They didn't for a while. Mainly a lot of the gun-friendly states that don't take our permit, the main reason is because we have no training requirement. And they don't like that. Like Nebraska. Even though technically Nebraska is now constitutional carry state, as long as you're a resident of that state. Illinois, we know about Illinois. South Carolina just doesn't like our permits.
South Carolina doesn't like anybody.
Sir_dialogues.
South Carolina is very particular.
Said, GA has no training as well.
In South Carolina, but you have to be a landowner.
Oh God, they're going to old rules, aren't they?
South Carolina, you have to be a property owner within the state. Literally, you could go buy, a quarter-acre plot in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. The Alabama permits are now currently valid in 34 states.
Yep.
Of course, not Hawaii, not California, not Oregon, not Washington. Nevada?
So Washington is a funny one. Washington has reciprocity with some states. Oregon, not really. California, definitely not. New York, definitely not. Massachusetts, no.
No, yeah. And Massachusetts, where freedom started.
New York and California don't even recognize each other's permits.
Yeah, that's just... most of the reds, either the West Coast or the East Coast.
Yeah.
Although Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, they do accept our...
Vermont's been constitutional carry since the beginning.
Yeah.
New Hampshire went constitutional. It took a while for Maine. Maine actually went, I think, after New Hampshire.
Yeah. And of course, Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, which they're not states anyway. Don't count. They're just...
And America, Samoa, none of those. They're actually anti-gun completely.
Now Alaska is still very, very pro-gun.
Yeah. Well, you have to be.
Yeah.
You have to be up there.
Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my.
Bears, oh my, 100%.
Kimberly
the
Webster
wildlife will rip you to
said,
shreds. You have to
Cali
be
is just an
broken.
oddball state for everything.
Yeah, Georgia and Alabama get along well. Second Amendment wise. Most of the southern states. Like I said, South Carolina is just an oddball state.
My New Hampshire permit was good. Once I got to Pennsylvania, it opened up most of reciprocity basically through to Texas.
Yeah.
Gave me Florida. Obviously not South Carolina because South Carolina is weird.
Yeah. Well, before Alabama changed the law, they came out with a lifetime permit, and they were also going to come out with a cheaper lifetime permit for disabled veterans. But since they went constitutional carry, they dropped that.
Yeah.
And the bitch down there in the office, I swear to God, she's a fucking liberal. She doesn't like processing paperwork. The last county I was in Morgan County, you could walk in and out in 5 minutes and have your fucking permit. Because they do the background check on the spot. This bitch is too lazy to do that. She takes your paperwork and they'll call you in 2 weeks to tell you when your permit's ready to come pick up.
So New Hampshire was funny. State law was actually written. They had 14 days.
Yeah.
Period. Not 14 business days. They had 14 calendar days.
Well, this isn't the 1980s where it takes forever to run a background check. You know, you can do it instantaneously. You could do it on a cell phone if you have access to the NIC system.
Yep. Which
is just a yearly fee. I could go out and pay and get access to it.
Yep.
I have
100%.
no need to. But.
But yeah, so they had literally written in their law, they had 2 weeks. That's it. From the time you turned in the paperwork, they either had to issue or deny.
Yeah.
And if they denied, they had to show cause.
Yeah. Alabama's one of the few states where technically the county sheriff has more authority than the governor.
A lot of states are like that.
Yeah. And that's the way it was back in the day.
Yep.
You know, because, the state governments were just there to help mitigate disputes between the fucking counties. You know, it just like our federal government wasn't supposed to be as big as it is.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about that earlier. It had three
States
jobs.
are supposed to be autonomous, and
our federal government was supposed to help us negotiate international trade, provide national defense, and to help decide squabbles between the states, and that's it.
Yep.
That was their job. You know. And I think if we whittle them back down to that, we're never going to do it currently. We're going to have to hit a reset button, and there's going to have to be a revolution. Yep. And in my opinion, and I told JD this too on his stream, we're 20 years overdue. In my opinion, at least 20 years overdue. But the 80s, it looked like things were starting to get better, and they didn't. Fucking Reagan got shot, and that was the end of that shit. The birth of the Brady Bill, which the NRA backed. That was when I was done with the NRA. I was a lifetime member, and I canceled it. I didn't get my money back, but I canceled it. So fuck y'all. But that cost me $500. But there were a lot of cops at the time that also turned theirs off because of it. Although I worked with a lot of cops too that didn't think that people deserved to carry pistols. You know, firearms. And I'm like, who the fuck are you? You know? But I was the young new guy. I couldn't say a whole lot. So.
Well, that's like, I'm always baffled by how many left there are in the military.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
some of the guys I served with.
Are you not understanding the left wants to do away with your job?
Yes.
They want to shut down the military.
Yep.
And you're part of the military.
Kimberly Webster
Why are you voting for your
said,
own?
Y'all are good in Missouri, LOL.
Yeah, we're good in Missouri. Illinois, not so much, but that's mainly because of Chicago. And same with Nevada. It's because of the two big counties there happen to have the highest population for the rest of the state.
Well, that's honestly a lot to do with New York too. New York is really a red state run by a blue city.
Yeah. I mean, even in Montana, all 5 residents there, you know, have agreed to accept Alabama's pistol permits. Sorry, Sleepy, if you're still watching. Oh, were you in earlier when we were looking at the deer videos?
I caught a little bit of them.
All right. I remember that we were talking the other night about the deer we thought might have been hit by a car.
Okay.
I'm beginning to think now, because it's the deer we saw is actually a set of twins.
Okay.
And they were both out there this morning, and they both look, I think they're malnourished.
Yeah, you were saying
Oh,
that.
shit.
Remember I shot them and you were like, they're
Yeah.
still awfully small.
Yeah. But on the other hand, maybe they need to be cold. Maybe the herd's getting too big in certain areas.
Yeah,
But Alabama is really good about adjusting that from year to year. They haven't come out. Right now, the limits are still the same as they were last year. A limit of 3. 2 does. 1 has to have antlers. So we'll see. And we also had a couple cases of chronic wasting disease far up north and far down south.
Got it.
So I don't know how that's going to affect things. But
well, I would love to sit here and shoot the shit some more, but I got to go get ready for this grand adventure that we have.
Which one's that?
Her company outing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, big. Like I said earlier, it's like, yeah, I'm going for the free food. I mean, sure,
there you go.
I'll bowl a few frames, but I'm going for the free food.
Go for the free food. Show the baby off. Let D show his ass. How's he been doing lately?
He's all right.
All right, good deal. No more running away to the neighbor's house?
No, not lately. He's still an arrogant little prick, but that's
he's your kid.
Expected. Exactly.
But all right, well, appreciate y'all. Appreciate you coming to hang out for a little bit.
Yep. I'll see you a little bit later. Maybe we'll play some more COD tonight.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It'll have to be after 10 o'clock. And
we'll see.
Depends on how tired I am. I only had a couple hour nap, and
on this episode, it's the.
Whoops! It did me good for right now.
Hey, that's
now
good.
We'll see in another 4 hours when we start playing World of Warships.
Yeah.
How tired I get. But...
No. Well, have a good rest of your stream. I will check back in later.
All right, later, freak.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let's get back to micro.
Without any skates on.
Really? I don't
then
know.
we're going to put some skates on.
We'll look at some more Second Amendment stuff.
We got some gear for you.
I'm just going down the list of all my subscribe
Well, so there
channels.
are men involved in what we do, but we run all women's athletic teams, yeah.
Is this part of the warm-up by any chance?
We're a pretty family-friendly organization, so there's a lot of kids that hang out here.
Uh-huh. What's the average age of the women in this
So
league?
the adult program starts at 18 and goes anywhere on up. Our oldest member is 50. I'd say the average is probably 29 for our adults.
Yeah. I'm older than that.
We're a pretty accepting group, so we'll make it work.
Are you? You're not gonna hurt me, are you?
We're definitely gonna hurt you. Let's gear up.
The Derby Dolls Army. So, again, is it just the Derby Dolls that are the Army, or the whole league that's the Army?
Anyone that works with us is in the Army. So the skaters are the Army, the refs are the Army, people that really like to hang out with us, they're in the Army too.
That's very confusing. So this is an
Kimberly
Army
Webster
of the 21st century.
said,
This is a very inclusive
You're
Army.
good. I like watching new stuff.
So with the exception, say, of half the species,
I have a
everyone's
broad
welcome.
range of watching,
we have almost
you know,
exclusively male referees.
stuff.
Some women, but a lot of men.
How's that work?
They officiate the games.
I know how it works, but why did you bring in a man to ultimately make the decision?
Kimberly Webster.
So
said,
a lot of men want to be involved.
I do remember when he was doing dirty jobs.
I bet it's fun.
Yeah.
All right.
While I gear up to become part of the
These are
Derby
all from
Doll
his
Army,
TV show,
I might as well tell
but
you
apparently
everything
he
I
owns
know
the
about the
rights to
strange
them,
history
so he's
of roller
thinking about
derby.
releasing
In the
them
depths of the
1 or
Great
2 a
Depression,
week on,
down on his
YouTube.
luck movie theater owner named Leo Seltzer found a way to capitalize on the craze for dance marathons and long-distance endurance races by holding the very first indoor transcontinental roller derby. The idea was that teams of men and women would skate the distance of the continental United States on an oval track in a contest that lasted over a month. What audiences really seemed to respond to, though, was the competitors' accidental collisions as they attempted to pass each other. The writer, Damon Runyon, encouraged Seltzer to make the rough and tumble stuff a major aspect of the sport. And naturally, the fans went wild. From those humble origins came the Derby as it exists today. Now that I'm properly attired for humiliation, it's time to meet some of the other Derby dolls who, like Isabel Ringer, have some interesting names.
Hi.
Hi.
Mike.
Boo.
Boo?
Boo.
Like surprise?
Like ghost.
Like boo hiss?
Boo la la.
Boo la la.
Brazen.
Brazen. Boo, Brazen, and Ringer. What's your name?
I'm Botoxic.
Botoxic.
Yes.
I'm Mike. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Slamurai.
Slamurai. Like a samurai, only a slamurai.
Yeah.
Is that politically correct? Is that cool to do?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
All right, good. Great.
I've been dropped, spun, stabbed, drowned, and blown up. But I have never before been trampled by a gang of wheeled women. Personally, I don't think I've got the skills to even skate around the bank by myself. But there is an incredible and undeniable optimism in the air, an optimism I do not share.
How is this possible? How is
Sir
it
underscore
possible
Dialots
that I can go on this bank
said,
and do this? This is
back home now.
You picked it up quick, better than I would have done.
Ringer's misplaced hope has infected my producer. He, too, is now utterly deluded.
I think we should give it a try, our best shot, see how it goes.
What's with the pronouns we? I mean, why do you always get with let's us give it a try? I need like 30 permissions to get in a monster truck that goes 3 miles an hour, but these guys will let me skate around here in the Death Race 2000.
Sorry about that. That video was still playing in the background.
Okay, so the centrifugal force of this works that if you skate a little lower in the turn and a little higher in the straightaway, the track almost like cups you and you start getting kicked out of those turns and you just pick up speed without a lot of extra effort because the track is actually built for that.
There's just no way. This is like a magician explaining how a trick works, you know? You just cut her in half, and then when you pull the curtain back, she's together. And you're like, I don't understand.
We're trying to break it down into little tiny parts, and if you can get all the little tiny parts, we'll put it together to make one big thing. You ready to try to do a couple laps, see what you can do, and if you feel like you're gonna fall, you're gonna go forward onto the pads that you have.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Squat. Go. Put all that weight on the inside of that left foot.
As I've said often, I'm not paid to succeed, I'm paid to try. My ego will survive, even if I don't. Besides, I've learned how to fall.
We're gonna try and roll a little bit. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Same thing. Let's go.
It's just...
Oh, jeez. I know.
It hurts a lot less falling on the bank track than it does on the flat track, though. There's actually
There's
give on this as opposed to just the ground.
Is there?
Did you feel the bounce?
Yeah, in my teeth.
Most people, when they start out with us, they don't get a private coach and a private session. You have like all the tools we could possibly give you to succeed at this today.
You are a feel-good, upbeat lady.
He doesn't roller skate.
The goal of today's crucible is to
I
fill me
haven't
with
been on
respect
roller
for the
skates in
skill,
years.
endurance,
I don't
and
know if
raw
I need
courage these women possess. Mission accomplished. If, on the other hand, we're here to explore the depths of my humiliation, by all means, let's continue.
Okay, perfect. You felt good, though. You felt right.
And here's what my humiliation looks like from my point of view.
Ah!
here's the deal. You're gonna get up and get going, and you're gonna get into that really good stance we practiced, and Bo's gonna do all the rest of the work. Wonderful. Right, now you're getting a little bit of speed. Stick with it. Stay in that position.
That was good.
Sorry, we almost did a whole lap.
All I wanted to do was not fall back.
Everybody still falls.
I don't want to fall back.
Me neither.
I'm tired of falling back. You did that on purpose.
I totally didn't do that on purpose.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
Let's talk about basic insurance for a minute.
All right.
What kind of waivers do you have to sign to do this?
A lot.
Okay.
You know, our founder once said, Bonnie, she said, we sacrifice our bodies to save our soul.
Kimberly Webster
And I think that's how a lot of us feel in roller derby.
I was
that
better
it's just
on
something that
rollerblades
important
than
to us,
regular
and we get a little
skates.
beat up, and we're bruised here and there, and then we heal, and we learn, and we come back stronger, you know?
Yeah.
It's mental.
As a kid, I lived in
Yes,
Indiana.
it's
and
mental.
Tough.
We went
We don't say
skating a lot.
can't here.
Can I say won't?
Nope. Not why I'm coaching you.
One of the hallmarks of any great humiliation is the willingness to put comfort before dignity. I rarely get to that point. My rear end, though, was there about a half hour ago.
I can't believe they're gonna let them humiliate you like this.
What? You've been humiliating me all day.
It's a different kind of humiliation, really.
Can't hurt.
Really?
Have you no pride?
No. No, I don't.
Good. Sit your butt down low and let's like gradually come in toward the infield. Nice and slow, nice and slow.
And that's
You're
all
gonna
folks
fall,
don't
go
have
down
as
to your
much
knees.
padding back there anymore.
Yes, perfect.
After a moment of such singular triumph, do I have the good sense to quit while I'm ahead? You bet I do. But that doesn't mean Ringer's gonna let me.
So you were in the Army. Now you're a derby doll. We're gonna give you a proper name.
Yeah?
Skid Row. Lucky number 13, okay?
It looks as though I've been drafted into the blue shirts, who will be scrimmaging against the black shirts. Here's how it works. Each team is comprised of 5 players skating in one direction around an oval track. Games are divided into 4 quarters. Each quarter consists of several short matches called jams. Each team has a designated jammer, whose job it is to score points by lapping members of the opposing team. Each time the jammer passes an opposing player, their team scores a point. So, the rest of the players do everything they can to assist their jammer and hinder the opposing jammer. In order to do this thing that I clearly should not do, I'll have to become versed in the art of obstructive and destructive blocking.
Butts low, right? Because you're ready, because you might fall over. Here we go. I'm coming around. I'm
Kimberly
gonna
Webster
surface area on you.
said,
fall.
LOL,
Perfect,
that's
that
funny
was
and fitting.
Perfect. That's just what roller derby looks like. Lots of falling.
Huh, I didn't realize everybody falls all the time.
When I told you I was gonna fall today, I meant like I'm gonna fall many times today.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna do it to you one more time.
Yep.
99% of the time, helmets are a nuisance. 1% of the time, they keep you alive.
I am so tired of falling on my back.
Getting out alive has now become my prime directive. But still, these women are here because they love it. That's undeniable.
How long you been at this, Dirty Birdie?
I've been playing roller derby since I was 12. Pretty
You
much.
love it?
Yeah,
Right?
There's a lot of camaraderie. I never really got along with other girls before. This was the first place that I ever did.
How long did it take you to feel confident before you got on this thing?
Oh, maybe like 6 months.
6 months.
Part of it is like your mind knows what you want to do, and it's so frustrating when your body is not cooperating.
That is very much what I'm experiencing right now.
If I thought for a moment that I had a prayer of surviving a single loop, I'd be out there in a second. Honest. But in the words of King Lear, I smell of mortality.
Look, I'm gonna die up there.
I told you we've never had a fatality.
I'm telling you, I saw it.
You're gonna be the first.
I saw the bright light at the end of a tunnel, and the tunnel was shaped like a roller rink with a hill on it.
Are you just telling me that you're done for today?
I'm not saying I'm done. I'm gonna stay here. I want to watch.
Leave your gear on.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And if we get into the moment and you're like, you know what, coach?
Yeah.
Put me out there for
Put me
one.
in. Put me
I
in
think
for
I
one.
can do it for
Right.
one.
Probably not gonna
and
happen.
I'll be right there next to you. And
That
we'll
sounds
do it,
great.
okay?
No, right, good. No, yes.
And
Yes, let's do
if
that.
nothing else, you're gonna be with your team. team.
Right.
A spirited roller derby match is underway at an undisclosed location between the blue-shirted San Diego Derby Dolls and the black-shirted San Diego Derby Dolls.
It's a freaking pile-up.
Right now, I'm happily warming the bench for the Blues.
Okay, when she comes around, she's gonna get 1 point for every turquoise player she passes. Does that look kind of brutal?
You have got to be kidding me. Oh! Look at him. Look at her, this one. Oh, unbelievable.
The more I watch, the more certain I become that some sort of calamity would absolutely, positively result in any attempt on my part to circumnavigate this track. I shall remain benched.
Our jammer is smoking. There it is, there it is. Oh! Woo! Wow, wow. That was unbelievable. Although I saw you at the end do a nice little,
That was
no, it's a little tourchette. It was nice, a little pirouette. And in fact, let's play that back in slow motion right now just to embarrass her.
Sir_Dialots said, got my grilled cheese almost done.
That was just really fun to watch. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, nice.
My team is awesome. And as a good team player, I'm committed to doing my part to ensure victory by staying out of the way. But maybe,
Walk
in
underscore
the
about
spirit of
420.
Newt Rockney, I can
Said,
keep their spirits high
damn she about
with a rousing
hated heart.
halftime speech.
Ladies, if I could, let me just say, based on what I've seen, clearly what we have here is a team effort, and yet, I would challenge all of you to find the thing that makes you special and makes you connected, not just to who you are or who you think you are, but to that person who's skating next to you, that person who's blocking for you, that person who has your back or your front or your side, or really any part of your body. That's not important. The important thing is the nexus of individuality and team effort, coming together in what could only be called metaphorically a happy collision of the sweaty X chromosome. Who is with me?
Micro definitely has the gift of gab.
Now let's get
He
out
can
there and
talk
hurt
some
somebody.
shit.
Such a fine line between admiration and fear.
I've been playing for almost 10 years, and I get freaked out every time I go out still. I'm still, like, kind of terrified.
You should be. You're in. We'll be watching. That's Ringer.
All right, then crack.
Going in as the jammer. Who's the toughest woman here?
Ringer.
Ringer? She hardcore?
Kimberly Webster said, well, he's a hell of a pep talker, LOL.
Look at her. Yeah, he is. Here she comes.
Oh, I've heard some of his motivational speeches and convincing speeches. These are really good.
There she goes. Look at her. There goes Ringer. Isabel Ringer. Yes, yes. Look at Ringer knocking people all over the place. Man, she's so violent. Oh, that's going to hurt. That's it, Ringer. Yes, yes.
For Ringer, roller derby was more than a way to channel her inner gladiator. This curved bank was a straight shot to running a small business.
I mean, I thought I was just doing this, and here it is like 10 years later, and I own the company, and I...
Is this
I
your
run it.
full-time job?
Yeah.
Are you making a living?
Yeah.
You paying the bills?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, what's the 30-second commercial for the Derby Dolls? Take it.
I mean, most people come here, they think they're coming to play roller derby, and they are. But if they stick around, you get so much more out of it. All of a sudden you realize, like, God, I didn't have like a spark or a passion, and this is something I can just get so excited about. Even if I'm only here a few nights a week, it's a few nights a week that I feel powerful, and I do something that's scary and hard, and I keep doing something that's scary and
Even
hard.
if it's humiliating from time to time.
It's humiliating for all of us, on and off all the time, and we
It's
still keep
important
doing
to
it.
try.
That's right. So if you're in San Diego, you can come down here, come skate with us. If you're in almost any city in the world, you can look up your local roller derby team and see what they're doing over
I
there.
said 30 seconds.
I could go for like 2 more hours.
Great.
All right, let's get real geeky.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Jay's 2 cents here. You need to bear with me on
computer
this one
stuff.
here. I got a little bit of a ranting, sort of a I don't know, monologue, if you will, open letter to the PC industry. And by industry, I'm talking about the manufacturers and all the AIBs and AICs and stuff. Because I'll be honest, I'm just getting a little tired of this stuff.
The Kraken Series AIOs from NZXT come in many shapes and sizes to fit your CPU needs. The Kraken Elite Series RGB coolers feature a 2.36-inch 640 by 640 customizable LCD screen, showing system info or custom images and GIFs for a custom look. F-Series RGB fans and a single breakout cable for simplified installation. If low-key is more your thing, the Kraken Elite Series also comes in a black non-RGB
Kimberly
edition
Webster
while retaining the amazing pump
said,
screen. To see the full lineup
"Yay,
of new
tech
Kraken
stuff."
Elite and non-Elite coolers from NZXT, follow the link in the description below.
All right, so there's a few things I want to talk about
like I
here
said, I can
because
geek out on a
I'm
lot
going to
of
start
stuff.
off with saying I absolutely positively despise the term influencer. It's not, I'm going to be honest, influencer is not something influencers name themselves. An influencer is a term that came about because of marketing agencies. Marketing agencies view anyone with a viewership or an audience watching as influencers. Like, hey, we can use them to influence buying decisions and stuff. Now that's sort of true on what a lot of us do. Like, I can't speak for everyone. I can speak for, I can say that other influencers I've talked to hate the term. And although we do try to have an impact on buying decisions, we try to make sure that we give people smart ones. Now, of course, I've made some mistakes in the past, and so have other influencers. We don't always get it right, but I can tell you right now, the purpose of buying decisions and influence has nothing to do with lining the pockets of the industry agencies and the marketing agencies and the brands themselves. It's about trying to determine whether or not something's worth the cost and give you guys information to make your own decisions on. So that's a term that has just been completely bastardized over the duration that it's become a thing.
Kimberly
I feel
Webster
like the marketing
said,
agencies
"Did
look
you
at
hear that Jimmy
influencer,
Book is
and
trying
really
their
we could
hand at
replace that
gaming
term
laptops?
with manipulator, because that's
LOL.
honestly how they see it. So I just want to put that out there first of all, that I absolutely positively hate that term. So I'm going to flip the script today, and I'm going to use my influence to maybe keep you guys from making really bad decisions and seeing through the bullshit that a lot of these marketing agencies that
They'll have to pump up their
represent
specs a
a
little
lot of
bit.
these brands are trying to throw your way. They're trying to get you to drink the Kool-Aid. And you know, I did a little bit of research today on sort of pricing trends over the years, because the thing I'm noticing, and the reason why I'm making this video, is the audience is just so turned off right now at the idea of building a computer or upgrading their computer or getting into PC gaming. Rightfully so. Prices are out of control. Game quality is just, I wish that was in control, but it's not. The game quality is terrible. We've all been groomed to accept crappy products. We've been groomed to accept crappy launches of games. We've been groomed to just accept it is what it is and it will be fixed later. And what that does is it puts all of the control and all of the power in the hands of the manufacturer or the game developer. And in my opinion, that's wrong. That is not the way that this is supposed to be. It's like, if there's one thing the COVID shortages taught us, it's people became excited at the opportunity to buy something. Were you someone that signed up for a raffle or lottery raffle to be able to buy something? Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you felt blessed for the opportunity to overpay for something? Well, that's where we've ended up. And I think the other thing I want to address here is a lot of these brands they understand we know our audience, and they'll ask me questions like, how do we get people interested in computers again? How do we get people interested? How do we get people interested? Well, I think a lot of the problems is many of these industry brands don't understand you created the disinterest. You did it.
Exactly.
And now you're asking us to help you undo it. So let's go ahead and start with like motherboards. And I'm going to start with motherboards because of the fact that motherboards are a serious indicator at where pricing has gone completely off. Now, when I'm going to show you some charts here coming up in a little bit, not for motherboard pricing, but for GPU pricing and CPU pricing and the trend.
Here, for just a second. Chromebooks are good for what they were meant for. Chromebooks were meant to be just a larger cell phone. You know, you can watch YouTube. You can check your Facebook. You can check TikTok. It wasn't meant to be like a laptop work device. And that it does that very well. And inexpensively. Well, somewhat. But I'd really be interested to see Chromebook come out with a fully fledged gaming laptop. I don't know how they're going to do it on Android. Because most games are based for Windows or Linux, and most of them don't do Linux very well. But it'd be interesting to see.
Over the last 12 years, going back to 2011. If you go back to 2011, 2012, 2013, and you talk about building a computer, a high-end motherboard, like a full-featured motherboard that does not leave a bunch of features missing or stripped off the board to keep it, cheaper. Like it was a full feature, all the bells and whistles motherboard was like $250, maybe $300. Like a $300 motherboard back then was just like, wow, you spent a lot on a motherboard. Because you could get serious, well-performing, non-lower tiered chipset motherboards for $89, $99. $125 is where it started to look like, okay, we're paying a little more for a motherboard. 200 plus was like, wow, you're really going all out on a motherboard. Now, if we look at motherboard pricing, it's kind of ridiculous. And let me explain. These brands, and I'm putting everyone in the same boat here. Like all of the brands are responsible for making this same mistake. And that is only marketing your flagship models. So what you start to do is you start to put a serious undertone in the industry of saying, this is what it costs. Now, that's not what it costs. That's the most you could spend is looking at buying some sort of an elite motherboard or a formula motherboard or whatever brand's top tier is gonna be. Yeah, you can spend $7, $8, $9, $1,000 on a motherboard. No problem. But the diminishing return on that and the amount of Kool-Aid you have to drink to really think that that is necessary is just, it's insane. Because today, in 2023, a $200 motherboard is like an entry point. Like $200, which used to be the high end, is now like, oh, now you're starting to get a couple of the features maybe that, have been stripped away from any board under that price point. It's ridiculous. So what I've got right here is a Newegg motherboards available in stock today at a max price of $150, which again, not that long ago was considered a solid mid to upper range motherboard, giving you all the feature sets that you would need. And you know what the sad part is on this? If we talk about anything current, like Intel's LGA 1700, you're not gonna get anything above a B660M. I mean, we're not even talking about when we were talking about like Z67, Z87 and all that, you were able to buy the overclocking top tier chipset for the $200 or below price point. But now we're talking B series motherboards, B660. Here's another B660M Asus Prime for $148. And the problem is, even when you look at like AMD stuff, and this is probably because of how it's more expensive right now to manufacture AM5 motherboards for AMD because they just switched to the LGA or the land grid array pinout, for the CPUs and no longer have it being on the CPU. It's on the motherboard now, the pins. There are only AM4 motherboards available for this price range of $150. And there are like B450s. There's another AMD A520 for an A520 for $144. That is like the bottom spec period to get into AM4's latest chipset for AM4, not AM5 obviously. An A520 for $144. Ridiculous. An H510 LGA 1200 for $141. H510 has no overclocking, like there's no bells and whistles. You might have two fan headers. You probably have no RGB headers. You probably have one, maybe two M.2s. You might have 3 SATAs. There's not even a cooling solution on the VRM. Brands, this is why people are losing interest in computers, because you are literally pricing out the buyer. You were going after whales and whales only, and guess what? There's not enough whales in the world to keep your industry afloat when you price out the main buying demographic. Now, when we'll talk about inflation and stuff here, cost of materials is definitely more expensive, but it's not 50% more expensive for the cost of materials, depending on the material we're talking about here. But if we look at like graphics cards today, and this is where things really start to look gross. Right now I went on to Newegg, this is as of filming this video, and I searched for graphics cards in stock under $300. We're looking at more 3060s, 4060, which we already know how terrible of a deal a 4060 is. 7600 black gaming for $269, 6650 XT for $249. 7600 8 gig for $269. So I took some time to go and really just research what was the cost, like what was the launch price of various graphics cards, and I charted it. So I charted it over from 2011 to 2023, what the launch price of particular graphics cards were. So if we look at this chart that I've created, and this is the scary part, you look at this chart, you're gonna see this massive spike, and that was 20 series, where that big old spike was. And then you'll see it get even higher, and that's the 30 series when they started the 90 and the 90 Ti and the 80 Ti for the 30 series. A lot of these prices shocked me at what they used to be, because I think we've been so groomed to accept higher prices as the norm until you go back and really look at what has been intentionally happening with pricing. And I'm using NVIDIA as the model here because, let's face it, we already know that AMD has been trailing NVIDIA, and AMD has also been, unfortunately, not innocent in following the NVIDIA pricing model of, hey, we can charge more. We'll charge less than NVIDIA, but we can charge way more than we have been. So unfortunately, AMD followed suit with that. But the GTX 680 was $549 at launch. And we'll talk about inflation in a minute, so hold up. Before you're even typing like, yeah, but inflation, it's gonna be eye-opening here. $549 US was the launch price of a 680. $649 for a 780. Now what you're gonna notice, up until 20 series, $549 to $649 is where stuff kind of traded. And what you'll notice is like, so $549 for the 680, $649 for the 780. That's a $100 improvement. Then the 780 Ti was $699. However, the 980, which was arguably faster than a 780 Ti, not by a lot, but it was faster, was $549. $150 cheaper than the outgoing 780 Ti. So the 980 Ti came in at $649, which is $50 cheaper still than the launch price of the 780 Ti. So this was like the golden era of graphics cards. Like the 700 series and the 900 series, these were really powerful, although the 700 series was hot, but these were really powerful graphics cards that kept price parity with each other. You know, they just sort of slotted the old stuff, the new stuff within the old stuff, and gave you more for the same price, or less in this instance. The 1080, the Pascal, which was arguably the most golden era of graphics cards, period. The 1080 launched at a price of $599 in 2016. $599. The 1080 was such a performance leap beyond the 980 Ti, and it was $50 cheaper. Now this is where things started to really go off the rails though, because that was when NVIDIA introduced the Founders Edition pricing, where Founders Edition card was a $100 price premium above the MSRP of the card, because NVIDIA got into the business of selling cards direct to consumer, bypassing the AIBs or the AICs. Add-in board or add-in card, they're the two acronyms that are always used if you're wondering why we switch back and forth. But bypassing their own partners and selling direct at a $100 price premium. So the The $599 price point did exist with some very basic, like blower style coolers, plastic shrouds, just super basic cards, because none of the AIBs believed their designs were MSRP or reference worthy. They were all custom, so they followed the pricing of $699 or up. So that was where this artificial paper price sort of kind of existed, but realistically it was $799, not $699, not $799. 1080 Ti came out, $699. That was later that year, the same year. $699 with a founder's price of $100, so additional, so $799. 20 series, you guys all know how that went. 20 series, when RTX and RT cores and Tensor cores and DLSS and all that launched, NVIDIA wanted an absolute premium for it. We're talking $700 or $699 for a 2080. Now that was reference MSRP price, $100 more for the founders, or the 2080 Ti at $999 with a $200 Founders Edition price. Ironically, if you guys remember, that Founders Edition cooler, NVIDIA's first time doing an axial fan instead of a blower style, was absolutely terrible. Some of the worst airflow ever in an axial cooler. It performed horribly in terms of temps. A $200 price premium on the Founder. So what did that do? That meant everyone else was going to follow suit at that $1199 or higher. That's where the first big spike was on the chart. Well, 30 series came around, $699 for the 3080. That's why the 3080 was supposed to be like amazing. That's where Ampere was supposed to be like absolutely fixing the market. The only people who got 3080s for $699 was the very first round of buyers before they were out of stock, and then scalping and everything went completely off the rails and people were paying up to $2,500 for a 3080. Moving on, they also launched the 3090 at the same time. Now this is the first time we saw a 90 series graphics card designed to be an actual mainstream gaming card, although they tried to market this very much as a poor man's productivity card. It replaced the Titan. You notice there was no Titan cards in here. It replaced the Titan as being part of the GeForce lineup, a true gaming card. As much as they argued with me that the 90 series wasn't for gaming and the Titans weren't for gaming, they absolutely marketed them as such. $1,500 for the 3090. And then don't forget, the 3080 Ti at $1,200, price parity with the 2080 Ti. Oh, look how much more you're getting for the same price, but the grooming, right? To accept higher prices. $649 starts to look like a really good deal, right? And for the previous generation 80
so
Ti
long
cards.
to upgrade my GPU.
The 3090 Ti.
And I bought AMD.
$2,000 price point.
They're just as bad, but
$2,000.
they're
And you know
still
why?
cheaper than
Because at that
NVIDIA.
point, they had already seen the evidence that there was enough people out there willing to pay ridiculously 3x markups on graphic cards that they went, well, let's just launch one at $2,000 and see what happens. Well, guess what? That was when people started to notice, like, this is absolutely ridiculous. They are now wringing out the industry for every dollar that they can, which now, more than a year and a half later, you're really starting to see the effects of the just dishonesty, the intent
Don't buy
to
them and
overprice,
their prices will come down.
and people are pushing back now. 40 series came along. 4080 launched at $1,200, 4090 launched at $1,600. Here's the problem. If you look at the chart, yeah, sure, it was a price reduction technically, even though there's no 4080 Ti. You know NVIDIA was planning a 4080 Ti, but I think they've held off on that because of the fact that there's so much pushback and availability right now that clearly launching more SKUs is probably not a smart move. I believe there was even a 4090 Ti that was rumored that and quote unquote scrapped. A 3090 at $1,500 and a 4090 at $1,600. Oh, it's only $100 more, but look how much faster it is. Realistically, it was compared to the 3090 Ti at $2,000, so it looks like $400 cheaper for way more performance. Looking at the chart, you can see now that drop back down of pricing is not in reality at all. Well, what happens when you talk about inflation? Here is how the prices look adjusted for inflation. Now, adjusting for inflation in today's dollars for back then is obviously going to look very skewed because of the fact that 10 year ago dollars was 10 year ago dollars. It was not affected by today's inflation. So if you were to, take a look at the pricing for current inflation, you can see things were up a couple $100, couple $100. Clearly accounting for inflation for 12 years ago.
Way above inflation.
at a couple $100 is still far below the pacing of where current pricing is at today's dollars. Let's talk about 70 series for a second here, because 70 series is where most people don't shop 80 Ti, or 90 cards. 70 series is where most people started to consider like, hey, this is a high-end card, it can do everything I want it to do, and it's cheaper. So 1070, this is what blew my mind. The Pascal 1070 was a very, very solid card. The 970, that was when NVIDIA really screwed up, and that was with the whole 4 gigs, was actually 3.5 gigs, and it was poorly marketed. And 1070, I even asked the team, I was like, how much do you guys think the 1070 was when it launched? People were like, I don't know, $499, $500? It was $380. You know, how much is a 4070 today? $700. So, you talk about grooming, right? The 2070 was actually $499. So that's $120 up from the 1070, and that was MSRP. You add founders, it's another $100. That's now $220 markup from one gen to the next. CPUs actually are not as bad as I expected them to be. From the 2700K, which was the Intel gaming i5, no, actually it was i7 because it was second gen. i7, that's what 2700 was, and then the 2500K was the 4-core. 2700K was $340 in 2011, and the 70K, or like they call it either 70 or 770K, whatever, stayed around that price point, $350 for from second gen to ninth gen. That's actually not bad. That's, of course, Intel wasn't really expanding the core counts and stuff very much. They clearly were behind AMD during all of that, so they had to stay price competitive. But 2700K was $340, 3770 was $342, 4770 was $350, 6700K was $350, 7700K was $339, 8700K was $359, 9700K was $374, but that's also where they introduced the i9 lineup for the mainstream CPUs. And then anything i9 was usually $100 to $150 more. So 9900K was $488, 10900K was $600, 11900K was $539, 12900K was $650, and that's where they really tried to really push the price, but they had to reduce it prior to 13th gen, and 13th gen came like only months after 12th gen. They reduced the price down to like $549, and then 12th gen right now, 13900K is $589. But you look at the chart, it actually stays pretty level. And the only time you see these spikes now on the chart, that was when the i9s were added. So it's actually not that bad on CPU. I mean, if you stay with the 700K models, like the 11700K was $399, so we are talking about a $50 bump 10 years later, which isn't that bad. You account for inflation, and we put the inflation numbers up on here. You can see that it jumped up across the board, but then it gets very close together as we get towards today's pricing, which shows that it's still, accounting for inflation, was actually pretty level. The pricing wasn't as bad as I expected it to be with inflation accounted. It's just as core count went up, so did cost. I have some advice for both the industry, and I have some advice for the buyer. First of all, the industry needs to stop hyperbolizing on top tier product. There is not enough marketing around affordability. There is not enough marketing around entry-level price points, quality at entry-level price points, getting people into the genre. There's so many people out there that I have seen in our videos over the last year say, screw it, I'm just getting a PS5. Or screw it, I'm just getting a console. Or I'm getting even a handheld these days. If you'd stop only, because the problem is all these brands are competing for the top dog position. It's like bragging about how expensive you are. But if you want consumer trust and you want consumers to believe in your product and that they can afford the product, advertise your affordable products. You'd be surprised how many consumers don't go out there and do research on lower end products or lower end tiers. They see the ads and they see the product that gets sent to influencers and they always want to send their best products. And we've pushed back a lot saying, stop sending us your super expensive motherboards. Send us your mid-tier, send us your entry level, send us your realistic products. We've said this for years, but they want to look great against the competitor. I can tell you right now, you spend $800 on a motherboard, you've overpaid by about $500 on things you will look nice in a case. And guess what? Once it's in there and it's on and you're doing your thing, you're not going to look at it that much. And you have It's not going to even grow with you because manufacturers, especially Intel, doesn't give you more than maybe 2 generations worth of compatibility. So you're buying a new motherboard anyway if you upgrade the system in more than 1 generation's passed. AMD's giving you some more core support in terms of the socket being relevant, all of AM4, and then AM5 is going to do the same thing. But now there's rumors that AM5 may not even last past next year. Because as you add pins, you have to change the socket. And now if they're LGA, they're going to fall in the same trap Intel pulled. Do you remember 1150 versus 1151? 1 pin change forcing an entire motherboard socket change? This stuff's on purpose. I have a little bit of advice for NVIDIA. Break GeForce off into its own company. Get GeForce out from under Jensen. Jensen's true passion right now is AI. And that is not gaming graphics cards. Sure, the technology trickles down to mainstream consumerism. But the way the company is being run, I think there is so much distrust amongst the brand and the consumer right now that one of the only ways and I'm sure sales figures don't support what I'm saying, but I'm telling you right now in terms of long-term brand trust, because you guys may not want to admit this, but NVIDIA is on very rocky ground with the consumer. They make a great product, but it's overpriced, and it's just, they followed the Apple moniker too much of, AMD. You don't know what we want or what you want, we know what you want, we'll tell you what you want, and you're gonna pay for it. That's exactly how NVIDIA operates, and it's disgusting. Break GeForce off into its own company. Let it have true gamer leadership.
So
buy a gaming staff that understands how to run a gaming business,
doing it for years.
And let true innovation, let affordability, and let passion really show. Because I think if you ask just about any consumer today, is NVIDIA passionate for gamers? Even though NVIDIA tries to put that in all their marketing, I bet you would hear a resounding no from anyone that you ask. That's because it's so obvious that NVIDIA is more interested in selling 700% marked up 100 series AI generating GPUs and $70,000 a pop than giving 2 shits about the gaming industry. And I feel like GeForce needs to be its own brand. You know how AMD absorbed Radeon and bought Radeon and absorbed it into AMD?
The money to build a new
I feel like
I'm
it
going
needs to be the
AMD.
opposite for both these brands. I feel like Radeon should be its own brand, again, like how when it used to be ATI, ATI Technologies. And
AMD
GeForce
still isn't as good. The top
let it be under the umbrella of NVIDIA so it has NVIDIA money.
Intel.
Let it operate in a true gaming passion.
Dollar per value is a lot better with AMD.
Last but not least, the consumer. The consumer is not innocent in all of this. There are deals out there. There are, ways to spend anywhere between $800 to $1,200 on a PC
function, and
and
that's just simply not the
absolutely
case.
decimate
Sir_dialogues
anything you could have gotten for $1,200 10 years ago.
But it's
obviously.
more
So you are
affordable
getting
and can
more
get a
performance
better
per
com.
dollar, even at the low-end product tier lineup, than you could ever get in the past. Moore's Law is still very much in effect. And we have very fast, very good components that exist in a very affordable price point. But you've let the marketing get to you to the point to where you don't believe it's affordable. Now, yes, inflation obviously has affected more than just this stuff. And if you find yourself in a position where you're like, I clearly can't buy a PC because I've got rent to pay, yeah, that's obviously priorities are priorities for a reason.
Sir_dialogues.
But if you're just jaded and you're tired of hearing the marketing and all that, and you're just sort of like out of spite, saying screw it, I think you owe it to yourself to at least do a double take and make sure that you truly can't afford it, because things are
now, so that's
there are affordable options. There is stuff with price parity and where we're used to seeing it. It's just you gotta ignore all of the bullshit marketing you're gonna see and don't drink any of these brands' Kool-Aid. I'm passionate about this. And when I read the comments and I empathize entirely with what people are going through and saying.
You're right, Joe. That's why I go
because
top
I
down.
want nothing more than
I don't plan on
everyone to
rebuilding
share.
this fucker
Like I have
for
a
another
few
5 years.
major
Well, this
passions
one I
in my
am
life:
now, but-
cars, computers and tech
Probably
in my
sometime
family.
next
I'm not
year.
sharing my family with you guys, and I'm not sharing my
But
cars
I'm
with
not
you guys.
gonna go
But computers, I
7,000
want everyone
series.
to
I'm
be
gonna go
involved
5
in this.
5,000
The
series.
computers are, I can't tell you how many people have written me saying they were in dark places in their life and they found passions in computers and building them and tinkering with them and overclocking them and playing games, and it may sound so cliche, but it literally changes their lives, and you may be missing out on that if you're not even giving it a chance because of all the bullshit
Now, a lot of
that has been
streamers
created
have
in the
real
industry
pretty
by the
rigs.
brands themselves.
Because like me.
That's why I say the brands created this mess, and now they're sitting there scratching their head going, what
I
happened?
think so as well.
Anyway, that's it, guys. I just wanted to get that off my chest. I'll feel better
like
for a couple of
RGB.
weeks, and then I'll probably make the
You
same
don't-
video again next year. or
RGB
something.
does not make
All right,
your
guys. Thanks for
computer run any
watching.
faster.
We'll see you in the next one.
Actually, RGB can slow your computer down a little bit. Just a hair. You'll never notice the difference. But it does look pretty. But after the first couple of months, you quit looking at it. I don't even look at it anymore. I'll notice it in my videos because it's in the background behind me. But, you know, you don't have to have all this stuff. Oh, and I knocked my... That's what that was. I knocked my crystal over. Oh, and I just fucking... This is all play parties. Damn it. And actually, these cubes used to be inside my computer, but they were blocking airflow.
Sir_Dialots
Why do you keep
said,
turning off?
I run an Intel i7-9700F with a GTX 1660 and I
that's
got
a
it
good
about
chip.
5 years ago.
There you go. 1660 is still pretty good. That's what JD's running in his computer. And it's a good one. But JD doesn't... Will you stop turning off? Oh, well, fuck it. JD doesn't need a high-end computer to do what he's doing. He's not gaming. And the games he does play are simple games. Honestly, you could run them on a potato. And I'll say it, and he might get a little mad if he hears this. His computer's capable of putting out much more than he is. His production quality, he spends all that time on all these overlays and all, which look great, and he's running at, what did he finally turn it up to? Do I even have him open? I don't.
Kimberly
goddamn,
Webster
I don't even have JD open.
Said,
I didn't reopen him after.
now
we,
see, obviously I feel like a dork when I stream from my phone, but TBH it works for me.
Yeah. Go for it. It just depends on what you're doing. Ah, shit. This is how I find JD now. I have a bookmark for Rip Redneck's mod view, but since I'm not a mod, I can't get into it. Come on, click, go. He's running at 720p. His computer is more than his computer's capable of doing 1440. But then fucking Twitch argues. He thinks that if he puts it out in too high quality, it makes it harder for y'all. And actually it doesn't. Twitch will downgrade it depending on your device. YouTube's the same way. You go watch a YouTube video, you can click the little cogwheel, and it shows all the quality levels. You know, if you're on a phone, 360 or 720 is fine, because you're not going to notice that much on a small screen. Now me, yeah, I watch it 4K because I have a 4K monitor. And even though, like over on YouTube, you're watching this at 1440p, on Twitch and Kick, you're watching it at 1080.
Sir_Dialots
You're not going to see much of a difference.
said, nope, the website fixes everything. I'm not sure what mine is, but
Hey, what's
haven't
going on,
delved
everyone?
that
Jay's
deep.
2 cents here. You need to bear with me on this one here. I got a little bit of a
Just for shits and
ranting,
giggles,
sort of
that's
a
4K right
I don't
there.
know, monologue, if you
And
will,
he's got
open letter
something
to the
funny going
PC
on
industry. And by
that
industry, I'm
it
talking
doesn't
about
really
the
look right.
manufacturers and
But
all the
anyway, let
AIBs,
me
and
downgrade
PICs
to
and stuff,
1080p.
because I'll be honest, I'm just getting a little
And y'all
tired of
probably
this
didn't even
stuff.
notice, did you?
The Kraken series AIOs from
But
NZXT
it
come
all
in many
depends on
shapes
your
and sizes
device.
to fit your CPU needs.
Now, I
The
can
Kraken
see a
Elite
difference
series
on my computer,
RGB
especially
coolers
if I go
feature a
down to
2.36-inch 640 by
Well, no, not with that
640
video.
customizable LCD screen
Sir_Dialots
showing system info
said,
or custom images and
very
GIFs for a
little
custom
difference.
look. F-series RGB fans and a single
Right.
breakout cable for simplified installation. If low key is more your
But
thing,
for
the
me to
Kraken
watch
Elite series also comes in a
720p
black
on
non-RGB
my
edition
computer,
while retaining the amazing pump screen.
I think it
To
looks
see the
like
full
shit.
lineup of new Kraken Elite and non-Elite coolers
not
from
like
NZXT,
shit, it just
follow the
looks
link
rougher.
in the description below.
All right,
I'd
so there's a few
rather
things I want to
put
talk
out
about here
high,
because I'm going to
it's
start off
easier
with
to
saying
scale
I
back
absolutely
down
positively
than it is to try to
despise the
scale it
term
up.
influencer. It's not,
Which I
I'm going to be
think
honest,
that's what he's doing
influencer is
here.
not something
I think this
influencers
is
name
1080p.
themselves.
and he
Influencer is a term that came
upscaled to
about because
4K,
of
'cause
marketing
the 4K does
agencies.
not
Marketing agencies view anyone with a viewership or an audience watching as influencers. Like, hey, we can use them to influence.
All right, my buddy Shub's here. He's got a small channel. He's he's up to 862. Good deal, Shubs. He only broadcasts.
Now we got the opposite side of deaf.
I think
the
it's
truly
1080p.
deaf part of
Yeah,
deaf.
1080p. But I also don't know what the specs of his computer is. I don't know what his internet speed is. I mean,
Set up into port. See if we can get a stronghold card, maybe. This is active combat.
yeah, because he's running 1080p, and he's only putting out
It's a
about
lot more
70
interesting.
FPS there. Oh, and his latency.
Might make regaining a little
God,
bit easier though.
44. That's the first time I've noticed that.
The shadows.
Now mine at 4K.
Sir
My
underscore
4K didn't look
dialogues.
that good, really.
Said,
It looked better, but
checked mine, it's 1080.
1080. You what? Oh, you have a 1080. There you go. I have a 1080 Ti in my server. It's the same card I've been running. I bought it brand new.
Sir underscore dialots.
Well, I actually bought
Said,
two of them.
No, the broadcast
Where are all
out.
the chests?
Kimberly
Oh,
Webster
1080.
said, the graphics are amazing though. That was the first thing I
No
noticed.
chests around here.
Yeah. And like I said, now if you're watching on Twitch, you're not going to see a difference because my
You got
Twitch
on the
is only
boat?
putting out at 1080. Yeah, 1080p swords. Same on Kick. I can stream at 1440p on Twitch, but Twitch's NGS servers can't handle it. That's why it gives me errors on their end. Shit, my computer's capable of streaming at 4K. Just nobody can handle it, and it's a little overboard. That's why I turned my shit down to 1440p. And we'll go look at one of my videos.
Completing contracts will earn you cash to use it by.
We won't look at the lives. I guess past live streams because they were streamed at 1440p. Get it started. Full screen it. Okay, that's at 1440p. When's my Mahjong night again? And that's closer to what I see on my computer. I'm playing at 4K. Well, actually, lately I've downgraded to 1440p and cranked my settings up higher. I know she's just looking out for you, but damn. Hold on. I'm guessing he's going to go straight and then turn right. But especially in World of Warships, I think, damn, that fucking looks nice. I just don't want to get out. And YouTube just downgraded. Why? To 720.
Mode
oh, come on. I pay for premium. I don't know.
Kimberly
I watch
Webster
my shit in high res.
said,
Hello, motherfucker.
love that song.
Oh, tired of losing? I do, Sal. In fact, we'll take a break from our video watching. I'm going to try to get some hits on that carrier. I do have this bookmark.
Sir
Now, look at all
underscore
these bookmarks
dialots
I've got.
said, that and most people only have HD monitors, not the 2 and 4K videos.
Right. Right, most people don't. Hell, my 4K monitors aren't even HDR. I mean, they're friggin' 6 years old. 6, 7.
Kimberly Webster said,
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
of the bullshit. Yeah, I'm talking to you, the man in the mirror. Now you goddamn excuses. You ain't never gonna make it.
I got way too loud, sorry. Blowing my headphones
Wishing
out.
on someone else's style. You only get what you put in, and I'm tired of losing. Your mama always said, son, give it your all. You do your best, man, I miss those talks. But there's a darkness behind these walls, and they're caving in. Yeah, my demons are ruthless. Yeah, they all know the truth is I can't fucking breathe, they're bearing down on me, and those prayers are useless. I'm so tired of losing. Yeah, I'm tired of the bullshit. Hey, I'm talking to you, the man in the mirror. Now you goddamn excuses. You ain't never gonna make it far. Wishing on someone else's style.
And I love the old TV.
You only get what you put in, and I'm tired of losing.
Kimberly Webster said, such a powerful song.
Yes, it is. I love all his music, but this is the first song that really fucking had a punch to it.
Every time I leave this place, the only hell I see is the one I made for me. It's my only escape. And darling, can't you tell by now, there ain't no refunds when you...
And for YouTube, yes, I do have permission to use this man's music directly from him. Fight.
It only costs my soul, but now the whole world knows to just listen to the music. Cause I'm tired of losing.
Kimberly Webster said, oh, I love his music too.
I'm talking to you, the man in the mirror. Now you goddamn excuses. You ain't never gonna make it far. Wishing on someone else's style. You only get what you put in, and I'm tired of losing.
I can't hit that. Got about 4 or 5 more songs coming out. Don't know when. Probably not till after the first year. This is his first one with the music. Let me go over to YouTube Studio. They don't like you playing music on lives. Let's see if I've got a warning or not yet. Oh, nope, I don't want that. Wait a minute. Let's go. Go live. All right, no restrictions so far. Good deal. Up, up. Up, heads up. We've detected video in your stream belonging to somebody else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. Yeah, they've actually shut me down before for playing music live. That's why I don't, other than Taint's
Kimberly
music, I don't play
Webster
any other music.
said,
Or try not to.
I introduced Ryan to Taint with a beer won't bitch LOL.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Stream health. Sorry, I'm looking at my YouTube stats right now. Good deal. Excellent. Oh wow, you're kidding me. YouTube's actually suggesting that I turn down my bit rate. Oh, I hate to do this midstream. It is one of the things you can change. But I'm way above the recommended. It's saying a recommended of
Kimberly Webster
9,500 and
said,
I'm running 30,000.
You're good.
Well, I'm gonna try to lower it. I'll lower it down to 10,000. Although OBS does not like switching gears. Go back to my stream. And I really can't see any difference. Oh, wait a minute.
Katie Acott 1313 said,
I'm seeing a video of a
got
video.
that cheese money
That's
yet?
weird. Inception. Yes, I've actually made some money tonight, and I really appreciate it. Or last night and today. Let's see. I will go back and look. Figure out exactly how much. Why did I get a Steam notification? Oh, fucking something on my wish list. It's for my nephew anyway. I've made about $200 in direct donos. And let's actually look at my Twitch dashboard. Let's actually go over to my Twitch dashboard, analytics, earnings. Looks like last night I made about $17, then about $28 after midnight. So that's what? About $45. So about
Katie Acott 1313
$245 roughly.
said, nice, you can upgrade to the Walmart cheese.
Yeah, I bought all dollar store brand when I went shopping the other day. Let's see, what's September looking like so far? Total $84 so far on Twitch this month, which is higher than normal. Lately, I've been just barely making payout by the end of the month. Been making about 55, 60 bucks a month, which is rough. But with September coming on, my power bill is going to be lower. My water bill is going to be lower. Grocery bills keep going up, though. And I just got to hang in there till Christmas. Christmas, I'll get my stock check, which will be a little less than $5,000. And hopefully that'll tide me over until Social Security decides what the fuck they're going to do.
Sir_Dialots said. Yeah, tell me about it. $20 for cheese bread and ice cream.
Yeah. Oh, I spent $55 at the dollar store and only had 5 bags. And one bag was nothing but a jug of tea. I didn't even buy any real food because I've still got some real food. I bought a couple bags of chips, 4 blocks of cheese, 5 cans of cat food. I bought a fresh jar of mayonnaise and spicy brown mustard. And this is all friggin' dollar store brand shit too. I didn't buy Kraft and all that kind of crap. What else did I get? I haven't even bought cigarettes yet. I haven't bought cigarettes for the second half of the month yet. But this is going to help. Right now, I'll break even by the end of the month. I'm sorry, not
Katie Acott 1313 said, I roll my own cigarettes.
I did that for a while, but the tobacco, the cheaper tobacco is just really rough on me. Even with the ultralight tubes and stuff like that, I can't handle it, and I don't like the taste of it.
Katie Acott 1313
Marlboros for a while,
said,
NXTs.
And I do a majority of my shopping at Dollar Tree.
Yep. Oh, I do a lot of shopping. Usually it's either the dollar store, since my dollar store has a grocery store in it now, or with Dollar Store Market, whatever they're calling it. And Piggly Wiggly, which if you're down south, you know what a Piggly Wiggly is. It's a mid-range.
Sir underscore
dollar store cheap, but
said,
it's a little bit higher.
Without having to go to town, I only have Kroger available.
Yeah. Now, twice lately, I have gone to Walmart, mainly because it was easier. Because on Walmart, I can do it with Dollar Store too. I can go online, do all my shopping, put it in my cart, and pay for it, and then I set a pickup time, and I drive to Walmart, park in one of their pickup slots, get on my app, tell them what spot I'm in and what color my car is, and they come out and they load up your car for you for nothing. So I've been doing that. Because Walmart's just too big for me to get in and walk around. Piggly Wiggly's fine. I have my route. I'm in and out in 10 minutes.
Katie Acott 1313
and still spend $130.
I shopped around for a tube/filters and tobacco.
Yeah. Well, we don't have too many options around here. Without driving an hour, I'm off in an odd place. We have a tobacco store when the dude's fucking open. He's open when he feels like it. And driving a truck, I didn't have time to sit down and roll cigarettes all the time. Now, technically, I do. During the day and afternoons,
Katie Acott 1313
like we are right now,
said,
I could be sitting here making them, but
I used the internet to have them shipped to me.
Yeah, I could probably do that too. I had a rolling machine at one time. I had one of the fancy electric ones. It didn't do so
Kimberly
good.
Webster.
I even bought one of the old manual ones.
Hell, we bought a 10-pound roll of hamburger meat for like $30-something at Walmart yesterday and got stuff we needed and spent I think close to $200 give or take a few.
Yep. And I'm glad it's just me, other than the cats. If I had another significant other living with me, we could not make it on my money. But anyway, it's 3 o'clock, a little after 3 o'clock.
Sir underscore Dialos.
Cheese. You know
said,
it?
I haven't had hamburger meat since last year.
Yeah, I haven't either. Well, last summer, shit. I haven't bought steaks in a couple of years. Most of my meat is sandwich meat.
Katie Acott 1313.
But I knew this
said,
was going to be a rough time.
You'd be starting an OnlyFriends page.
Yeah. But I started buying cheap on purpose because I knew times were going to get bad. I just didn't know it was going to last 2 fucking years. I figured a year at the longest. But no, fucking Social Security took 1.5 years before they even fucking notified me of anything. It's frustrating. And I've lived poor before. It's just with inflation right now. And like I said, normally July and August are our 2 hottest months that I use a lot of power. This year it started in June. It hit me a month early. Now my air conditioners, they still continue to run 24/7, but at least they're getting to the point where they cut themselves off now. And things will get better. And during the winter, this place stays warm in the winter. I literally heat this place with 2 little space heaters. But anyway, I'm gonna jump off here, try to get another little quick nap. Probably about a 2-hour nap, and I'll be back setting up for to play games. Probably won't do another restart since we did one earlier by accident. Fucking Windows wanted to update, and I clicked the wrong button and it shut everything off. It's a good thing I wasn't recording because it would have corrupted the recording. But anyway, we'll pick up where we left off here.
Sir_Dialots
Somewhere
said,
in this video.
all right, gonna update my game so if I get a chance to join.
Which game? Yeah, we'll be playing World of Warships tonight. I'm really glad Pete jumped in with us last night. I fucked up and chewed out Pete playing COD and literally ran him off for like 2 weeks. Or it's probably been longer than that. And it's my fault. And I wanted to apologize to him last night, but I was kind of on stream and, and if we were going to have a discussion, we didn't want it to, I didn't want to have to do it on stream. But
KDACOT1313 said, we have vodka and pina colada.
I can't afford liquor right now. Usually I keep a bottle of Crown in the freezer, but I haven't done that since, last summer?
Sir_Dialots
well, I bought 1 bottle.
said, all right, enjoy your nap and KDACOT, I'm coming to your place.
Last summer I bought a bottle right around the time I did surgery, which was a mistake.
KDACOT1313
my medication on top
said,
of what else they gave me
LOL.
was just too much.
Wow, I'm tired.
But it was fun.
I was supposed to send that to my mom.
Damn, Katie. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna lay down, try to get about a 2-hour nap, and I'll be back.
Sir_Dialots
finish up the night.
said, Ash, you not telling us something?
Telling us something what? I'm lost now. What am I not telling you? Did I say something? See, I haven't even gone 24 hours yet, and I'm already fucking losing my mind. Although I didn't have much to lose to begin with. You're not telling us something. What am I not telling you?
Sir_Dialots said, picking with KDACOT and you with that message. KDACOT1313 said, he's old enough, but definitely not as pretty as my mom.
Who, me? Oh, no, I'm an ugly old guy. Did my stream freeze? No, I was staring at chat. Okay. I'm sorry. That's why I keep my friggin' little window small. Because I'm sorry, I'm ugly. And I can't stand my own voice. That's why I sit here muted. And I can turn my own voice. That's why I sit here muted. Yeah, I can turn it down.
Sir_Dialots said, look a lot better than me. KDACOT1313 said, my mom is 70. LOL.
Oh. I tend to go for the younger girls. And I'm not saying younger. Most of my girlfriends and wives
Sir_Dialots
We're anywhere between 5
My
to 10
mom
years
is
younger than me.
72, almost 73.
Yeah. You know, but like I said, I gave up on dating a long time ago. It's too much hassle, and I finally figured out I wasn't good at it. I have failed at every relationship I've ever been in. It would be it a guy or a girl, you know. And some of my significant others have just been fucking assholes.
Katie Acott
And dickheads and
1313
bitches, but
said, "Go take your nap, old man." LOL.
okay. I'll put the I'll put the cheese videos back on. We've got one's kind of short. Oh shit, I don't think there's enough in here. Oh no, there isn't. Okay, we'll start and let me find some more videos to stick in there.
A wheel of Parmesan cheese can cost over $1,000. The average wheel weighs 88 pounds, which means it costs over $11 per pound. That might not sound like a lot, but it's more than double the price of your average cheddar. A wheel of Parmesan cheese takes at least 1 year to age, 131 gallons of milk to make, and it can only be made in a small area in northern Italy. Parmesan cheese is a big business for Italy. An average of 3.6 million wheels are produced each year, and the industry is worth an eye-popping 2.2 billion euros, that's about 2.5 billion US dollars, making this cheese one of Italy's biggest exports. Every single cheese wheel is made in a restricted area in northern
Actually, I'm gonna
Italy,
put on some proper
in the
people,
region
too,
of Emilia-Romagna.
after
Its
these
Italian
next couple
name, in
videos run
fact,
through.
Parmigiano Reggiano, means from the cities of Parma and Reggio Emilia. So how does this turn into
In today's
this?
episode,
And what makes it so
Oh shit,
special?
sorry.
We went to a dairy in Parma, Italy, to find out. The very first producers of Parmesan cheese were monks over 1,000 years ago. Then, like now, Parmesan wheels were made with only 3 ingredients: cow milk, salt, and rennet. There are only 329 dairies in the whole world that are certified to produce Parmesan cheese, and they are all based in the same area where the monks used to make it. In fact, it isn't even possible to make the exact same product outside of the production area. And why is that? Turns out, it's all about 3 good bacteria that only grow in this specific territory.
Tutta la logica nella filiera di produzione del Parmigiano Reggiano è trasferire questi batteri dall'erba alla forma di conservazione dell'erba, il fieno, dal fieno alla mangiatoia, dalla mangiatoia attraverso le tecniche di allevamento degli animali al latte, e una volta che sono nel latte, nel casificio, si cerca di farli crescere per permettere la loro presenza dentro la forma del Parmigiano Reggiano. Se loro ci sono, fermentano le componenti del latte negli aromi, profumi e sapori tipici del Parmigiano.
It takes 131 gallons of milk.
Hold on. Damn it. Where'd we go?
A wheel of Parmesan cheese each half is then transferred into molds.
Okay, folks, I'll be back in a little bit.
Ogni 2 ore questo telo viene cambiato e l'operazione è: si toglie il peso sopra questa massa, si cambia il telo, si gira la forma. Questo ogni 2 ore fino alla sera, alle ore 20.
At 8 p.m., the cheese is covered with this stencil. which will engrave the logo Parmigiano Reggiano. These dots are the mark of origin used to tell customers that this is the real thing, made in the same restricted area where monks used to live in the Middle Ages. Each wheel is also given an ID. It's this plaque, made from milk protein, which contains information about where it was produced and when. The stencil is removed 4 days later, and the wheels are pressed into brines, where they stay completely plunged for about 19 days. This process helps to form the cheese rind, which acts as a barrier for the cheese. And this is when the maturation process begins. Wheels remain relatively untouched for 1 year. After that, a master grader will inspect them and brand them. The average maturation is 2 years, but some wheels are aged as long as 10 years to achieve a stronger
I am a
and
nap as well,
accurate
catch
taste.
y'all in a bit.
A longer maturation period makes the price go higher. That's why a Stravecchio, very old Parmesan, that has matured for 3 years will be sold on the market for an average of 13 euros. That's about $15 per pound. This high price means that there is now a black market of counterfeit Parmesan products. Italy has been struggling with fake products for years. In fact, the problem is so big that the fakes have become an industry of their own that is estimated to be worth 100 billion euros. That's about 113 billion US dollars, with Parmigiano Reggiano being one of the biggest brands fighting copycats. While the cheese is protected in the European Union under the Protected Designation of Origin scheme, it is still struggling to get the recognition it deserves in the rest of the world.
Fuori l'Unione Europea e fuori quei paesi che non fanno parte di accordi bilaterali dove quindi viene riconosciuta la normativa europea, il problema è veramente molto grande, il problema è veramente molto serio. Infatti, al di là di poter proteggere il termine Parmigiano Reggiano attraverso un'operazione di deposito del marchio, in tanti paesi, in quasi tutti i paesi del mondo, il termine Parmigiano Reggiano è un trademark, però è possibile utilizzare in tanti paesi del mondo il termine Parmesan, quindi mettendo in confusione il consumatore finale che pensa di acquistare il vero Parmigiano Reggiano acquistando un Parmesan. Lì il problema è veramente molto grande e si sta lavorando a livello governativo.
So, how do you recognize a real Parmesan cheese? Do you remember this dotted stencil? That's a solid indication that the cheese is legit. If that's not visible, the packaging should contain Parmigiano Reggiano's official logo and the EU's Protected Designation of Origin.
On the Italian island of Sardinia, there is a delicacy that has been consumed for thousands of years. It is known as the world's most dangerous cheese. Yeah, you heard right. Meet Simone Iba, a third-generation sheep farmer.
Abbiamo circa 250-300 pecore che produciamo latte. Di questo una parte di questo latte lo utilizziamo per fare del formaggio casumarzu.
Casumarzu literally means rotten cheese, and it's not for the faint of heart, because this cheese is infested with thousands of live maggots. And while that might seem a bit off-putting at first, it's the maggots that give the cheese its distinctive texture and flavor. Here's how it works. First, a traditional wheel of pecorino cheese is made from sheep's milk. Then, a special fly called a cheese fly is allowed to lay its eggs in it.
In una quarantina di giorni la forma sarà completamente invasa dalla mosca casearia e dalle sue larve.
Over the course of 2 to 3 months, the maggots eat the cheese and then excrete it out again, transforming it into the soft and creamy kasumarzu.
Per il sapore piccante e il sapore diverso, gusto pastoso, glielo dà il lavoro che fa la mosca.
Today, it's a favorite for special occasions like weddings and birthday parties. But eating this cheese can be dangerous.
Secondo qualcuno il verme continua a vivere all'interno. Non è così, se no saremmo pieni di vermi noi, perché ne mangiamo da una vita.
Even though cases like this are extremely rare, it's risky enough that the cheese is illegal to sell. But farmers like Simone continue to make it for themselves.
Sono pochi quelli che fanno ancora il formaggio marcio, però l'ho sempre conosciuto. Mio nonno l'ha conosciuto, i miei nonni, i miei zii.
And they just can't get enough.
Formaggio marcio, col prosciutto, una fettina di melone e la morte è sua.
Government cheese. You probably won't find it in anyone's fridge today, but you might still catch glimpses of it in pop culture. It made its way into iconic stand-up sets and SNL sketches.
You're gonna end up eating a steady diet of government cheese.
It's become a signifier of urban poverty for artists from New York,
Like powder milk and government cheese. After that government cheese, we eating steak.
Philadelphia,
Or like toast in the oven with government cheese bubbling.
and Compton.
What else is a thug to do when you eat cheese from the government?
But the epicenter of government cheese actually rested in Kansas City, Missouri. The modest city stored $4 billion worth of government cheese in caves and shipped millions of pounds of it all across the country.
When I was a kid and we used to get it, it would come in these big brick type blocks, and it's like day-glow orange. You can't mistake it.
In the mid-'80s, at the height of the government cheese phenomenon, there were roughly 1.2 billion pounds of surplus cheese in the US. That's a lot of cheese, but we actually have more today than we did in 1984. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The story of government cheese can be traced back to the same roots as food assistance programs like SNAP today, not in humanitarianism, but in agriculture. In the case of government cheese, it all boiled down to milk prices.
People talk about food assistance programs as if they were created to help poor people out. And, yes, that's true, but almost all of the major food assistance programs were ideas that came from agriculture because we had too much of something.
So, what happened to government cheese? And could it make a comeback? To understand how we got to the point where Martha Stewart and Snoop Dogg are talking about it,
Where do you buy government cheese?
You don't buy it.
You have to be on.
You got to be on their special mailing list.
let's go back to the very start of American cheese in the 1850s. In 1851, Jesse Williams opened the first American cheese factory in Rome, New York. In 1903, James L. Kraft moved from Canada to the US and began selling cheese out of a wagon in Chicago. A few years later, he formed Kraft & Brothers, and in 1916, he filed his first patent for the process to create what we now know as American cheese.
I have discovered that cheese of the cheddar genus may be prevented from disintegrating under the action of heat.
And that cheese used up a lot of milk. Cue the dairy farmers.
Rural America represented over half of the population, and farmers represented over half of rural America. So there was a real sense that if you were helping out farmers, you were helping out just a whole lot of citizens.
The Great Depression rocked the milk market, and the government stepped in to help control prices. The USDA used a pricing index called the parity price formula. Basically, if the price of milk dipped below what it cost to produce it, the government would help cover the difference. And that provided farmers with a peace of mind that their business wouldn't tank because of something like an economic depression or a war. In 1949, Congress passed the Agricultural Act, establishing a formal price support system for farmers. And it's not just for cheese. The government tries to keep a stable supply of agricultural commodities, like wheat, corn, and dairy. One way to do that is by buying up extra product.
That Depression era logic really just kind of continued up until about the 1980s. There was always some event that occurred that made you glad you had this program in place.
By the end of the 70s, milk prices were all out of whack. In 1977, President Carter's administration enacted a new subsidy that injected $2 billion into the dairy market over the next 4 years. Suddenly, it was very profitable to produce milk. So, farmers produced a lot of it. So much milk, there was nowhere to store it all before it spoiled. It was turned into butter, powdered milk, and cheese. And the government bought it up. Tons of it, literally. The government had so much excess dairy, they didn't know what to do with it.
A lot of times when people talked about this, they talked about the government buying dairy products as if some guy was going down to the local Kroger's and picking up a cartful. But in fact, what they did is they simply put out an announcement. We will buy these products at these prices. Anybody interested, let us know.
In the mid-70s, early 80s, they had so much product, what they could do with it. So non-fat dry milk, they would go on the international market, donation to underdeveloped countries as a food for peace program.
In December 1981, President Reagan, who earlier that year had pledged to scale back the food stamp program, caved and said the U.S. would distribute 30 million pounds of extra cheese to those in need.
With non-fat dry milk, you can send that overseas, and there's almost an unlimited potential to feed hungry people if you open it up to the world. Cheese has almost no feasible option to go overseas, and so you had to do it domestically.
Cheese is typically stored in bulk in 45-pound boxes or 500-pound barrels, but giving out whiskey barrel-sized cheese just isn't practical. So manufacturers started processing it in smaller portions. And from the warehouses of Kansas City and other stockpiles across the country, boxes upon boxes of processed cheese were packaged up into 5-pound blocks, shipped across America, and government cheese was born. By 1984, the U.S. was storing roughly 5 pounds of cheese for every American.
It got to the point where agencies would be going to like senior citizen centers with baskets of 2-pound loaves of processed cheese and just handing them out.
The temporary Emergency Food Assistance Program sent the cheese to food pantries, school lunch programs, and other organizations that could distribute the bricks of yellowy orange dairy substance.
It has a distinctive taste, which people have described as like kind of a cheddar cheese whiz type of thing. And it seems like people either loved it or hated it. You know, there is no middle ground.
Something that started out with economic intentions had social and political consequences.
It was a staple of your childhood, so there is a nostalgia about that, similar to how a lot of people would feel about, you know, breakfast cereal or peanut butter and jelly. But at the same time, it's yet another aspect of life as a poor person that you had no control over. So you got it whether you wanted it or not, and you had no choice if you liked it or not.
This block of surplus dairy product became a neatly packaged symbol of economic status sitting in refrigerators across America. By the 90s, it wasn't profitable for dairy farmers to pump out so much milk, and government cheese essentially disappeared. You might still catch a reference to it on menus like Wahlburgers, but today's American cheese probably isn't coming from Uncle Sam. Dairy farmers are struggling with low prices again, but not because of an economic depression. Genetics, technology, and big farms have made milk production more efficient than ever before. And consumer preferences are changing. Liquid milk consumption is down, but cheese consumption is on the rise. And we have a lot of cheese. But Americans don't have the same desire for processed American cheese like they did in the 80s. Now, it's all about specialty artisan cheeses, which can turn a higher profit, but they aren't as easy to make in mass. So here we are. Dairy prices on edge, millions of Americans living with food insecurity, more than 1 billion pounds of extra cheese. Could government cheese be the answer?
Today we have 3% of the dairy farmers in the U.S. that produce 50% of the milk. Those larger dairy farmers are doing okay, so no, I don't think we'd go back to something like that.
The government actually did buy up 11 million pounds of surplus cheese back in 2016 and distributed it through welfare programs. Since 2016, the USDA has spent more than $47 million buying up 22 million pounds of US surplus cheese.
There's also a culture of dependency argument of farmers getting too used to having the government step in and make surpluses go away. At some point, you start asking the question, are farmers making milk just so they can sell it to some government program?
Another place you may see that extra dairy pop up: school lunches. The Trump administration has been scaling back some nutrition regulations in school cafeterias, and that's good news for the dairy industry. 40% of milk consumption in the US comes from kids 2 to 17 years old. And with a higher sodium limit, school kitchens can incorporate more cheese into their plates. And there's certainly plenty to go around.
This notion of we're really good at making stuff and sometimes we make a little bit more than we know what to do with goes hand in hand with, oh, there's some people that really could use some help. So, you can argue that's a win-win, but the people who are really concerned about food assistance say, well, maybe these guys don't want cheese.
This has almost nothing to do with the US military, but it's so ridiculous I can't not talk about it. Today we're talking about America's strategic cheese reserve. Yeah, if you didn't know, the United States currently has over 500 underground cave warehouses spanning across 35 different states, the largest of which is underneath Springfield, Missouri, where America, as of August 2022, currently hoards 1.5 billion pounds of cheese. And just for the record, I realize I'm uploading this video very close to April Fool's Day. This is not an April Fool's joke. I am 100% serious. El Dorado is real, and Uncle Sam made it out of cheese.
Look, El Dorado, the city of gold.
And I know what you're thinking. Right now, you're like, wow, that's a cool little factoid. I can't wait to share that with my buddy at the bar one day. But no, this is going to infect your thoughts for the rest of your life. You're never going to see the world through the same lens ever again. I mean, for example, let's just say you're at home watching The Walking Dead. You're gonna come to the realization there'd be way more fucking cheese in the apocalypse than that, okay? You're never gonna be able to watch Mad Max again without thinking about cheese. You have to come to the terrifying realization that you live in a world where there is a greater than 0% chance that one of these underground cheese caves gets mistaken for a government facility and gets nuked in World War III, and we're gonna have to deal with a radioactive tsunami wave of nacho cheese. And this is real life. So I asked myself one question: how on earth did America get to this point? Because I know it didn't happen overnight. And what I found was the craziest real-world example of a butterfly effect that I have ever seen. And believe it or not, it all actually ties back in with last week's video of the ice cream ships of World War II. If you missed that, the super abbreviated version, basically the US government banned alcohol during Prohibition in the 1920s. Because of that, all the bars in America turned themselves into ice cream parlors to stay in business. Ice cream stepped up to fill the social void left by alcohol. If so facto, there was like 2 generations of Americans that treated ice cream like it was alcohol, socially speaking. As I'm sure you can imagine, this would drive up dairy consumption. Combine that with the fact that the 30s and 40s is when refrigeration would become readily accessible, meant that for the first time in human history, there was such a demand for dairy products that farmers could exclusively become dairy farmers, meaning that this would be the birth of the entire dairy industry. And honestly, it worked out great. Right up until it didn't in 1949. 1949, 4 years after World War II, the American military is downsized, there's not an entire horde of young men eating 10,000 calories a day, and America's not exporting anywhere near as much food to other countries for war relief, meant that there was a decrease in dairy consumption, or a dip in the dairy market. As this became a bigger and bigger problem, the government had to step in because they weren't about to let the entire dairy industry implode, because, I mean, let's face it, that would be utter catastrophe. So the USDA stepped in and said, hey, you know what, we're gonna buy all the excess milk. Okay, pause. Thought experiment. You're a dairy farmer. You make all of your money by selling milk. And then suddenly, a couple years back, motherfuckers quit drinking milk, aka you made less money. Now the government has come out of left field and said, hey, we're gonna buy all of the milk. What do? You make more fucking milk. And that's exactly what happened. So just to be clear, there was already too much milk. Now there's definitely gonna be too much milk. So naturally, all the milk starts flowing in. The government has absolutely no idea what to do with it, so they turn it into cheese, that way it doesn't expire. That part makes sense, but now what do you do with all the cheese? They have no clue, so they just throw it underneath a mountain, ignore it, and hope the problem goes away. But it doesn't go away because every single presidential administration through the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, they all continue to buy up excess milk to prop up the dairy industry, turn it into cheese, and stash it away in these caves. It literally turns into a giant political game of kick the can down the road because nobody wants to be the president that crashes the global economy by not buying enough milk while sitting on top of a mountain of cheese, which, understandable, I don't want to be that guy either. Then, fast forward to 1980, Ronald Reagan, aka the small government guy, gets elected, finds out that the US government is sitting on top of 500 million pounds of cheese and spending $1 million a day to refrigerate and store it, and he looks at this whole issue like a beaver looks at running water. Absolutely fucking not. We can't have it. So his administration goes about figuring out the cheapest way to solve this cheese problem. Obviously, we're going to throw it all in the ocean. However, having at least the foresight to understand that that would cause political backlash, he wanted to see how the public would receive it, so someone from his administration shows up to a White House press conference with a 5-pound block of moldy cheese and is like, hey, we got 500 million pounds of this shit. How would you guys feel if we threw it in the ocean? It'll be fun. We'll save money on cheese. We're going to find out if blue whales are lactose intolerant. It's going to be a great science experiment. The public did not go for it. They kind of felt like, hey, I've paid taxes for the last 40 years. You've turned those taxes into cheese. I would at least like the cheese. So then the Reagan administration took the 55-gallon drums of cheese, cut it up into 5-pound blocks, packaged it, and spent the remainder of his administration funneling 300 million pounds of cheese into impoverished and elderly homes. And this is where we get the saying, government cheese, from.
You're gonna end up eating a steady diet of government cheese and living in a van down by the river.
The US government would then continue to give out government cheese until the 1990s when they seemingly ran out, because as of today, all 1.5 billion pounds of underground secret cheese in America is privately owned by corporations like Kraft and Velveeta. And this is the part where I wanted to end the video on a happy note of the government made a mistake, they fixed a mistake over 50 years, happy ending. Hooray. However, it didn't really make sense because something happened in the 1990s where the government was able to stop buying the excess milk. What happened? And that's when it hit me. It was absolutely the Got Milk ad campaign, the biggest, most iconic ad campaign of all time. I mean, every cafeteria in every school in America had a bunch of posters of famous athletes with milk mustaches saying, "Got milk, drink your milk." I vividly remember commercials as a child telling me that if I didn't drink enough milk, my arms would literally fall off my body.
Well, Mr. Miller told me he never drinks milk. Look at him.
Oh, that's not good.
Surely this is what inspired an entire generation of Americans to eat and drink more dairy products, right? I mean, yeah, probably, but looking back on it now as an adult, doesn't it seem just a little bit weird that it wasn't a particular company putting on all these ads? Like, if there wasn't one company profiting from selling all this milk, where was all the money coming from? I mean, it almost seems like the government launched a giant psychological operation, ad campaign, just so that they could offload milk so they wouldn't have to keep contributing to their mountain of cheese. Well, I'm going to take this off now because that's legit exactly what happened. In 1995, the US government created a nonprofit organization known as Dairy Management Incorporated, and their entire job was to get the American people to eat and drink more dairy products. Literally a cabal of individuals plotting behind the scenes to get people to eat more cheese. It's the cheesiest conspiracy of all time. And I'm not even kidding. Anything that has ever been sold or marketed that involved way too much cheese on it, this company is behind. Okay, they're the reason that Taco Bell started selling steak quesadillas. They were behind the Got Milk ad campaign. In 2002, when Pizza Hut had the Summer of Cheese event where they put way too much cheese on all their pizzas, this is who was behind it. In 2010, when Domino's almost went out of business, they gave Domino's $12 million to stay in business and then gave them a bunch of cheese so that they could put extra cheese on all of their pizzas, and that was their entire proposition for staying in business. Hey, our pizzas have more cheese on them now, so they're good. It is absolutely insane. So I did it. I found the world's cheesiest conspiracy, but then I found leaked internal documents from DMI. And they are the funniest fucking thing I have ever read in my entire life. I'm gonna go ahead and read one for you now. It's a letter from Pizza Hut to DMI regarding a meeting they recently had. July 6, 1999. Dear Greta, we wanted to express our thanks once again for a wonderful meeting last week. We appreciate your team taking the time to share some very valuable information and creativity during our brainstorming session. Everyone is very excited about the presentation you gave regarding DMI's available resources and cheese industry insights. We look forward to working together to develop many cheese ideas we've discussed. We believe this is going to be a valuable partnership for both Pizza Hut and DMI. Let's sell more pizza and more cheese! Exclamation point. Thank you again for coming to Dallas. We look forward to talking to you soon about our partnership opportunities. We will call you next week to discuss the next steps. Sincerely, Derek, Lord of the Cheese, and Liskrin, Lady of the Cheese. Even they know that this is a fucking joke. Why is this such a joke? Well, because Dairy Management Incorporated, while it is a non-profit, they don't actually have to raise money for themselves like most non-profits do, because they're also a government checkoff program, which means every dairy farmer in America is legally required, whether they want to or not, to send this company money so that they can advertise on their behalf. And their annual budget is like $140 million a year, with their CEO and top level executives all making right around $1 million per year. Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to tell you there is a group of people in America getting paid $1 million to convince Americans that cheese is awesome. Okay, that's like trying to fucking explain to Stevie Wonder what nothing looks like and getting paid $1 million for it. He already fucking knows that, okay? It makes no goddamn sense. Cheese is so fucking good that it is the one thing on earth that if you are allergic to it, we're not going to say you have a cheese allergy. No, you're lactose intolerant. We're not going to say you're allergic because we all know you're going to eat that shit anyways because the consequences are worth it. Am I upset right now? A little bit. Is it because I'm jealous? Uh-huh. It's basically selling ass candles to dogs and getting paid $1 million for it. It is the most ridiculously easy job on the planet, and I'm so mad that it's not mine. Anyways, I guess if you made it this far in the Unhinged TED Talk, in conclusion, the US government banned alcohol in the 1920s. It set forth a ripple effect through time, and now some dude in 2023 has my dream job of making $1 million a year to convince people of some shit they already knew. And the US has 1.5 billion pounds of cheese hidden in an underground cave network. Fucking the more you know, I guess. Thanks for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang. Out. I'm gonna go eat some fucking cheese.
In today's episode, we're in Sayreville, New Jersey to explore an incredible industrial relic of the past. Originally known as the Raritan River Generating Station upon its opening in 1930, this power plant represents one of the last of its kind ever built. Throughout the 1920s, the art of generating electricity with coal-fired boilers and steam turbines was making great strides in form and function. And in true Roaring Twenties fashion, such a technological marvel that was reshaping American life called for impressive architecture to match. Right as construction was wrapping up on this plant, however, the country plunged into the Great Depression, and new power station development ground to a halt. The electrical industry's next period of expansion wouldn't occur until the years following World War II, and by then, massive technological and cultural changes meant that such grand and ornate generating stations would never be built again. Later known as Sayreville Station, the plant remained in service until 2004. After its disconnection from the grid, it sat cold and dark for nearly 20 years. The once state-of-the-art turbines, impeccably maintained for decades, now sat at the mercy of nature as water entered the building from above and below. Now, we're taking you along as we venture inside and see what's left. Join us as we explore.
After traveling and filming abandoned places, there's only one thing I look forward to, and that's a good night's sleep. And thanks to Helix Sleep for ensuring a well-rested night and sponsoring this portion of today's video. I've had my Helix mattress for about a year now, and it's been great. I've been less restless throughout the night, and I've had a lot fewer sore mornings when I wake up. In fact, most mornings I'm so comfortable I just don't want to get out of bed. And the mattress is just as comfortable as day one. Helix Sleep makes premium mattresses and bedding that are customized to fit your needs and delivered right to your door with free shipping in the USA. And unlike other brands, Helix mattresses do not contain any fiberglass, which could be harmful to your health. Everybody's different, and Helix knows that. On their website is a sleep quiz to match your unique body type and sleeping preference to the mattress that best fits you. They have something for everyone, and if you sleep with a partner, you can even take the sleep quiz together to find something that fits both of you. The mattress is shipped in a box right to your door. It comes rolled up with impressively compact shipping. Because of how compact it was shipped, I was able to get it into the bedroom and set up on my own, and it really surprised me how well it was packed and how quickly it expanded. In only a few minutes, it was ready for a solid nap. Based on my results, Helix matched me with the Midnight. I'm a side sleeper and prefer a medium feel with something that's soft but still supportive. They also offer an optional Glaciotech cooling cover, which I opted for. It helps maintain the temperature of the mattress throughout the night. I like it colder when I sleep, and the cooling cover pulls heat away from your body. Over the past year, I've had better and more comfortable sleep than I ever had before, and it's just as comfortable as day one. This is the mattress I wish I could have when traveling. And while it's not possible to bring it with me, the first night back home always comes with a super restful and comfortable night's sleep with the Helix mattress. And to make sure you love it, Helix offers a 100-night sleep trial with a 10-year warranty. Upgrade your mattress with Helix. You can get 20% off your purchase for a limited time, plus 2 free pillows at helixsleep.com/properpeople.
There is a beautiful old turbine here, but you can't see it. Yeah, we got in pretty early to be safe.
There's a few cars outside too, so if anyone's here, they're just parked here as work cars.
Yeah, I'm hoping those are just company cars and not personal cars. There's no one actually here. We're starting to get first light now. Might be able to start filming soon. There's a bunch of pigeons cooing a minute ago. I guess they're waking up now. We're doing some photos first because although it's too dark to get good video, we can still do long exposures on a tripod. It's better than just sitting around waiting.
Water starts on the next step. I feel like some swamp monster is going to come out of here. Power plants have got to be one of the most toxic places you could possibly explore. And yet we love them. Of course, the turbines are mint green, the best color. Kind of a narrow turbine, however, but it's very long. And it's got some big turbines in it. 75-ton crane.
These were Westinghouse generators. This looks like the newest turbine in here. They probably go oldest to newest, with oldest at the far end there.
Supervisor's office.
Hey, they got pictures of other abandoned power plants in here. I don't know which one that is. It's probably demolished by now, though. October 2012 is the date on that calendar.
All the lockout tags at 2004.
Yeah.
They got jazz cups.
Wow. This is probably just the more modern control room. There's probably an older one somewhere else in the plant.
Look at these shiny arrows. These things actually are metallic.
Yeah, half these lights aren't even labeled, so if they were going off, you just have to trace the route to figure out what exactly it is.
Yeah, this is a mess right here. Like, I wouldn't really know.
They're probably just like gates of some kind, and green means it's open, and
Yeah.
red means it's shut.
But like, where do you control that?
They were doing first aid kit inspections all the way until October 2012. It's a pretty nice control room.
Check out this keyboard.
Is it mechanical? Sounds like it. Here's inside the control panel.
Check it out. Another case of the drop ceiling being added after. You could see up in the original ceiling, and there's the original light right here. That's a much more 50s style ceiling.
It's a lot cooler in here with the original ceiling.
Yeah.
Sounds are going to freak us out the entire time we're in here. There's people. 100% human voices I just heard. Human. 100%, not pigeons.
Outside or inside?
Outside on that side.
Okay, I want to take a look out the window.
Don't tell me you don't hear that, really? You sure? That was a voice. Come on. You think those are really just pigeons?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely sound like pigeons.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Should we look out a window just to make sure?
If you want.
Kimberly Webster said, "Ghosty vibes anyone?"
Now you hear it. There's people. We shouldn't sit in the turbine hole. Let's go over here. It sounded like they were up in the boiler house, didn't it? Why would there be workers up there? What if it's other explorers who are just being really loud? Eventually, once we were certain the other people in the building were just other explorers, we came out of hiding. Hi.
I was like, there's two people?
You scared us. You guys scared
Someone's here.
Yeah. So, those were other explorers. We're good. We were spooking ourselves for no reason. And they claim this place is super chill on a Sunday. So, we might have been playing things overcautiously, but I'd rather be overcautious than under. Think ahead. Plan, prepare, proceed. Some more fins of the turbine. Safety first at Jersey Central. Lessons learned incident. When? Oh, look at this. Something from Titus Station. Really? Yeah. Titus Generating Station Maintenance Shop.
It's a crossover.
Employee was grinding a short pipe nipple on the shop pedestal while grinding the threads, blah blah blah. His left hand was pulled into the grinder. So I guess they just report all the injuries here for workers to see, just to keep them on their toes, I guess. Let's pop into these offices while we're down here.
It's so wet.
One of these pieces of literature was not like the others. There's a boiler. Wow, check out the lights in this office. They're all just hanging down. Damn, it's nasty in here. You'd think you were in a forest or something if you just looked at the floor in here.
I found some F-150 keys. You think these keys go to one of the trucks parked outside?
Check out this one. It's currently extremely backlit, but get closer to it. Operation Desert Storm. Oh, these are relatives of the power plant workers who served. Sayer operator, Sergeant L. Pickett. So one of the plant operators must have been in the military. A lot of them are for workers, son-in-law, brother, son. That's interesting. Right here is where the plant switches from the original building to the extension. Obviously, the original building is much prettier with all of this tile work. They really crammed this one in here. It's like hardly any space between this control panel and the turbine. Currently getting rained on pretty good right here too. These two over here are the oldest ones for sure. They look really vintage. Of course, all the nameplates are stolen by now. That seems to be a favorite souvenir of people to steal from power plants. Look at this railing and this brickwork. It's really only these plants from the 20s that you see stuff like this. Maybe a little bit in the 40s, but after that, nothing like this. Sayreville's turbine hall represents a timeline of power plant development over the course of decades. These two original units are from 1930 and capable of generating 30 megawatts each. The two newest units by comparison, which were built in the 1950s, were rated at over 120 megawatts each. While the machinery becomes much more capable as you move down the hall, the newer half is completely utilitarian, lacking any of the old side's unique details. Kind of looks like a face. 2 eyes and a nose. I really like seeing the plaques to see how many megawatts each generator was. But they're all gone. We've got some safety bulletins over there. We should check those out. This is interesting. It's the hand commands for telling the crane operator what to do. He's T-posing. Nice palms up though, not a proper T-pose.
Is this a meme from the 90s?
I have no idea.
I think it's a 90s meme.
These look so old. This was all chart paper for these turbine charts over here. You know, the actual green bricks complement the green vegetation that's growing in very nicely.
You could see they removed the round meters and put in these digital ones. Looks kind of funny.
These ones are pretty straightforward to climb on top of. These were all the controls for the inlet valves. Holy cow. It's still full. pour some out. Oh, it's full. Wow. It's a nice view from up here. This piece has a giant loop on it, probably so they could lift the whole thing off with the crane and then start working on it. Let's check out the condensers for these turbines. Wow, they're partially submerged. It's a little half step. This is the swamp monster. There's another stretcher down there, half submerged.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Good?
Oh, holy shit.
They just fell from underneath you. Holy shit. That's crazy. That just shows you never know when that's just gonna give out.
There's just some old offices in here. Check out these old fluorescent light fixtures. This hallway is really decrepit.
Coming off the bricks. I like the bricks without the paint better.
Yeah, they're glossy.
Gloss white. That looks way cooler.
So this is the OG control room.
Yep.
Wow.
It's all black.
There's like plants growing all the way up here. These controls are old looking. All these copper colored traces on the panels are pretty cool. Are these metal or stone? These are just metal. Look at this. This is on.
It's on?
Look, there's lights on.
Shit. It's backup that says it's on, and primary on bank 15.
The humming is coming from right here.
That's probably where a transformer is or something.
Right near the synchroscope. Drop ceiling kind of ruins everything. Oh, there's more turned on back here.
Soaking wet.
Yeah.
It's hot.
These are Synchro Closer Check Plus. That's what these are labeled as. That's crazy. Here's the battery room. A lot in here. This is a good lab. Look at this, there's literally notes still left. All the way up till 2010. Just one page.
Check out these probes.
It's a nice looking little machine there. Not sure what it would do, but it looks cool.
Here's a picture of the employees from the year 1990. Looks very 90s. Look, somebody else got their socks wet too.
For real?
They're hanging here.
There's a bunch of photos here. Books of them. Put all the negatives right there. The process of being painted. So when they made everything green. All those negatives over there. And then this box is also filled with photos. This is cool. I want to see the turbines. I want to look for some turbine shots. Looks like they were doing some kind of maintenance to it. Yeah. Taking the whole thing apart. You can see the lights on in the control room in the window up there. Yeah. That looks pretty cool. It's all fresh looking. Here's some shots of the turbine blades. There's a Polaroid photocopier here. Oh, really? Yeah. To copy Polaroid photos. They made an asbestos box. Look at that. That tarp is still on the floor. Is it really? The bottom part of the tarp is, yes. Wow. They documented pretty much everything here. Here's them hoisting off the cover to one of the turbines. Here's where they painted the turbines green. Paint is all fresh. That's before they painted the Operation Desert Storm thing on it. Yep. Well. Wow, this is a huge locker room. Gives you some idea of just how many people would have worked here when it was in full swing. The all-new AOL 3.0. More bathrooms. Here's the showers. Is that a sleeping bag? Somebody slept right here. Someone's sleeping in here? Yeah. Or did sleep there.
Look at this mask.
Holy shit. Just a lot of blueprints. Yeah. What's in these big briefcases?
Computers.
These are like slotting into a board.
It's a computer of some kind.
Yeah.
But portable. Check out this terminal. Still very nice and clacky.
Damn, this workshop is stocked. Looks like they would have been able to open these doors. Oh, check it out. They could open these doors, and then there's another gate there they can move to get the crane out. And the crane tracks actually continue. The crane track continues out there, so they could bring the whole crane outside. Actually, looks like the water is flowing into the plant right now. This is a cool view from up here. This giant turbine. All right, let's head into this boiler house already. Let's go up a level. It's a little less dark and dank up there. Listen to the noises out there.
It's a lot of bolts and nuts and no trespassing signs.
Too bad there's no safe way to go out there, really. There's a lot of pigeon shit around here. Oh wow, this is pretty tall. These were hoppers for the coal.
Check it out. There's still coal in here.
Wow.
Came out on my shoes.
Lock it up.
Yeah, keep it safe.
So this wall right here used to just be the outside of the old plant. They sheet metaled off the windows and then just extended the boiler house. And you can see where they extended the turbine hall over here as well. It's a pretty clear division. crossing over right here into the older boiler house, which looks just as full of asbestos. There's a lot of controls down there. Some extra boiler controls. Which one?
Or the big meter in the middle.
Oh yeah, it's hard to see because it's so silhouetted. We'll get a better shot of that down there.
The light's really shining in nicely now.
It's pretty cool, these control panels around. Are they Bailey Meter Company? Yep. Of course.
It's a big meter up there.
After spending almost the entire day inside, we had finally explored the majority of the plant. As the sun began to set, we decided to head up to the roof to check out the sunset with the other explorers that were there that day. Sweet end to this exploration. Watching the sun go down from the top of the plant. Aside from the occasional explorer, nothing disturbed the decaying machinery inside Sayreville Station for nearly 20 years. However, just recently, a salvage crew carried out asbestos abatement and stripped apart much of the interior in the process. With most of the hazardous asbestos now removed, little stands in the way of the plant being entirely demolished, a fate it will likely soon meet. Remarkably few power stations from this early era of opulent design remain today, and Sayreville was an excellent example of the beauty that can be found in the form and function of these buildings.
In today's episode, we're exploring an abandoned US government medical research facility. These buildings were constructed in the 1920s and conducted research by the US Army. With a focus on infectious diseases, the facility was working on the prevention and treatment to stop the spread and develop vaccines. The complex focused research on malaria, HIV/AIDS, dengue fever, and more. During the Cold War, the facility was responsible for the research of radiation effects on the human body. Eventually, it closed in the 90s. Join us as we discover what's left. Protect yourself on the internet with the sponsor of today's video, NordVPN. NordVPN protects your online privacy by making sure your data is encrypted before it even leaves your device. It hides your internet traffic from other websites, ISPs, and anyone that may be snooping on a public network. When connecting to public networks like hotels, airports, or coffee shops, I always make sure I'm protected with a VPN. Anyone can be vulnerable to a man-in-the-middle attack when connecting to unknown Wi-Fi networks, and NordVPN helps make sure my traffic is secure. It's great when traveling or just to get around region restrictions at home. With over 5,400 servers in 60 countries, you can browse the web without borders. And with their ultra-fast connections, you don't need to sacrifice speed for better security. You can protect all of your devices, as one account supports 6 simultaneous connections, and it works with all major operating systems. This is great so you can protect your phone and your laptop. I have a handful of network devices, and thanks to NordVPN, they can all be secure at the same time. Take control of your internet experience today with NordVPN. Right now, you can get a 2-year plan at a huge discount, plus 4 additional months for free. It's risk-free as every purchase is protected with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Visit nordvpn.com/properpeople or click the link in the description below. These are some nice hallways.
Wow, this is a nice hallway.
These rooms have seen better days. It's very decayed.
Kimberly Webster.
Here's the main entrance.
Said, "You know, I realize that these guys aren't paranormal type people, but with all the old places they've explored, it kinda makes you wonder if they've ever seen something they couldn't quite explain."
It's got those classic old asylum feels, but it's not an asylum. Those windows above the doors remind me of spider webs.
We've
So
seen
you see that design
windows
a lot.
just like this in other hospitals.
Yeah.
But they do look like spider webs.
Let's see if there's a theater in here. Oh, yes. It's more of an auditorium than a theater.
Yeah. It's got...
This is a good one.
Almost like gym floors.
I wish they didn't black out the windows, but still. It's really nice in here. You got sound deadening all over the projection booth. The light fixtures are really nice too.
It's a very basic stage. I don't see much up in the projection booth, but we'll go check it out.
What's the word for wood ceilings like this? When they're inset like that?
I don't know. Is it just wood cornices or?
There's a stairwell here. Let's try to stick to our usual, do one floor at a time and work our way up. Make sure we didn't miss anything. This definitely seems like the kind of place where we don't want to leave any corner unturned.
This is a lot of plaster on the ground.
I'm only used to seeing this amount of decay in buildings that have been like completely destroyed by like vandals too. They've been there for that long. So it's weird to see a building get this decayed and still be untouched.
Well, this building has been abandoned since 99, so it's not even that long abandoned.
This is another sort of main entrance.
Yeah, each wing had its own name, own dedication, own entryway.
Look at this plaque here. In memory of the officers, nurses, and enlisted men of the Medical Department, United States Army, who lost their lives during the World War. This tablet is erected by their coworkers of the Medical Department.
This is a lab. These were all labs. The light in here is very nice.
There's a map over here.
Reactor roof.
Reactor roof?
Reactor roof. This facility had one of the earliest nuclear reactors installed to experiment with the effects of radiation on animals. The solution type 50,000 watt reactor produced neutrons and gamma rays to study their effects on living tissues for the development of radiation diagnosis and therapy. They would directly expose living organisms as large as rabbits to nuclear reactions to monitor and record the effects.
This place is massive though. This is just one floor out of 3 plus a basement.
And directly across the hall is another lab. Quite a bit bigger. All the drawers are stacked on top.
This place is pretty crazy, and we've barely scratched the surface.
This lab has some of the colorful drawers. They're not actually installed, but it's much darker down this wing.
Oh no, are we heading into drop ceiling territory?
Yeah.
That's not what I like to hear.
Department of Immunology. And I did read that this hospital had a large collection of viruses that were high risk.
So this is probably where they would have been researching COVID if it happened in like,
you know,
the 60s or 70s, whenever they were still using this
I
place.
bet you that's what it was. Ooh, this is a very blue lab. I like how each lab has its own color scheme.
It's like every single room in this place I want to stop and take shots of. It's so good.
Peach colored drawers. This one's an outlier with the general color scheme. Let's see what's behind these double doors. It's probably the connection to the extension.
Yeah.
But what's in the extension? Oh yeah, much newer building in here.
Yeah. Could still be interesting stuff in here though.
No drop ceiling in here.
Yeah. It's actually less modernized because it was already modern-ish.
Yeah. It already has built-in HVAC. That's why.
We know we wanted to do our floor-by-floor thing, but having seen the map saying there's possibly a reactor over here, we can't resist just popping down.
It's like a whole nother floor down here. Here's the main entrance. This is less like a basement and more like just more labs.
Yeah. If it's still here, it should be off to the left somewhere. And I'm guessing it's probably going to be below grade.
Restricted access. Just a lab. Okay. Here's stairs down. It's probably down here. Oh, it's really flooded.
This is definitely the right place, though. How high is the water?
Real high.
But, like, could waders get you
like
through it?
waist high.
Oh, waders would get you through this,
Yeah.
for sure. Can't see much in there.
It looks really decayed.
I just see collapsing light fixtures.
Yeah.
Well, this is definitely the right way to go to get to the reactor. I'm down to buy waders and come back here sometime.
Yeah.
Is this water going to be radioactive?
If only there was like a sign for it, but it was decommissioned in the 70s. Just as access to sub-basement.
These labs all have decontamination certificates. There's a giant freight elevator right here.
Wow. This looks like sample storage of some kind. Ooh, it's smelly in here.
Really?
This was definitely sample storage in a refrigerated room. It smells like disinfectant or chemical.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like they at least decontaminated everything before abandoning it.
Yeah.
They have all the paperwork for decontamination on all the doors. Yeah, the entire room has been topically decontaminated. 1 hour contact time. All surfaces and equipment were thoroughly soaked. And it looks just like 100 other labs in this building. filled it.
Did I?
Yeah.
Last service 99.
The slab has one of those rolly ladders. The wheels aren't really working, but it still slides.
And this will connect back to the original building?
Yeah.
Yep.
And no drop ceiling in this part. What's in that box, though? What's in the box?
Fridge. It's not even that big. It's just storage of some kind of sample material.
Interesting. Yeah, all the calendars in here are 99. Wait, what if there was like mosquitoes in there or something? That's to keep, if they're doing research on mosquitoes. So I saw a mosquito sticker on another door.
They were doing a lot of research on yellow fever in here.
So this is probably so a mosquito couldn't escape and fly away.
Could be. Good thing there's no mosquitoes left. Look, there's one screen here too.
I like the little arched window in this slab. Looks cool.
Blinds on that arch. Another screened in room. I got screens on here as well.
So you're saying this institute discovered something about malaria, I think?
No, they discovered that yellow fever came from mosquitoes.
Okay. Oh yeah, that it was spread via mosquitoes instead of human to human contact.
Yeah.
Okay, it's finally time to go up to the second floor. Wow, very peely up here. Damn, this one is super decayed. Yeah, it's getting a lot more decayed the farther we head in this direction.
No food. And then it says here, Department of Bacterial Diseases. Caution, biological material. And it's like a lab inside the fridge. Department of Bacterial Diseases autoclave room.
So here's where they'd sterilize everything.
The inside of the autoclave is starting to oxidize. You see the green?
Yeah.
It's gonna make too much noise.
Looks very different than hospital autoclaves. They're not built into the wall at all.
Well, I mean, I think that's just a design choice. They're just in here because they were probably added later for whatever reason. This is where they'd be researching COVID. Department of Virus Diseases.
Communicable diseases.
Oh yeah, communicable diseases on top. This lab is so colorful. It's really clashing. Got light blue cabinets, dark blue shelves, and yellow walls. Strange.
I wonder if any of these labs here collaborated with NASA, sending samples into zero gravity and stuff. They still have writings on the whiteboards. I'm gonna drop something on a parachute. Oh, we've got surgical lights.
I don't think they were doing surgery in this building.
No, unless
So
it's
this
on an
was-
animal or something for research.
Yeah, something to do with, research.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got full articulation.
Go up or down.
This is a medical research classroom. There's a lot of wooden cubbies off to the side for some reason.
There's nothing left in the projector room.
I wonder what's up there. See some glass block. Might just be mechanical stuff. Wow, these doors look different up here.
These are huge electrical connections.
Holy shit, you're right.
Those
you
are
can
huge.
see the individual phases.
Yeah.
Out.
Like these aren't
Wow.
wires. These are like bus bars running through this.
I saw that in my peripheral vision and assumed it was like air conditioning or something. No, that's like...
These are straight bus bars running through this hallway. For whatever reason. Maybe we'll find out.
Looks like people have been stripping them down there too.
Of course, some valuable metals. All right, let's check out the small hallway. The electrical does run down here as well.
Oh, we got lights. There's no table or anything here though. But I bet you they probably had a wheeled one they could bring in here.
Very old. It needs some lube.
Here's a notice related to some radioactive stuff. Department of Cellular Injury. That makes me think radiation. Because what else injures you at a cellular level?
Yes, scrappers have been hard at work in here, pulling out all this electrical equipment. It's completely empty over here. The whole courtyard It's like a jungle now. These vines have grown up the whole building, all the way to the roof.
These are classrooms down here.
These vines have grown all the way past the top floor.
Here we go, talking about working with NASA. They're sending stuff into space.
So the door over there is locked. And then there's this like special circular entry door here. But then there's all these just propped up here.
Oh. So somebody doesn't want somebody finding this
so
ring.
let's move these.
Whoa. Old computers?
Big X-ray machine.
Oh, it's the X-ray control panel. That's one of the cooler X-ray control panels that I've seen.
Yeah, this is a big machine. It definitely has more pivot points than usual.
Wow.
Yeah, even this control board had like a full-on keyboard and 2 mini monitors. Just a circuit board, but there would have been like status indicators. So jammed up.
How do the keys feel?
They're mechanical.
Nice. So this says Memorandum for Chief of Experimental Surgery, Radiation Protection, Gamma Beam Equipment. Holy shit. Alright, let's see what this room is back here. Yeah. Oh, yes. This has got to be the main surgery room. And it was probably experimental surgery based on the memos we've seen. Wow. What's this table look like underneath this?
It's not supposed to be.
Yeah, it's just a table.
It's
not actually anything.
Yeah. Someone put it here.
Yeah. This was definitely a surgical room, though. No doubt about that. Oh my god, there is a lab called BioBubble/Rat Lab. And they also had a space lab. All the labels are removed from these drawers except for this one. It says gauze sponges, so also checks out. This is such a nice room with the leaves against the window over there also.
There's test result charts on the board. You can see all their different trials and the outcomes.
Administration of agonists at serotonin.
So I'm guessing the more they administer, the slower and more errors you made in these mazes. The endocrine physiology lab.
Do those spin around?
Probably.
This says surgical instruments right here.
Yeah.
Do you think that's like a little surgical area for animals?
Probably something just for examining or testing.
That's where they did rat surgery.
They kept chloroform in here.
No way.
Yeah, you think that's to knock out whatever they're about to do surgery on?
Here. It says restricted area as soon as we get to the top of the stairs. And all the walls are tiled. Wow. This floor is a little bit strange. These look like they used to be doorways or something.
It does.
And what are these little windows here? The hell?
It's very sterile feeling.
What the hell were these rooms?
This was the doorway, and that's a crazy window. Probably for observation of whatever was going on in here.
Check it out. This says Necropsy Lab. Morgue Supply Co. Gucci body bags. There's no slab in here anymore, though. They must have took it out. You can see where the drain on the floor was.
Oh, yeah.
Slab would have been right here.
Division of Pathology.
So this is the sign on the door to the Necropsy Lab. Hazardous materials classification. They had level 4 for health hazard, deadly. Fire hazard, flash point was below 100 Fahrenheit. Reactivity, violent chemical change. Check this out underneath it. Before work, after work. So maybe they were working on like really sketchy diseases up here. And that's why everything is like multiple layers of airlock. Here we go. Biohazard pathogens.
This was the real dangerous stuff, I'm guessing.
No windows anywhere up in this part.
It's completely sealed.
Yeah. Okay, whatever's coming up here looks quite strange. So this was the attic of the last building, but they built into it with these little rooms.
Yeah, it's very low clearance. This is like where the Oompa Loompas would
I
work.
would think it's just storage, but it has those laboratory decontamination things.
It's so weird how low clearance everything is in here.
Yeah.
We saw this and you said it would maybe,
glass block,
yeah, we know where we are. We came up the staircase to go to the floor below us.
I mean, we already knew, but this is like extra confirmation that this was animal testing.
Stream elements.
Humane animal care.
Stream elements bot running.
Alright, so we've completed all of the floors of this building. All that's left is the basement.
Wow, it's really crusty out here.
Taking a nap. A 26-hour stream. Trying to make cheese money.
What is this thing? It says whole body counter.
Exploring old buildings.
The patient then lies down in the carrier and is automatically moved forward into the counter. There is a positive control button to press if the individual wants to be removed.
The whole body count lab was used to measure high energy gamma rays emitted from the body. This made it possible to study the radioactive fallout and isotope metabolism, allowing the measurement of natural and attained radioactivity in the human body. This equipment was used for measuring personnel involved in nuclear research, as well as soldiers who were sent to observe nuclear tests in the Nevada desert. At the time of installation, it was only the second of its kind in the world, and was extremely important for the research of the effect of nuclear radiation on the body. This looks like a, what is it, like a patch panel.
Look at the tubes.
This would be to patch two lines together.
Like an old telephone operator?
That's what I'm assuming. Or maybe just the intercom systems.
Probably the intercom.
It says...
Or the internal phone systems.
Vitro electronics. Monkey room.
Monkey room? Monkey room.
It says it.
So I guess they had their own little broadcast thing for the facility. Oh, look at this mural.
Yeah. It's mostly gone. Yeah, an astronaut. The rest of the campus has been redeveloped. However, this building is very specialized and makes adaptive reuse difficult. It will likely be demolished in the near future.
So we stuck to our word. We actually came back here with waiters, and we are going into the sub-basement where this supposed nuclear reactor would have been. Maybe it's still there. I highly doubt that.
I think
But
it's gonna be the level that's fully submerged.
yeah.
Like, we're gonna need scuba gear.
Gotta make it awkward.
Yeah. There we go.
Strap in.
Access to sub-basement. It's gonna be so cold in here.
It's less water than last time. Way less water.
Well, that works for us.
Still too much for boots.
Yeah.
But here goes nothing. Okay, it's pretty expansive down here. I already see an entire hallway.
The stuff you're kicking up as you walk
Oh,
in
there's
the
a
water
dead
too.
rat here.
In the water?
In the water.
This is nasty.
Okay, so far I'm just seeing more labs. There's a hallway that goes this way. Watch for holes in the floor, because there's another sub-basement below us.
It's like a sunken ship under here. Oh!
What the fuck was that?
Something
my
fell from the
God.
ceiling.
Alright, which way should I go?
I don't know. It's pretty fucked up down
I'm gonna
here.
go left.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, I'm caught on something.
Oh, yeah. You kick up everything and I can't see.
You can't see the floor?
Yeah.
Condensate return.
If we like hit something that's sharp down here, we're getting wet.
Yeah. Cannot get a puncture.
There's some.
This is a dead end. Yeah. This is just crawl space.
Something hit me.
Which way? I'm gonna go left first.
Okay.
This is probably gonna be another dead end with just an elevator. No, it is definitely not just a dead end.
Yeah.
So there's another stairwell here. I don't remember seeing the top side of this one.
Probably goes to the extra floor down below.
And this is like a big vault room.
What is this?
Just a big vault room. I don't know.
Vault. Okay.
Yeah, look at the
I
door.
see the door, yeah. And then just 2 more labs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fully tiled though.
That one is. This one isn't.
It goes the same place. This might just be the stairs that go actually down.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the real stairs down. Oh boy. Wow. So
Yeah.
that's where the irradiated swamp monster lives.
So we're coming back here with scuba gear?
It's so murky, even without us kicking anything up.
Yeah.
Damn, so I guess we did all that just for this.
Yeah.
At least we know. We had to know. The good stuff is all completely underwater.
Eventually, scuba gear.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I was getting stuck on a lot coming back this way.
Oh my god, I'm like stuck on everything. Oh.
Careful.
Oh, I feel it. It ripped my thing.
No way.
It ripped it.
So you're flooded. You're actually flooded.
Yeah, I'm flooding.
Oh my god. We gotta just get out.
Yeah.
These things are not as durable as I would have hoped.
You got the hole right there.
Nice.
How far out do we have?
Only like 30 feet. You want to just hop on one foot, or are you just going to say fuck it?
I'm going fast.
Okay.
I'm lifting my foot up out of the water when I'm not stepping.
I think we actually saw everything. That's it, without going down.
Alright.
Without going completely underwater. Was there anything on the wall at all that said like reactor?
No.
Or anything? Like, come on, give us something. Oh, splashed my camera.
I'm trying to go fast. Quick step down.
Today's unique episode brings us to the city of Woburn, Massachusetts, where for 85 years a steam engine has sat abandoned, hidden away in a disused portion of the municipal waterworks. Now, we're about to witness this machine come back to life, running under steam just as it would have over 100 years ago. We were invited here by our friend Alex Carnes, who worked tirelessly to restore this engine along with Phil Christopher and other associates. Alex, a recent acquaintance of ours, has been gradually bringing us deeper into this mesmerizing mechanical world.
Hoist away!
He has a seemingly infinite amount of knowledge about foundational technology, especially in regards to steam, light, and energy. And as you're about to find out, he's incredibly passionate about sharing that knowledge with others.
Manscaped sponsored this portion of today's video. Manscaped is a men's grooming and hygiene company that has products for all of your trimming needs. If you're tired of dull blades, annoying guard attachments, and a bulky power cord, Manscaped has just the product for you. This is the Beard Hedger Trimmer. The 7,200 RPM motor and titanium-coated T-blade can cut through the thickest of hair in a single stroke. You can choose 20 different hair cutting lengths with the wheel, with only one guard needed. The trimmer is also waterproof, cordless, and rechargeable. To go alongside your freshly trimmed beard, Manscaped also created dermatologist-tested beard care products. Their beard oil, beard shampoo, beard conditioner, and beard balm. Whether you're starting your beard journey or looking to upgrade from your current routine, Manscaped is here to help you grow a legendary beard. Go to manscaped.com/properpeople today and get 20% off plus free international shipping when you use code PROPERPEOPLE at checkout. Join over 9 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped today at manscaped.com/properpeople.
No admittance. Except for us.
I guess so.
Wow. How you doing, Alex?
I am doing pretty well today for obvious reasons.
So this is Alex Carnes, and he is going to be our guide to everything that is in here today.
Yes. And my friend Eric over there. Eric Schmidt came all the way from Germany
Really?
to see this.
Wow.
He's a railway driver. He works with steam engines as well. There's just a lot of this that kind of draws to this. Right now I'm just looking for some oil cans.
Did you get the big jugs already?
Yeah, do you know where those went, those 50-weight jugs?
No idea. You mean the smallest?
Yeah, the blast.
So, where do you think is a good place to start?
Well, we're standing in a good place to start because this side of this big brick arch, right, this side, is 1872 and 1873. That's when Woburn decided that wells and hand pumps were not enough. The city wanted to invest in a waterworks. But what we did was they built this. So you're standing in this part right now. There's the original chimney stack. So you need a big tall chimney to draft a boiler without fans and other machines. But so they built to here, and you see where the original windows were in this wall?
Yeah.
These blind arches. And down in the basement, they had two steam engines. Very upsettingly, they're gone. They were actually gotten rid of a long time ago because the investment in this plant sort of continued. But down here, there was an engine from Blake and an engine from Worthington, and they were compound duplex pumps with coreless gear, no wheels, no crankshafts, no rotating parts of any kind. And we have a very similar picture of an engine. Hey there, Len. That's all right. No, this is Len Burnham, who is a huge part of this. He's the deputy superintendent of the DPW.
I'm Michael.
Michael, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Pleasure to meet you.
And he, I mean, he.
Brian, nice to meet you.
We went through him to do all of this. Yes, and you're again. There's a whole bunch of these, like the one you saw in Hackensack, where the city or whoever has control over it, they just want nothing to do with it at all.
Yeah.
This is a very rare situation. You had all the right people in the right places. It's very hard to do anything like this these
No, and
days.
I mean, he's met with plenty of obstructions for this one.
Yes.
For sure. But, you know, keep going.
This is an active water facility. We should say that right now. This is an active pumping station, so, you know, getting access to it, we have to go through Len and others, and I just can't believe they even said yes to this in the first place, which is the case with a lot of other places, but yeah, it's just very unlikely. So you're seeing something very special for America anyway.
So have you been the one spearheading this mainly?
Yeah, me and
Okay.
my friend Phil.
I was just going to ask you this, Phil.
I don't know. He might come today. Okay. He should come today.
Yeah, you give these guys all the credit. They've reached out to find it, and they've, you know, pushed as hard as they can to get it to where it's at now, and to keep moving forward.
To some annoyance sometimes.
No, those are possible.
You know.
But if they don't, it wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
And, you know, our bureaucracy can slog it down in the mud, and it's always good to have Alex and Phil push them from behind because it keeps it moving.
Yeah, their bureaucracy is not like some other places.
Both of you, it was a pleasure to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
Enjoy, and if you have any questions, if you need anything from me, Alex can put you in touch with me.
Yes.
All right.
Let me know if you need anything.
Thank you, Len. I'll tell you what. We are running low on cylinder oil.
How much which one is that?
The one bucket of the 600W.
Okay.
We're down to about here.
I'll see if I can get another bucket. Right.
Thanks a lot, pal. No problem. So yeah, that we're going to talk about that today. This town is very unique, especially for like a rich coastline town in a blue state. There's a lot of blue collar guys. There's a lot of people here. I'll get back to the history in a second, and we'll talk about this more later. But in today's world, we are so obsessed with safety and avoidance of risk and nothing that is out of the ordinary being permitted to happen ever. That's why we don't have anything like this that works here anyway in this country. But this town,
there's nothing else like this in the U.S.
No. If you want to see an engine like this, you have to go to like one of these county fair type deals, you know, at these museums. You'll see the thing, you know, they've moved it there. It's on a sand floor. You can't run it up to speed. The thing's out of center because it's settled wrong. And
outside of this context, it's definitely not
exactly. And you have some person, you know, with a microphone or something. Just, oh, this is, and it's not running the way it ought to. We'll talk about that. But this thing, you're going to see it, except for being unable to do its job, which is pumping the city water. This engine is going to be running exactly how it ought to be running, and that's, to me, is very important.
Does it run differently since there's no load on it?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Only in that it takes less steam to drive it.
Okay.
That's it. The reason we know what used to be down there and all about what it was is because when we came in here, except for being more disorganized and nothing ran, it was basically exactly as you saw it, including these books. And I want to find a picture of this guy for you. I would love to get as much information for you as possible, because from 1891, way before this current engine went in here, all the way to the end, we had a guy named Edward Pollard, and this is his handwriting. All of his journals going back to when he first hired on in 1891 are in here. He wrote like this. This was his longhand writing, and he wrote every single detail about everything in here in the most exhaustive manner. He goes through the amount of, like, people have these misconceptions about the old days, are very wasteful. He's down to 1/10 of a pound of coal burned to move 1/10 of a gallon of water. This is how precise he is, and every day he kept these records. He drew the boilers, he drew modifications that were done to the boilers and all of the mathematics behind them when he changed the stay bolts inside. So this guy was a very talented artist.
How about?
He describes when one of the engines downstairs needed to be rebored because there was some kind of incident where it wore badly, etc. In fact, there's this really funny one, which I think is here. This journal goes back to the first day this place was in business. Or, no, not quite. This is 1886, so we go back further, because this started in 1872 or 3. It's 1885. So the first chief engineer, it only had 2 chief engineers in its entire days of steam. This guy, I think, was G.M. Wade. And you go forward, right? This is all Wade's writing, until you get to 1891. Yeah, Pollard's handwriting immediately starts, and it says, G.M. Wade, chief engineer, services dispensed with. So I don't know if this guy didn't like him or something, or if that's just formal language, but there might have been some sort of unfriendliness between these two. I don't know. But then, and after that, we immediately get much better handwriting and much more thorough records. And you can see here, B is Blake, W is Worthington. So he keeps track of every single thing with these engines. He keeps track of the boiler pressure, the amount of water pumped, the vacuum in the condenser, the receiver pressure, the amount of strokes they made because they had these revs counters, everything. So yeah, this is how we know everything in here that I can't answer. We'll have to look this up. It's in some news articles. Some sort of drought or deterioration of the water quantity through the well feeding those 2 engines began to not be enough for the town. So in 1907, Pollard and everyone else decided, well, we need another engine. We need to add a substantial increase to the water supply. So they knocked this, well, they didn't knock, they made this arch in this wall. They extended this building on fairly short notice, actually. You'll notice a missing overhead crane. But they sunk the foundation way down deep. They put this engine in here, which is 5 million gallons per day, which is as much as the two others downstairs combined. And it's a much better engine. It's a rotative engine with a flywheel. It runs at a higher speed. Compound like the ones downstairs, but
so does the rotation of this engine deliver like a smoother pumping flow compared to the other one?
Not only that, that is correct, but not only that, it also, you can operate the valves of the engine that control how the steam is used in an entirely different way when you have rotating parts. Because these pieces, these eccentrics, they operate the valves upstairs, and you'll see that when we get it going. So yeah, when you have a rotative engine, there's just a lot more you can do And unlike the engines downstairs, which had to have pressure regulating governors, etc. The rotary motion also allows you to drive a speed governor, which is really a stupendous invention, especially with the type of valve gear this engine has. And again, you'll see all of that.
Oh yeah. Let's finish getting an overview of just the building itself.
Certainly. So every waterworks, and again, remember how I said this part was built on such short notice, they left out the crane, which I think is actually...
Point out these light fixtures.
Oh yeah, and got them all going. And we'll get everything in here going. That's the whole point of today, was to get everything going. But this is the overhead crane from the 1870s. I'll have to read the plate, which you can see if you go over there, but I got this working. We had to. There were some things we had to use this for, like lifting heavy things out of the basement, etc. But yeah, so that's this guy, and let's see. So that's across. This is carriage traverse right here.
Would all the lifting be manual?
Oh
too?
yeah. Yeah, you got to work out with this. All these chains is how you moved everything. So. Just trying to get this guy to engage. I might have to climb up there and put the set screw in, but whatever.
So how does it, is there some like force multiplication going on to allow a human to be able to lift these heavy components?
Yeah, and that chain fall is an immense gear reduction. I think it's like almost 200 to 1.
In that cylinder there?
Yeah,
Okay.
so when you spin that wheel, boy does that hook move slow. There's reductions everywhere, you know. See, I have to pull this quite a lot to get a fairly slow movement on that carriage. So reduction's the name of the game when you got limited power. So now when it comes to the lights, I have a very special treat for you. I didn't find these in here. These are from my own personal collection, but when they put the electric lighting system in here, which was shortly after they built it, I think 1890s, it would have been all carbon filament lamps with a DC dynamo driven by a small steam engine. So I have put in all of my carbon filament light bulbs for all of you. So some of these are replicas, some of them are originals, but these lamps are what you had over 100 years ago, and some of these bulbs are actually over 100 years old. The claim to fame, that one in that California fire station, is that it is the oldest continuously working. I don't think any of mine are quite as old as that one. Some other people have older ones that still work, but that one has been on for 130 years. This was a control board for electric motors that drove centrifugal pumps. That steam engine came out of service. They divested themselves of the steam plant very early. It's very surprising. Most of these types of steam-driven waterworks ran till the 70s or the 80s even in major cities. But this place, they had a 4,000 volt electric system come in here, and it completely replaced the whole steam plant. It was shut down when that happened. The original boiler house on the other side of this wall was completely scrapped out and made into an auxiliary fire department for the city. And so we lost the steam source, and then it just happened. Now the strange thing is...
They put the motor pumps down here?
No, they put that back up, so that's a 6-cylinder gasoline engine. That's where the steam turbine used to be. But the electric motor pumps are actually all around the pond in these little shacks in different wells, because the water naturally filters through the ground before being pumped to the city. And then after all that, they added this immense filtration plant over there, which is part of the modern place. But the funny thing is, this place came out of service before this horrible thing called World War II. And in World War II, they wanted everything for scrap to build for the war effort. And Pollard, who was still around, knew this, and he said, "There's no way I'm letting you come in here and scrap this engine," because they were even after pots and pans and spoons and stuff. And here is this, which is good first smelt cast iron and brass and copper and steel of the highest quality everywhere.
Even the gauges are incredibly beautiful.
Exactly, and the reason that they're still there is because what Pollard and apparently other officials in city engineering did I mean, did you see this thing? This is the original scientific balance for water metering and treatment.
Wow.
This thing's from Troy, New York. It's still absolutely perfect. It's got its little badge from the U.S. Department of Weights and Measures in here. It would be tested every year.
Are these all imperial system standard weights?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You see, this is how you suspend the beam in here. This walking beam. So you can center it first, pick up the beam, and then put it down and weigh your sample. Everything with this is just incredible. So, but the reason all this is here is because the city engineering, especially I think when the war started picking up, Pollard was a very shrewd old New Englander, and he said, you're not getting your filthy mitts all over my steam engine, even if it's not running anymore. So they locked the place tight, and they never let anyone in ever again. Ever. Except for a few city engineering employees who would come in here and polish the brass. And this continued until 2015 when I got permission to come in here and look at it, which is a very long story. But the conspiracy was, I mean, it basically was a conspiracy. It was so thorough that
yeah, I get a kick out of that.
it took us 2 years to obtain permission to work on the thing, because I guess city engineering had to break it to other city officials that this was here. And one of the first days we were coming to work on it, the mayor comes in. And his first words, I kid you not, were, how did I not know this was in my town? And this is a mayor who's been there for 8 terms. Mm-hmm. And it's unthinkable. Since that, after that happened, it took us 5 months, me and my friend Phil, to get it going. And we funded it ourselves. I expected no reimbursement. Actually ended up getting reimbursed, but it wasn't all that much money. It was a few $1,000s or so, basically pocket change. Partly because the engine was in extraordinary condition, and partly because, unlike most of the sort of preservation stuff, we know how to stretch a dollar, and we weren't in it to make lots of money. But that's another story. Is there anything else that you'd like?
I don't think so. Should we start bringing steam up?
Yes.
All right.
My friend Eric has been very diligently getting the engine going, because it takes a lot of attention and care, even to fill the lubrication system properly.
Yeah, I'd like to show some of the prep work, especially
Absolutely.
how like every individual component needs its own oil cylinder.
Right. Eric, you up there? Oh, good. Can I have? Where is the 50 weight oil at the moment? So, what we'll do. The first thing we got to do, it takes a while for any boiler to come up to steam, especially a power boiler.
Yeah,
so we'll go and light that off, and then
pretty
as it's warming up,
impressed with
and the
those
header in here is warming up, we will we'll show you a bit about the prep process, if you like. We'll oil some things. You might have seen some of these things abandoned in some of your videos.
Oh, plenty of them.
Yeah, so this is a Cleaver Brooks, and very short summary is it's a rental boiler. It's in a trailer instead of on a foundation. It's a 4-pass fire tube, light oil fired, just like your home heating furnace. And
this is about as packaged as a package boiler can come.
It's pretty amazing, actually. Wilkinson brought it. Huge thank you to them. But everything in here is from 1978 or so. It's we have let's see, we've got an atomizing air compressor. Here's our 480 volt feed coming in right now. It's my favorite part of the day, is getting everything going. The water level means on this guy, these automatic switches that are driven by floats will permit the boiler to fire. If it goes low, it starts a feed water pump, and if it goes too low, it stops the burner, and we have 2 of those for safety. So, load demand. There it goes. I'll get out of your way. I just have to make sure the gas tank valve is open. We're still running that purge cycle, is what you hear right now. The main reason we use steam, especially today, is to generate electricity, and yet here is a steam boiler that requires electricity to operate. So right now we've got steam generating electricity somewhere else to drive the systems of this boiler to make steam again. So kind of backwards. I would prefer a hand-stoked, manually fired boiler with no electric machinery attached to it at all. Of course, in the old days, when you had that here, the city water pump would keep working no matter what was happening outside, in the outside world. If the grid failed or something like that, that steam engine would just keep running, and the boilers would just keep going because it needed no electric supply of any kind for anything. When even on low fire, the thing started making steam after maybe an hour, and I said, holy crap, that's a fast steaming boiler, especially for that size. Usually if you're steaming up that fast, you have too big of a fire and you'll break things. You'll crack heads, tube joints, but that one has the lowest fire setting and it does that.
Probably an oil
anyway.
boiler.
So now that we're actually going on an alive plant, I have to think of this first before I think about talking. So these guys here are gravity feed oilers. They're very simple. There's a glass reservoir, and you fill this up with oil. We're not going to fill it all the way because these use it very slowly.
So would they refill these while the engine was in motion during normal operation?
Yes. However, once you got everything dialed in correctly, you should not have to refill these for days.
Okay.
The drip is very, very slow. All right. So the next thing that happens is now that we've filled the reservoir, this oiler oils the main bearing, right? You see this little peep sight under here? It's glass. You can see through?
Yeah.
So this is the trip right here. You can put this up in the air and you begin adjusting the rate with this guy. This moves a little needle valve right in the center. And we got to get this drip going. And there it is. You see it?
Yeah.
So this one runs kind of fast like that because we want it to feed oil to all of these, which are going to run really slowly. The rest of them we set to maybe 1 drop a minute or even less. And if we're not running hot bearings, we dial it down and down and down.
So someone who's fully experienced with this machine needs to know the drip rates for each one of these cylinders.
Right, and you do that. Firstly is you can't have under lubrication because you will destroy the bearings and the other working parts. So first thing is you need to always be filling things with your hands, especially when you first start off. If you feel anything running warm, you up the oil rate. And if you can't get it cooled down that way, you have to stop and find out what's going on. There might be a clogged pipe or something like that. But the reliability of these things was really extraordinary, and in fact it's so good that when we got this engine going, we ran hot big ends one time when we had inadequate oil feed. Everything else has never had a problem on this, and it sat for almost 90 years before we got it going. I had to rebuild like one of these. Some wise guy had thrown a rock through the window and smashed one of these, so I had to find a new glass for it. But besides that, they were all right here. They all we cleaned them and they worked perfectly.
Incredible.
Yeah, well, it's how they built these things. We'll pretend that we have that little dynamo engine going now. Now this, of course, electricity is coming from the grid, but we'll get all the lights going here. Those are all originals and original electric sockets. Everything up there is original to the plant. There's this one. I got various different types, so you can see them all. You want to go downstairs and see those get fired up? All right. Like I say, it's my favorite part of the whole day is getting
it come to life.
Yes.
Yeah, when we walked in here, everything was dead silent.
Right. So now
that won't be the case.
Now we're going to bring it all up. Ready?
They backed off on that.
It looks really cool down here.
Oh yeah, and you'll see it running from down here and everything.
Oh, they're worthless.
Wow.
Yeah.
I do like the new string type LEDs.
Yeah.
What you're looking at are the water pumps. So these are the pumps the engine drove, these huge things with the dome tops. They are what forced the water. Unfortunately, these were not drained, or they didn't stay drained when the place was shut down, so they're frozen at the moment. But even if they weren't, we can't pump water because it would be tremendously disruptive to their power plant, their current water pumping station operations. So it's fine. We let the engine run and it doesn't drive them. Let's see. We'll get these lights here.
I've got a couple of curly cues floating around in the house.
I don't know if you saw the
When they
tool
burn
racks.
out, they're getting replaced with those LEDs.
Yeah.
Never seen a curvy wrench like that.
Yeah, all of these
I heard
were
about the
right
Radic
where we
here.
found
You
them. Yeah,
turn
some
them
had
on
fallen
and
on
it
the floor and what have you.
15,
But
20 minutes
we
before you
didn't
have
have to do anything except put things back and clean them up. This was all just like this. And there's a lot more upstairs.
Oh, you see that drill
This is a
press?
Venturi chlorinator. One of the
Hand
first
crank drill press
things,
on the left side.
except put things back and clean them up. This was all just like this.
I've
And there's a
got
lot
one
more
of those.
upstairs.
Oh, neat.
This is a Venturi chlorinator. One of the first things they ever did to treat water to kill harmful bacteria and things that were, that would make you really sick was they would put in very small amounts of chlorine, and this would add it at a metered rate. The water would flow through the big pipe, and this thing would come in with these little orifices, and the pressure difference between the one facing where the water was ramming from and away from would draw little bits of chlorine through this. And they would treat it, and they would measure how much chlorine was in there by taking specific gravity samples with that scale upstairs.
So where would this enter the water stream of what's going to people's homes?
Well, it would enter, these are the suction pipes, this would enter the discharge, I think. But the thing is, they, of course, obviously knew that chlorine in any amount over a minuscule amount is poisonous to people. So these guys, they had to make sure that what they were doing was exactly proper, because you can't hurt people with your water. That's the whole point of this place. The whole point was originally you would have a well, and whatever sewage that your neighbor was dumping in his outhouse or whatever would leach into the ground. And whenever you pumped water out, you had this in London, you had it here, you had it everywhere. If you were drinking water that you just pumped out of the ground by hand, it could have anything in it, and a lot of people died. A lot. So many people. It was one of the biggest killers ever before steam engines came around. And when we developed all these pumping systems, it was for the good of all people. You can have, at least in my opinion anyway, you can have a society without electricity, without a lot of things, but you cannot have a civil society, anything more than like a hunter-gatherer thing, without fresh water in and bad water out. You can't. The Romans knew this. Anyone that ever had even a rudimentary water delivery system way before engines knew this. And for obvious reasons. If you don't have clean water, you cannot have, you can't drink, you can't wash, you can't have anything resembling a hospital. So in my opinion, I am particularly worshipful of running water, more so than electricity, because without that, with some of my health issues, I would die without fresh running water. I can't be alive without it. So this stuff to me is a lot more than an interest. That's the sound of steam.
Oh, really?
So what we're going to do, yes, what we're going to do now to avoid this water hammer.
Is it knocking in the pipes?
Yes. We're going to start opening up our drains. So that's the sound of the building coming to life. The steam coming into the cold header will condense into water. Eric, do we have a reading on that main gauge? Do we have a reading yet? We don't? Okay. So it's just beginning to arrive. Again, my favorite part, the whole building is a living creature. And now there's blood flowing in its veins. And what's going on? What's that?
Gotten to watch a very good video and we're kind of invested in that.
What?
We like old stuff like this. How are you?
Oh, hi there. We're doing all right there. Pretty important thing we're doing here. Oh yeah, absolutely. So, there's your steam. The reason we have this is because when you put steam, especially saturated steam with no superheat, in cold pipes, it immediately condenses into water. The water is harmful because it is very high mass, and as it travels through pipes at high speed, carried by the steam, it can and will destroy the pipes, and also any engines, turbines, etc. that you have attached to the network. So we have these drains everywhere to drain it out. And again, all things being perfect, this drain would go back to the boiler room into the feed water tank. But because they dismantled the whole setup, it has to drain into the basement right now. So, and remember how I told you upstairs there's an oil catch system. First of all, I like to reuse oil. Second of all, we can't have oil anywhere in here, obviously.
I'm sorry, Alex. I'm sure this is great information, but right now, we're a bit distracted by the beauty of steam.
This thing isn't spotless. We are not happy. And no matter what type of steam plant it is, turbine, recip, 1890s, 1930s, the warm-up process is generally the same. Nice and slow and easy does it. Drain out your condensate, get everything ready to work, triple check everything. So, remember what I said, the whole building is a living creature, the entire plant, and all the machinery in it is one organism. This is the heartbeat, main steam header gauge, same thing on the boiler, same thing anywhere else in the plant, in the line before it goes in the engine. This is what's in the boiler, and it's slowly coming up. And we're gonna get it up high to 140 or better, and that's when we'll start up, but only after the engine is warm. Once we get up to 50 or so, we're gonna show you how we start warming up the engine. That is going to read now. Is it climbing up yet?
Yep.
Good. I reconnected that. So even though our engine is no longer feeding the city system, I have gone to the trouble of reconnecting that so that the current city water pressure is displayed so that people can understand what's going on with this system.
Spot on at 200.
Excellent. This is, so it's 200 feet in water. Now, have I described, I think now would be a good time to describe that. The way the engine moves the water, the engine's just a power source. It's like a giant arm. You know, you could have a giant with his arm pumping a pump up and down or what have you. But this is just the engine, and the pump underneath, there's two of them, one under every steam cylinder. It's this simple. There's a ram that goes into a space and out of a space with a packing gland to seal it. There is a suction check valve and a discharge check valve. A check valve is just something that allows whatever's going through it to go one way but not the other way, so a diode, if you will. So, all things being closed, when this plunger leaves the space, something has to enter it because the seal means there's a vacuum. So water from where the water is rushes in to fill it, and then when the plunger comes down, this check slams closed and it has to go somewhere or else it'll explode the pump, so it goes through the discharge check and out into the column. The column is here. In this case, it's actually buried in Horn Pond Mountain. It's a reservoir that's no longer used because if this pipe was directly connected to the city, if everyone had their taps closed, every time this engine made a stroke, sinks would blow off walls, pipes would explode, etc. So we need an accumulator.
You gotta have an open part of your...
This is two functions. The one thing is it provides an even pressure because as long as there's height of water in the column, we have a constant pressure at the bottom, so no pulsations when the engine's going up and down. The second thing is if for any reason the pumping station fails, you've got about a day of reserve before you start not having water anymore. So the biggest systems had 30, 40 engines feeding multiple columns or a column of immense size, sometimes a whole reservoir on top of a mountain, whatever. And the Roman aqueduct is just everything here minus the engine. They found a water source up really high and they ran immense aqueducts to their cities. No pump, just gravity, and the reservoir would be refilled by rain or the natural environment. This lamp we found hanging in here when we came in here. Everything, the hanging wall clock, everything was here. It's completely insane. I had to get this working. It had a couple of problems from sitting for so long. But I just have to get it going. This will be the last lamp we light, I think.
Oh, gas-powered light?
Oh, yeah, okay. Time for a new wick.
What are you pouring in there?
This is lamp oil. It's scentless so that people don't gag at kerosene smell. I'm used to that, but everyone here who visits, we try to make it as pleasant as possible while still having everything work right. This is what they call a center draft lamp. See, this wick is actually a circle. It's folded into a perfect circle and it goes up and down like this. This is the burner head. You stick this on like this. There's a cam lock, and then there's a flame spreader. The wick is in this. The air comes up from the outside and through the inside. Through the center, this is a flame spreader. So this thing is supplied with a heck of a lot of oxygen from both sides, and it makes for a very bright and efficient flame, and that is lighthouse technology. And that's another passion of mine, is lamps, lights, lighthouses and stuff like that.
I see quite a few around here.
Oh yeah. Sadly, all of their original equipment is gone. I worked on one of the last ones in the Bahamas, where the burner, the original oil burner and the Fresnel lens is still there, and they still use it every day. Wow. And I'm very proud of that. Those things are works of art in their own right. This chimney is so large because it draws oxygen up very, very quickly. We'll let that warm up for a minute or two. Once it really gets going, it throws light.
Now that the engine is almost ready to run, it seems like an appropriate time to give a general overview. Alex created this fantastic diagram for us, and hopefully my summary can do it justice. In the broadest terms, a steam engine is a machine that converts the heat energy within steam into mechanical work. Steam flows into the machine in a hot and pressurized state, and by the time it reaches the exhaust, it'll be cool enough to collapse into liquid water. In this particular engine, energy is extracted from the steam in two stages, a high pressure and low pressure cylinder. Steam enters the first cylinder and expands, pushing a piston and applying a force to the crankshaft. After exhausting from the first cylinder, the steam is now at a lower temperature and pressure. However, it still contains useful energy which we can take advantage of by sending it onwards to a second, larger cylinder. The lower pressure of the steam combined with the larger diameter of the cylinder balances out, resulting in both pistons imparting a nearly identical force on the crankshaft. Finally, as the steam is exhausted from the low pressure cylinder, it enters a condenser, which cools the steam until it condenses into water. The water is then pumped back to the boiler to be reused in a continuous loop. Today, the engine will be running without utilizing its condenser for environmental reasons, but we'll get more into detail on that later. For now, I'll hand things back over to Alex as he begins the process of bringing the engine up to operating temperature.
So right now...
Can we come up here with you?
Yeah, please. Be our guest. Still the engine is asleep, comatose. The steam is here and no further than here.
I can feel the heat radiating off of this pipe.
Yes, exactly. And you'd feel a lot more if it wasn't jacketed. The goal of this, and it could be jacketed better, but the goal is always keep the heat in. So these engines, I forgot the sketch pad downstairs. Let me go get it real quick. Eric, you want to get that going?
Yeah, sure.
All right. What you're doing now, you hear the sounds of life. It's got a pulse now. And what's going on is around the steam cylinder. Can you see that well? There is a chamber in the cylinder casting. This is what's underneath all this beautiful cladding, these two cylinders.
This piece right in front of us.
In there, this whole box, it's kind of blue colored, the Russian iron.
Multiple cylinders.
Correct. 1 and 2, I'll show you if you want. There's one here, and there's another there. In fact, you can see these spindles are the ends of these valves. But what we're doing right now, both cylinders have this empty chamber that is a part of their casting. You cannot run a steam engine until it is hot because of various reasons. For one thing, if it's cold, those water slugs that we had to purge out will hit the cold walls and develop. The steam will turn into water. The second reason is everything is higher friction when it's colder. And oil, the steam cylinder oil, cannot atomize in a cold environment. The third reason is that everything is smaller. When things are cold, they are smaller. When things are hot, they get larger. Thermal expansion.
The tolerances are all designed for when it's hot.
Precisely. And if you try to turn one of these engines when it's cold, you will damage or destroy it. Everything from the piston rings to the valves will scrape and score, and things will be in the wrong places, wrong centers. So the steam jacket is fed steam. If you come around here, I'll show you what Eric is doing. He's operating the whole system. First valve supplies steam to the high pressure cylinder jacket. It comes in through the bottom, fills the space. The steam contributes its energy to the walls by condensing. It hits the wall, cools down, the energy is given to the iron, the steam collapses into water and falls to the bottom. We have to remove the condensate. So the second thing is, so the high pressure cylinder gets full pressure steam and it warms up to the saturation temp of the boiler. This one, right, you see there's a gauge on here. So we're also warming up the second cylinder. The second cylinder is exactly the same as the first cylinder, just like this drawing, except it's larger. So we can regulate the pressure of the steam going to the steam jacket. And the reason we do that is because that cylinder runs on the exhaust steam of the first cylinder. The saturation temperature of the steam doing work inside the cylinder is lower. So if we put that cylinder all the way up to boiler pressure in its jacket, we'd actually be wasting fuel and energy. So we regulate it here.
Soon, both steam jackets were up to temperature, and all final checks had been made. It was finally time to start the engine, and Alex insisted I do the honors.
Turn this wheel like this, because the valve is upside down, and do it gentle. She'll get turning. I just hung the boiler on the automatic operator. There you go. Okay, now dial it right back, because that's a little much. A little more back. Yeah, you don't want it to take off on you. There you go. And right now, we want to just idle along at that speed, because you see, we're clearing water out the packing glands and everything. We're going to warm it through, because now the steam is flowing through the engine. Everywhere it didn't used to be just before now. So always, no matter how high a speed the thing runs, you always get it started slow, and you listen for faults, you listen for conditions, you keep an eye on your readings. The receiver pressure is coming up. I hung the boiler on the automatic, which means the fire is now going to go up to high and adjust automatically to the pressure. That's why we had to start it fairly quickly. We don't want the boiler coming up on the operator switch and lifting the safety valve. I'm looking at oil flow. I'm looking for lost motion, NOx, anything that looks like it's loose, anything that looks like we have oil leaks in the reservoirs. I see none of that, which I'm very pleased about. I'm making sure we're feeding cylinder oil, which we are. Eric's doing the same thing, of course. With these, it's always paying attention. Remember what will happen is one of us, could be you or whatever, once we're satisfied, we'll get it on to governor speed, which is faster than this, and we'll show you how all of this works if you so desire. Okay, Eric, we're good. We can advance. Yes.
You can see the shadow of the smoke coming out the stack. out the front door.
One of these to stop and one is down, it reverses. Okay. Looking good, looking good. Looking very good.
How big is the tank that's feeding all of that?
So this actually isn't a tank at all. What's going on here is these little pans are the wiper pans. Very simply, you see these fingers on the bottom of the crosshead, kind of a serrated pattern. They come down to the very bottom. There's a bit of oil in here, about halfway up.
Dipping into it.
Dips in, carries it up, and it all runs back in. So there's no need for pumps or any of that. We want expansion to only occur in the engine cylinder. If you look here, there are 4 valves. Right? Remember how before I talked about the steam jacket, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. On this drawing, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, all right? There are 4 tasks to accomplish on a steam engine. Double acting means that the steam working cycle happens on both sides of the piston. It happens here and on the other side. In something like a car engine, it only happens on one side. So we have to have an admission valve for one side and an exhaust valve for that side, an admission valve for the opposite side, and an exhaust valve for that side. Our goal for the perfect working cycle is to immediately let in a small amount, a very small volume of full pressure steam from the boiler, and then shut it off. That little bit of steam at very high pressure wants to become larger. All the cylinder is a room with a moving wall on one side. So that little bit of steam wants to get bigger, and because the piston can move, it can, as long as it kind of make a bargain with it. You know, we'll let you get bigger if you give us your energy. So the steam pushes the piston all the way to the end, expanding the entire time as it does so without letting in any more. And that is how we get useful energy efficiently out of the working fluid. The way we admit that little bit of steam and shut it off, you see what's happening here? Up and down very quickly, stop. So the piston is coming up and leaving as soon as it snaps closed, like this. I might have to animate this for you, but it picks the valve because the engine is running on no load. That governor is basically pulled all the way up because we're at speed right now. The valve opens and immediately closes, and the thing that makes that happen is this thing that's called a dash pot. It's a vacuum piston. I adjust the air cock. If I adjust it in, the pot will get more violent.
That one over there is moving very aggressively, it looks like.
Bigger travel, because so the low pressure stage will have a higher cutoff. I'll explain that in a minute. But the entire purpose of this apparatus is just to pull the valve closed as soon as the ratchet claw lets go of it. Its closed position is here, and you see it lifts it up. Now, what you just said, if this engine was pumping against a load, if we suddenly introduced a load and the engine slowed down, governor balls would come in, this rod would pull in the trip cam. The cam is what is knocking off this ratchet claw. And this, instead of going only that far, it would go all the way up here. And it would open for a much longer time and snap back much harder.
So basically right now, this is exhausting the steam before it's really used all of its potential energy?
Essentially. Okay. Well, it's actually more than that. It's emitting very little steam. There's because this valve is closing so quickly, there's hardly any steam going through this engine compared to what would have been if it was under load. If I went downstairs and pulled on that governor and we gave it as much steam...
So that little second where it's moving up before it drops down, that's when steam is going in?
Correct. Okay. We're using very, very little. If it was, right now, driving no load, if that valve was coming up and letting steam in like it was under load, the engine pieces would have been flown through the side of the building a long time ago. It would have oversped.
So, the 2 rods furthest outboard from the engine here are the ones connecting down to the main crankshaft with the flywheel on it. These 2 rods are controlling the motion of the other 4 rods, which are then working the admission and exhaust valves. This is the basis of how the engine maintains its perfect rhythm.
we just looked at the first cylinder. The reason this is called a compound engine, a double expansion, is because steam leaving that first cylinder still has a lot of energy. Basic rule is if you put your hand in there, the thing would burn the skin off your hand. If it can do that, it obviously has enough energy in it to continue to run an engine. So we exhaust it from that cylinder and put it in this one. Just like before, everything on this cylinder is exactly the same as the first one, except everything is larger. We increase the bore of that cylinder because the pressure will have been reduced. We have already taken energy out of the steam. So the temperature and pressure has gone down a bit. We need a larger piston to take the same advantage of the steam coming in, make the same force. We want everything equal on this engine. The cutoff right there is minuscule. The cutoff here is longer by necessity. This cylinder needs more steam to contribute the same amount of work. So this valve is lifting up a considerable amount before the dashpot pulls it down. And on this engine, the governor controls the cutoff of that side. Low pressure side, I can change it with this hand wheel here. So I'm slightly altering the valve timing by moving this wheel. And you set this and the governor depending on the indicator cards the engine takes. After the work is done in this cylinder, it is exhausted into a condenser downstairs. We'll explain how that works once we go down there if you want. Remember what I said, energy recovery is everything. The exhaust steam would come down this pipe, right by, sorry, it's kind of hard to see. It comes down this pipe. It goes through this, which is an exhaust feed water heater. This heats up cold water being fed to the boilers so that you get hot water instead. You've recaptured some energy. And then it goes into the condenser. This is a jet condenser. This thing here. So what's inside there is very simple. It's an empty space with a spray head shaped like a sphere. The moment you start the engine and those wet air pumps begin going up and down, they pull a little bit of vacuum which draws cooling water from Horn Pond up into that spray head and begins to spray. As soon as the exhaust steam from the engine comes in there, the spraying water, which is very cold, hits the steam, immediately collapses it. Collapses in a closed space. It cannot suck air in, so it creates a tremendous vacuum, like that gauge I showed you on the gauge board. The more of a vacuum you have, the more it sucks the exhaust steam out of the engine and turbine or whatever. It increases the pressure gradient across the engine, which increases its horsepower substantially and its efficiency. So this not only gets water back for your boilers, but it increases the power and the overall efficiency of your steam engine.
So the whole point of the condenser is by having a negative pressure at the outlet, you're increasing the total amount of energy that can be captured.
Exactly.
If you're just
right.
going to atmosphere, that would be X to 0. Now you're going X to negative. Well, not negative, but below atmosphere.
And you should know something else. Steam has a specific volume graph. It's all in the steam tables. The curve goes like this. Atmosphere line is about here. After the atmosphere line into vacuum, the curve takes way off. The amount of volume increase the steam wants to give, which is useful to us. Something like a 10 psi change in vacuum under atmosphere gets you more than increasing the boiler pressure by 100 psi. Wow. Because of this. It's incredible. The first ever steam engines worked on vacuum entirely. The steam came from the boiler at atmospheric pressure, and they still developed tremendous horsepower.
Wow.
So vacuum is everything. You must have the highest possible vacuum to run an efficient power plant. So this is a piece of local history as well. The case of this clock matches the other gauges, American Steam Gauge and Valve Company, but the movement is Chelsea. It has a 26,000 serial number, so we know it's from about 1906. I'm going to wind it up first. So there's an 8-day wind, and then we're going to just compare the time here. This is an 1895 chronometer watch from London, England with diamond bearings. This is a much more accurate timepiece. So this is from the Army-Navy Cooperative Society. The escape wheel runs in diamond bearings, and it has a fusee movement, so the tension or the force on the mechanism is constant for the whole wind. It even has a wind indication hand for number of hours elapsed on the wind. But we're going to compare, so it looks like this clock is 2.5 minutes fast. So there's that. That's needed for accurate log entries. Got to stop the engine for a minute, Mike. Mike?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Had to stop. The boiler cycled off. I got to go and see what's going on.
Okay.
Once we get up here, we'll get going again. The boiler had a water level regulator problem, so it killed the burner automatically. And when I saw the pressure coming down, I was like, yeah, that fire's out.
After you picked under machinery like that,
Oh, yeah. Bridgewater. Secretarial job at the school Clayton works at.
oh, okay, yeah, he was telling me he was looking
So this whole system, Massachusetts, Commonwealth state, say what you want about it now, but back in the heyday when they were building up from nothing, from agrarian society, some very forward-thinking people put together an immense amount of infrastructure, and this station is just a tiny little part of it, and this engine is one of many brothers and sisters and cousins. And there was a whole sort of family of people. This helped build the stationary engineering institution in Massachusetts before they were generating electric power. and I love it very much. I think there's a lot of lessons to be relearned.
How does it feel? How did it feel during the open house tours when you saw like kids and adults alike coming in here and appreciating this after all the work you put into getting it to run?
I'm really glad you asked that question. To me, it felt really wonderful, you know, to see them experiencing something, because of course I asked most of them, I'm still not used to this answer, I asked almost all of those kids and families, we had hundreds of them, have you ever seen a working steam engine before of any kind at all, even like a little model? They all said no, which, you know, it's wonderful, but it's also kind of scary if you think about it, how far removed we are. And everyone who came in here, from the school kids to the steam nuts who came, who had, you know, seen this before, everyone said to me, this is like no other museum or experience, because, you know, we were careful, of course, but unlike most of these other places, we gave people access. You know, you could come up here, you could go up top, down the bottom. Everyone could see everything, and, you know, we showed them exactly how it works, and we had this great kid named James Hawley, 12 years old, loved steam engines all his life. He was never able to get access to any, but his parents brought him and asked, you know, he just was all over the thing, and he said, can I help work on it? And I said, of course you can, you know, and I said, mind your hands, everything's hot, everything moves. He had him up and down there, and he knew what to, he had it figured out in 10 minutes. It was like he's been working here his whole life, and I didn't, you know, I would find things done that usually I would do that he did, and I said, oh, that's James, this is great. You know, he saved us a lot of work. And when we told him, you know, his parents were so excited, I said, when can we bring him back? I told him, you know, 8 a.m. the next day. They showed up at 7:59 on the dot, and it's like a younger me, I guess. And in terms of me, this to me is therapy. There's, you know, I'm in here communing with energy, and I've seen so many dead, dismembered, defiled, destroyed things like this. You've seen Hackensack. The fact that we could breathe life into this and wake up the living thing that is the power plant and be in its energy and all of this. This is the whole reason I am here. This is the reason that I do everything I do in my life. It's my purpose. When you don't have drinking water and you can't grow food because there's no water to grow your crops, people start being really terrible to each other. I am not interested in ever seeing that happen again. We've had quite enough war and mess and pain and suffering, and I regard, you know, never mind decision making in politics, whatever, I regard these machines as the way away from suffering. And the machines we're making now, I think I've told you in some other videos, are starting to worry me because of the philosophies behind them. I think machinery should work with its creator, not for, not at, or certainly not against. And everyone who walks in here, even the people who've never seen anything remotely old before, they are all entranced by this. From how it looks, how it feels, the way it's like a friend or a teacher. It will teach you how it works if only you pay attention. And that to me is everything. So, back in the day, this power plant and every power plant would have a voice. It went missing long before we came here, so I brought mine. This is a large steam whistle, just like what would have been up here. This one has a kind of a funny story. A drawbridge that shall not be named was being permanently closed. It used to be steam driven. It was electric after they converted it, and that was the voice in the steam days, and it was sounded on air in the transition period. And when they permanently closed it, they were going to scrap all of the drive equipment. And I said, that is going to go missing. So at 1 a.m. It's all brass. That thing is quite valuable, but never mind monetary value, it's priceless. And it's also a Boston local. Just like those gauges in there, it was made by the American Steam Gauge and Valve Company. It was, you know, they were sold as marine whistles, bridge whistles, etc. And I think, anyway, it has a beautiful voice. So this, until such time as we find the original whistle, if that happens, is the voice of Woburn Waterworks. I have to warm it up first.
Some of the old power plants I worked at used to have those.
Our ship had one. Ran off of the boilers.
It almost looks like there's a slight deviation, but I think it's a coloration.
Here's why.
Deviation.
You see how there's rust on it, half of it?
Yeah.
One time, way before we came here, the place flooded all the way up to the wheel. It got about a third of the wheel.
Really?
What you're seeing is actually rust deterioration, which is very unfortunate.
Okay.
The wheel's the only part we want to get repainted to its original deep red.
With all the fundamentals of the engine covered, we were finally able to kick back and enjoy the sights and sounds. And as the sun began to set, the whole waterworks took on an otherworldly golden hue. It's a lot of lamps.
Yes, it is. I painstakingly went through all those lamps and rebuilt it.
This is the video game mode. First-person horror game.
It's actually pretty effective. You can see it works there. I'll bring the other three down if you want.
Back then, it was hard to find
Okay, we got an extra for you. I'll just hang it right here. I hung it up over there. If you want it. You want me to bring it over?
No, that's all right.
Okay.
Can we turn off the lights too?
Sure you can. Here, we'll kill the tungstens. Just watch your step is all. Now you see what happens when you do that? Look at how bright they actually are.
Yeah.
There's one more here.
No, he's getting that switch.
We are operating by lamplight only now.
Okay, another lamp. I'm going to go back here and place it with something.
So how long do you think they were running this place without electricity?
Oh, probably only at most 10 years. Because
10 years?
By the mid-1880s, direct current electrical lighting was everywhere.
Okay.
And readily available. The DC lighting systems are everywhere. And then the Columbian Exposition in 1893 made the AC system with Westinghouse explode, and it went everywhere because everyone saw what it could do, and it was cheaper than the direct current system. But we would have had plant lighting like these bulbs up here. We would have had a direct current dynamo, much simpler system with a small engine, probably a single cylinder. Let me just go back here. I'll hang this up for you.
We should use these for more exploration.
Yeah. No more LED panels, only gas lanterns.
Yeah, that's because that is a straight. So the Fresnel lens is a glass-saving version of this. This is a plano convex. This is the best optical lens you can get to magnify. And you're seeing all the old lights. Everything here is now. You're basically back in time now.
See on the back wall back there, it really throws.
It's very hypnotizing, especially with this lighting.
Can you imagine making decent pay and working here every day? I would be a proud and happy man. Look at the glow through the door. Jesus Christ, this thing is awesome. Did you get a shot from this window?
Straight up looks like a time capsule taken through this window.
This is amazing.
It really is.
Thank you for coming. Here we are on this wonderful evening.
Thank you for inviting us out here. This is amazing.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm grateful that you can share this with me. We haven't had a Christmas in my house since before Mom got sick. This feels like Christmas to me. I'm not even the religious type, but I'm just glad that we can have the energy, the color, and the light again. It's been far too long. And in a place that normally you guys would see dead and partially destroyed. So thanks again, and I hope this is a big hit with everybody.
4 million subscribers. Wow. All right, folks, we'll get to battle boats now. Sorry, I was not going to cut that video off. Actually, I think that was the last one in that playlist.
That was pretty cool.
That was. See, that's the kind of thing I stumble across during the day, and I'll sit here for hours and watch stuff like that. Especially a day like today, it was raining off and on. Couldn't do laundry, couldn't do yard work.
I don't dare do that during the day. I'd never get anything done.
Let's make sure it's getting the wow. So.
Sir underscore Dialots said,
Warships is one of the few things
I enjoyed it.
The audio on. Well, thank you, Joe. Kind of giving you a glimpse into my normal day. Now, I don't do this every day. Now, I do go through YouTube and I'll check. I do go through, I check up on a lot of my 2A stuff because there are daily updates on that, the space stuff, and of course, you know, just the fun GunTuber videos. But I spend a couple hours a day going through those. The proper people, they only put out a video maybe once every couple of weeks, but it's usually like an hour or two long. Credits. I knew that since I spent all my money on that tear down boat. Oh wow, I've got 350 of these festive tokens.
Yeah, well.
I need to get my cash back up in this game.
Set the toilet, right? See where we go from there.
Free shit. I'm not spending that kind of money to buy them. 19,000 gold. I don't even want to try to convert that. What that is in cash? Probably about $50. Yeah, I had a good nap this afternoon. I had like a 2-hour nap this morning. And this afternoon was almost a 3-hour nap. No. A 2-hour nap. A little over 2. I would like to get back in the swing of taking 2 4-hour naps a day. If I can get my body clock back on that rhythm, because that was Just seemed to work well for me. And I wasn't laying down long enough for my back to start hurting. And the rain this afternoon didn't help. We had another little rainstorm come through, and it helped knock me out. Nine people in here now. Welcome in, folks. Kick. A little quiet, or a little early for Kick right now. People usually don't jump on Kick till later. And let's see, YouTube. All right, back down to 2 people watching now. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed those videos. The cheese ones they're just kind of funny and kind of going along with the cheese theme. But that's also some of the videos I run across during the day. Especially when it gets cold out, I'll spend a lot more time in front of my computer. Especially if it's cold and wet out.
Not like I'm going to buy them all the time.
How is everybody's day going so far? I haven't seen Manette. I don't know. Oh, she's in here. I just don't know if she's back from her. I can't remember which ones they had for her, soccer and volleyball. All right, let's run our match and see how bad we're going to play tonight. Last night was not a very good performance on my part.
Yeah, we did okay. The teams didn't do great, but
Right.
Damn it! This is a raid! I can't see, you can't see. So what? All that matters is can the fucking horse see? That's a raid!
Who's playing the raid thing? Where's that coming from? Hold on. Did I get raided over on Kick?
Kimberly Webster said, I'm still here, Ash. I've been dosing off and on since like 3:30ish.
Anybody else too?
No, in the background I'm hearing it's almost like a raid alert for somebody. I don't think I got raided over. No, not with 2 people. I didn't get raided over here on YouTube, and I still can't figure out how to raid on YouTube. But I think you might have to have a minimum number of people to raid. I'm not sure.
Attention! This is Task Force Commander. Our
I
transport ships
Free
have been
to escape.
captured. Attack the enemy
Said,
and retrieve the
I caught the tail
transport
end.
ships.
It was good.
That's a good one. I missed the very beginning of the video. I'll go back and watch the beginning later.
Oh, they went to the first.
That's the enemy vanguard.
Stuff.
Destroy
Flooded
it.
basement. Kind of their typical US factory thing.
Yeah. Oh crap.
quarter of my health already.
But the bots probably want to take out the lower hit point players. A couple of them got through. One hit.
Enemy battleship sighted. Enemy cruiser detected. Enemy ships detected in the northwest.
Feeling through kills here.
Didn't steal it from me. I saw he was low on hit points and figured I better beat him up. Battleship. Looks like they back that hit. Nice.
Headed north. And the Fletcher's gonna run right out in front of that battle group and get killed.
Attention. Transport ships detected. Destroy the escorting ships. Retreat now! Attention! This is Task Force Commander. I'm up against huge enemy forces. Requesting support. Roger. Aircraft proceeding to assist. Will arrive in 5 minutes. Bullseye! Nice.
I'm fixing to launch.
Slow down,
They're in the island.
Target penetrated.
Another set.
I think I got him. Oh, only one torpedo.
We've destroyed an enemy cruiser.
The ship is on fire.
Yeah, it's where I
I just launched torch on that other Miyoko.
Problem solved, sir.
The over? Oh, the
Or, yeah, the I could have him. Because these are ambush torps, you can't see them coming. And I'm fairly close.
The ship is on fire.
Wow, setting me on fire again.
Well, there again, I only got one torp on it. I'm chasing him down.
I've got my other one. He'll probably be shot before they get there. Yeah. Okay. Oh, the other one over there. Right there. And that's about where we want these guys. Turn. Oh, I got him with
destroyed
fire.
an enemy cruiser.
Nice.
Attention, clarifying the order. Cover the retreat of our transport ships.
Need to get out of here before they come.
I don't want a little bit. I want the full 9 inches, and I want it to hurt, Daddy.
The cruisers are bad enough.
All 9 inches free. Can you handle all 9 inches?
What was that line? Can you hammer a 9-inch nail through a 4x4 with your penis?
Yeah, something like that.
Girl's got to have her standards. Yeah.
Free to escape. Said. Wolf has 18. I can take 9.
What was that movie? South Carolina? Real Genius.
Yeah, Real Genius, yeah.
There were some really good lines in that movie.
Yeah, when I get my downloader fixed, I want to download that movie.
Stream Elements. Said. Free to escape has a 18-inch PP.
Spotter airborne.
Oh, of course he's bringing Ghost Guard.
Of course.
And I lost my spotter plane. He's still in dark. Oh, there he is.
It's too far for me to do anything.
I can't be muggy. Oh, those are dirty.
I'm just gonna.
One over
target.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
One overpen on the battleship.
Target out here. That's why they nail me.
I think they slowed down. No? Yeah, they slowed down. One
Enemy cruiser sighted. Enemy battleship sighted.
Well, I'm just wasting bullets at this point.
Enemy cruiser detected.
What over penetration? My spotter's about to get back.
Spotter returning to ship.
Anything out past 10 kilometers. Enemy battleship sighted.
I'm good.
I see that. Out there taking all that fire. Taking it off
Yeah, I'm trying to protect our Liberty ships. Yep, I did it. I blew up.
Oh, we got it.
We won. I died. About 5 seconds before we won.
I only had one torpedo. Well, I had more, it just only took one to kill him.
I got 5 torpedoes. Yeah, but the sour cream and onion ones have 2 more grams of sugar per serving. I'm counting cards. Yeah.
Second and third.
All right.
I'm eating cheddar and sour cream chips right now.
Yeah, the cheddar and sour cream are 15 grams per serving. The queso are only 13 grams per serving.
I don't even want to look at the label. These were at
That was Will's cat stuff. Got a container.
Kimberly Webster said,
And I got a battle
"Yay
pass.
victory."
Yeah, we actually pulled one out there, Kim.
15 or 20 bucks worth of snack.
Yeah, I bought more snacks than I should have this week, but I knew streaming I wasn't going to want to get up and fix food.
Yeah.
It only takes 10 minutes. 15 minutes.
Oh, I got 5 containers from the battle pass.
I'm getting low on signals again, but I only have 2.1 million.
Huh.
I think I'm going to run this boat at least until my economic bonuses get low, so I can boost this back up. That's what I like about the operations. You make a lot of experience and coin in these games.
Yeah.
Although for some reason it doesn't count against your worldwide stats, but
It's still warm.
12 people in
Yeah.
here. Wow, folks, welcome in. I don't know why my Twitch counter's not working. That one is. Oh, now it is. And my YouTube button's not working again. But it looks like I'm up to 318 followers, though.
Cool.
Subscribers, as they call them over there. Plan my route.
Autopilot mode enabled.
This is the base commander.
Walk underscore about 420. Said.
Strike aircraft
well,
will
boom
ensure
boom
support
time.
during the embarkation and evacuation
Yeah,
of
boom boom
transport
time.
aircraft.
We're
Warship
done
commanders.
with the steam engine for now.
Clear the most direct route
Although
for the
that,
aircraft in the
I
specified
geek out on
sectors.
stuff like that too.
Awaiting instructions.
I wish I could go back and see how long I've been following those guys, though.
Enemy
I've been
force
following them
detected.
since they were just
Kimberly Webster
friggin'
said.
two guys with a
I ate
GoPro
hamburger
running
helper
through
leftovers from last night's dinner, then I dozed off no long after you did LOL.
Oh, I missed. And now the hours are up. And he's lost in the smoke. Both of them. Well, that means I'm probably fixing to get hit.
Oh, one's dead.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I don't know where the other one is.
The other one should be coming out of the smoke. I just got spotted. See the dead one.
Enemy battleship sighted.
Wait a minute, we saw the New York. Oh, we saw the Indianapolis.
Stream Elements
There's that
said.
damn.
Wolf underscore byte 78 has a 1-inch PP.
Dang, Wolf, are you cold? You shriveled up.
Waypoint reached.
Walk underscore about 420 said. Tic tac.
Freaking Dallas.
Oh, did I actually miss with that cheese? Alright, let's see if I got around on the Dallas. It should be reloaded by the time this I need to slow it down.
Stream Elements said. Spock's Baldmara has a 10-inch PP.
Autopilot mode disabled.
Damn, Xbox.
Spock's
I
Baldmara
only wanted 9
said.
inches.
LMAO.
Torpedoes to port.
Enemy battleship sighted.
Sir underscore
They didn't kill that
dialogues
destroyer, did they?
said. Xbox
No, they did
Meowdy.
not.
Alright, now the Dallas is punching me. I did some damage to him. He's not happy about it. Reload the other ones before I fire. Okay,
Got it.
good job. Alright, where's that damage?
Right over there. I'm gonna take a shot.
Stream
at it.
Elements said. Walk underscore about 420 has a 4-inch
I
PP.
didn't lead him enough. Somebody got
Stream Elements said, Sir_Dialots has a 5-inch PP. Stream Elements said, Sir_Dialots pantses Norwegian_girl_ and everyone can see their underwear. Kimberly Webster said,
I did too.
Hey Xbox.
Somebody actually got up there and took out that other
Spoxbald Marat said, Meowdy all.
I know what they're doing.
Here for a moment.
Meowdy.
Got something to work on, then you'll be back, boy.
Nice, another 7 grand. Oh, the New York is in neutral. Oh, we hit the other side.
The ship is on fire!
Oh, got him. Nice.
We've destroyed an enemy battleship.
Problem solved, sir.
We've destroyed an enemy cruiser.
Aircraft.
Well, I was going to hit the circle, but it's a little jammed up right now.
I haven't taken any damage yet. Better just be running.
Torpedoes to port.
Much obliged, Commander.
Guys get some kills because I'm supposed to. I didn't earn those. I only have 40,000.
Alright, where's the airplanes?
Did pop up. We came around pretty quick.
Yes, we did.
Warship commanders, transport aircraft have arrived. Proceed to evacuation. Protect the aerodrome until embarkation is finished and the transport aircraft leave base Rohan. Provide gunfire support for attack aircraft.
There they are.
Nice job.
That takes care of that.
An enemy aircraft carrier was spotted in the combat area. Destroy her.
I'm not going after her.
No.
I've learned my lesson.
Got
Stream
too many
elements.
escorts, I can't
Said.
get close enough.
Stream element spot running.
But the Z-23 is going to go for it. I'm going to do something stupid. Hold my beer.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You gonna go out there far enough just to light them?
No, just enough to be able to shoot at him.
Oh shit. I have my finger on the wrong button.
I need to be 16 point something miles. Clicks.
I'm too far away.
17.1 now.
Oh crap, I got these. This side.
Now I'm going to run.
You done stirred up a hornet's nest over there.
I got in torp range of him. We'll see what happens.
Attention. We intercepted enemy communications. A group of enemy destroyers have been sent to disrupt our repair base. Do not allow them to capture the repair base.
Damn.
Enemy aircraft carrier sighted.
Little bastard. No, somebody got him. Well, maybe not.
Whiskey
Yes,
is
they
finished.
got him.
Our repair base is no longer in danger.
I'm gonna say aloud now that those destroyers are dead. Far enough to try to get some shots on that aircraft carrier. Looks like he's burning up or flooding.
Well, I got one torp hit out there on something. I don't know what I hit. Might have been the carrier. What I was aiming at anyway. He's too far out there for me to go after.
Oh, he's still too far out. I wait. No, here we go.
Enemy battleship.
Oh, the Missouri's coming already.
Enemy destroyer sighted. Enemy cruiser sighted. Enemy destroyer detected.
We've got one sit on him. Ranger, second volley. Oh, that's HE. No one.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
Damn it. Alright, good thing I'm in the smoke here. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Aircraft carrier Raptor destroyed.
Nice.
Designated targets destroyed.
The ship is on fire. Spotter returning to ship. Problem solved, sir.
I've got the Wichita burning. I think.
I thought the Missouri was a target ship. I guess not.
It is.
It's not showing it as.
I launched torps at the Missouri and I hit the Wichita. And sank it.
I still only have 88,000. I haven't done as well in the second half.
I got the Missouri.
The ship is on fire.
Dallas.
My cowboy should have some. Somebody else stole it.
Problem solved, sir.
$113,000. I'll take it.
I can't believe I finally got the Missouri. 212,000 damage.
Ouch. Nice. You ought to be way up there. We got everything. Got a C-star.
Third.
How am I on the bottom?
I don't know. How am I third with the
113
18 plane shot down, 7 torp hits, 229 target hits, 3 destroyed, 5 floodings,
And the Sharn horse up there with 9 kills. You can't tell me he wasn't kill stealing.
Yeah.
I mean, I had 3 kills, but I ended up pulling 113,000. I should not be on the bottom. War gaming, you're drunk. Go home.
Yeah. No kidding.
Got a container and almost a battle pass.
Yeah. I just collected a battle pass last time, and I'm almost up to another one.
KimWeb93 said, Peekaboo, I'm in 2 places at once, LMAO.
Want some of it.
Damn it, Kim. My bot was reading you out, so I looked over at the YouTube chat. You're trying to confuse me now. But eventually I'm going to do like JD. I'm going to have 1 extra monitor dedicated just to chat, so I can keep it all on one. But JD only has 1 set of chat to deal with, though. And thanks to Kim, she's keeping my chat pretty busy, or busier than what it used to.
Hold my beer for a second. I'm starting on the right.
KimWeb93 said,
Oh gosh, we are. Oh.
Main phones casting YouTube on TV and backup phone gotcha here, LOL.
Suppress enemy resistance. Provide cover for the convoy.
I'm gonna...
I don't want a little bit. I want the full 9 inches, and I want it to hurt, Daddy.
I'm going to go down a little bit still, because I want to get broadside shots on these guys.
And I normally do. This time I'm gonna try and run
Warship
right through
commanders,
them.
provide cover for the transport
Probably
ship.
get killed.
Instructions. Roger.
Stream Elements said, Free to Escape has a 1-inch PP.
Enemy force sighted on the horizon.
There
It's
they
getting
are.
cold down there.
Free to Escape said, Gotta give it to you 9 times at Sir_Dialogues. KimWeb93
Oh, and I
said,
don't have torps yet.
Haha LOL. Sir_Dialogues said, at Free to Escape LMAO. Walk _about 420 said, LOL free.
He didn't get me.
Enemy aircraft carrier detected. Destroy the target.
Reload. Why is the reload right there as the fucking rock comes?
Enemy cruiser detected. Enemy battleship
Kimberly
detected.
Webster
Y'all got him.
said, I have fun messing around keeping things active.
Oh shit.
Enemy destroyer detected.
Free to Escape said, LOL. Walk _about 420 said, Halling as there Ash.
The ship is on fire.
Target penetrated.
Kiwi doesn't have torque position.
Problem solved, sir.
Sure managed to deke my torch.
Oh, somebody got her with the fire.
Now Squire's shooting at me.
Alright, I'll reload. Flashes. What?
Enemy cruiser detected. Confirmed penetration.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, send me spotter airborne. I want to see him first before you see him. Be a bunch of overpass. 2 overpass.
I just threw 2 sets of torps at that channel.
Attention, enemy transport ships detected. Destroy the enemy transport ships.
Well, I'm gonna send 2 more in a minute.
Kimberly
I got
Webster
him.
said,
Good job.
"That boat won't last for much longer."
St. Clair. Years. Uh-oh, we got Duke of York over here trying to steal kills.
Spotter returning to ship.
Yeah, everybody's over here stealing our
Yeah.
freaking kills, and now I'm in a fucking reload.
Enemy heavily damaged. Confirmed penetration.
Nice.
Confirmed penetration.
3 pens, 4 overpens. Ain't getting secondary. Hey! 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 Get out of here, dude.
Stream Elements said, KimWeb93 has a 13-inch PP.
Yeah, I don't care.
Commanders,
I've got
provide cover for the
112,000
transport
damage
ships.
already.
I don't. I only have 50. That's just it. He wiped them out too fast. Asshole. I could have got some more damage in.
KimWeb93
Well, he stole the
said,
points.
"Ha ha ha fuckers, I'm bigger than all y'all LOL."
And my keys are coming off my keyboard again. Man, Alright, next month's stream is probably going to be to get me a keyboard.
Free to Escape
Oh, I need
said,
to run out and check my mail.
"Let's go, Kim."
My new ear cuffs probably came in my headset today. I think they were out for delivery, but
Oh, Dookie Work's gonna get him.
Free to Escape
UPS's website
said,
was down. Yeah,
"Just
he's
be
gonna
careful
get
how
those
you
things.
swing that club."
I already killed one of them before it even moved.
Yeah, but
My torp got it.
All enemy transport ships were destroyed.
Stream Elements
still kills it.
said, Sir_Dialots has a 9-inch PP.
He's already got 5 kills. Shit. You watch, he's gonna end up.
Walk_about 420
He'll end up at the
said,
top of the list with
"Joe's
only
not here
half
for
the
size,
kills
Kim."
I have. I mean, with only half
Half the damage.
Man, Walkabout screaming at folks.
KimWeb93
All caps!
said,
All caps!
"At Free to Escape LMAO."
Where's Manette squiggly shit's ass at?
Walk underscore about 420. Said. Fuck off.
Gee, you can't tell we're all friends in here.
Minette 1981. Said.
There's Manette.
Hashtag shitty mod club.
How many hits on the Cleveland? Oh, one ricochet. I was shooting over the island. I couldn't tell what direction he was going.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
Minette 1981. Said. Sorry, got a 90-pound P-ball scared of thunder on my foot.
Oh, y'all getting thunderstorms? Not bad. 6 over pins.
Sir underscore dialots. Said. At Minette 1981 tell walk underscore about to move then.
Why is that Cleveland still alive? I guess you and I are the only two shooting at it. My secondary's carrying on right now. Whoop, it's
Kimweb 93. Said. At walk underscore about 420 I'm not here to steal anyone's thunder LOL.
Got him. I got killed.
Enemy cruiser sunk.
70,000
Walk underscore about 420. Said. She walks on the bottom, I can have the top.
Enemy warships.
Enemy severely damaged.
Nice. Yep, I got it. I got credit.
This is the convoy commander. Our
Not
troops
points,
are starting
but
to
at least
land.
get experience.
Walk underscore about 420. Said. Kim, you're good, steal away.
Enemy destroyer detected.
Walkabout, why are you screaming at everybody?
Enemy battleship sighted.
Kimberly Webster. Said. I don't know, Ash, you should fix that for M. Minette 1981. Said. He loves caps lock. Walk underscore about 420. Said. I can, it's me, someone has
I
too.
got the timing right on them tours.
You're going after Bertain?
I'm just throwing them out there.
Oh, they got it right before my rounds hit.
Kimweb 93.
That was actually a good
Said.
shot.
LOL, and this is why I love y'all.
Destroyer sighted. Enemy cruiser sighted. Enemy battleship detected.
We're a little raw, aren't we, Kim? How many other streamers sit here and talk into a dick? I mean, I ain't scared.
The Omaha.
It's not going real fast.
Walk underscore about 420. Said. Oh shoot, someone likes US.
I don't know why anybody likes our grumpy old asses.
Sir underscore dialots.
Can I steal this?
Said.
Can I steal it?
At walk underscore about 420.
No,
What are
not
we
enough.
doing wrong for people to like us? KimWeb93 said, y'all are just lucky I'm currently sober LMAO.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to see a drunk.
Confirmed penetration.
Nice. 12,000. Well, it did more than that.
I
That
stole
was
the
just a
kill.
sip. That's fine. There's no way I would have got reloaded in time to get another shot. Let's try the Queen Elizabeth. Bring your ass out from behind that rock.
Get out here.
Where's your bow? There it is.
I launched a little early, I'm afraid.
Nice, 17 grand.
Oh, no, maybe I'm gonna get her.
Nice.
KimWeb93
Stay up.
said, LOL, I have way too much fun LMAO.
I got one.
Oh, I thought you were gonna have two. Yeah, your shots are gonna beat mine. Yep.
Yep, I got her.
Make me waste a volley. You earned that one though. Oh, you got her with flooding. You didn't get her with a bullet.
Oh. Cool.
She flooded out before your round could get there.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Yeah, we only got 3 ships left. All right. Someone got torps on her.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
Nice,
Target
another ship.
penetrated.
13
Enemy
grand.
battleship detected.
124,000 so far. Those are numbers. I want to see at least 120 in a game. 'Cause I know the ship is capable of it. I'm gonna have to look back at my all-time
KimWeb93
220,000
said,
something like that.
LOL, I get a little more goofy than usual when I drink.
I just broke 200.
Yeah, someone else is gonna get it. 135.
Torpedoes to starboard.
Oh. Is it gonna hit you?
Yeah.
Ow. Alright, Colorado's all that's left.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
Where's that Omaha?
Oh, good question. Hopefully someone got him, because there's a cruiser up over there.
Oh, I'm flooding out.
You can't repair?
Nope.
Oh, crap. Oh, no.
The ship is on fire.
Oh, now I'm on fire. Now I'm the only one over here they're shooting at.
There are only 2 of them.
Well, and the cruiser's out of pocket.
Yeah.
Well, no, he just shot. Long shot.
Problem solved, sir.
Oh, I didn't even see the chappie up there.
You need to get that stuff,
Yeah, he's the one that's tearing me up.
Yep.
With HE.
Yep.
The ship is on fire.
Damn, come on, reload. Turning. 2 fires.
Enemy battleship detected.
5,000. Come on. Come on, Barnard. You don't have any damage. Get the fuck over here and help. I'm gonna burn up. I can't put the fire out. Come on, reload. That's it. Give me your broadside. There you go. Oh, come on. 2 grand.
Well, at least you took out the Colorado. Or did you?
Oh, did I get my torps off? Yes, got my torps off. No, I did not get the Colorado.
Kimberly Webster said, y'all need to sink that Colorado.
11, almost 212.
Well, Colorado's the last ship. That's why I was concentrating on. I forgot about the Champion. And
Never
Barnard
forget
was
about
too
a
far out.
Champion. They will tear you apart.
Yep. And the Barnard, well, at least he went up there and got the Omaha. He was out of pocket, but he's coming in now. And he's going to end up saving the day.
Maybe.
I wish it showed us everybody else's damage.
Yeah.
They don't, because they don't want you to know that they're not scoring this shit right. They don't care about operations.
No. Yep, that Champion is still out there.
Well.
But I think Colorado's gone.
Colorado's
I think the secondary's got him.
I don't know. I only have one kill, though.
No,
Maybe somebody else got him before they died. Yeah.
Or burned him out.
And see. And I bet you don't have shit for damage, buddy. And that's aggravating. 156,000. 93 target hits.
216 target hits, 5 torps.
7
5
incapacitations,
kills.
6 fires. That's for my fucking secondaries. My
5
secondaries were on point.
9 fires, 4 floodings.
Yeah. 126 secondary hits. Now, let's see where I was at. Oh, I'm in the middle.
3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Barnard got second. Oh, look at him with 9 kills.
Yeah,
he was kill.
stealing.
He and the Duke were friggin' kill stealing, weren't they? That's why the Duke York's on the bottom. He didn't have any damage. Friggin' little shit tard. Well, at least you got.
And I made 129,000 credits.
Ooh, I am out of bonuses. There. Got a bunch of those. Bunch of those. Yeah, I'm gonna keep running the destroyer tonight. I'm a destroyer, battleship.
Got 453,000 commander experience.
Yeah, my commander's maxed out now on this one. He makes number 2.
One of these days I'll go through and find the other ship that I want to run and beef the commander up. Since I've got all those points to spend.
Yeah. Some
I've
of
been
my
thinking about
following.
going up the German battleship line with all the free experience I got. I should be able to.
German battleship's a pretty good line, other than the dispersion, which is aggravating as shit. But I bet they do that to keep the ship from being OP.
Yeah.
It was good to see Pete in last night. Maybe he'll jump in tonight.
Maybe. Yeah, I ain't doing COD for a while here.
Attack the enemy naval base from the specified directions.
We actually played last night and did okay, but it was rough. I'm still getting loaded.
Awaiting instructions.
Enemy force detected.
But he missed.
Oh, look at those shells. They're going to go left and right of the Nuremberg. No hits. I guess Germany was too busy losing the war to friggin' make straight barrels. Someone just turned the shit out of it.
Actually, German guns were noted for their accuracy.
Well, apparently they can't line up two barrels next to each other. Guess the aircraft got him. Or the aircraft carrier.
I'm talking about real life, not...
Yeah.
Enemy destroyer detected.
Look at the Bismarck taking out the hill.
Enemy severely damaged.
Yeah.
Bullseye. Confirmed penetration.
They can take shots at the Nuremberg. I don't have my airplanes, so somebody else is gonna have to work on the shot. Oh, come on.
Oh, you slowed down. Now he's sped up again.
Yep, that's all right. Crap, 3 grand. Come on. Oops, sorry. Turn over. I was going to hit you.
I guess. I just shot you.
On the Bayer. Did you get the, yeah, you got the Nuremberg. All right, good deal. Oh crap, Geisen out. Turn.
Minette 1981 said, JD is going to the gym by himself. Timer paused.
Okay. His stream, his rules. I think he's, oh shit, these damn forts.
Yeah, I've been working on this one.
Yeah.
My guns don't do that much damage. Finally.
Minette 1981 said he needs to clear his head. Minette 1981 said, where's Pete?
Pete's not in yet. Pete tends to not jump in till about 8 o'clock. I'm hoping he comes back in tonight. We had a good time with him last night. Guy's now tearing me up.
Enemy heavily damaged. Target penetrated. Target penetrated. Enemy severely damaged.
And there's the guy still here. Oh, he's shooting me from over the mountain. I can't hit him.
Target penetrated. Bullseye.
Finish him off. I'll get the Cimarron, number 5. Oh, you got him anyway. Crack your head.
Send at him.
I just sent some at him. Reloading. Wow, 11,000. Nice. Oh, I missed him with my torch. You got him burning pretty good, though.
Yeah, but he killed me.
My secondaries are shooting up these,
Reconnaissance reporting. Enemy reinforcement
Oh,
approaching.
Geisenhauer's dead. Alright. We'll finish off these,
4 installations, there's 2 behind you.
Attention. Main task complete. Retreat to the designated area.
Target penetrated.
Yeah, you better go back in now.
I'm hurt.
Confirmed penetration.
Really?
You gotta hit the right tank.
Oh, my dispersion's going everywhere.
Yeah.
Bullseye.
I'm only firing one gun at a time, Jam. Try to...
Confirmed penetration.
Oh, come on.
Destroyer detected.
That's good. Yeah. Alright, headed that way. How many of us are left? 5?
Yep.
Aircraft carrier, I know, doesn't want to be the first one through the hole. I guess I'm going to have to lead the charge. Oh, nice torps. Aircraft carrier's on point. Question is, though, are these guys going to run for the circle? Or are they going to let me die out there?
Hard to say.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Reconnaissance reporting. The second enemy reinforcement party is approaching.
I'm taking way too much damage. Well, I'm down 112. Hit the Fuso. No, I don't still right. Grimey's headed that way. All right, good deal. I'll steam ahead of the aircraft carrier. He can bring up the rear. Nuremberg. The ways out there.
Who's
Like
the
it too, yes.
problem?
One overpin him. Yeah, he's still behind the alley. Oh, no. Let's go reload. Problem is, I only have front guns right now. Lion, don't get in my way. And I'm going to try to get torpedoed on Nuremberg.
Remember, he's got 4 6 torpedoes.
Alright, now I can concentrate on Nuremberg. Fucking, there's a Fabuki right there. I'm going to juke right.
Autopilot mode disabled.
Okay.
I'm going to do something a little different.
The ship is on fire.
Now I'm going to juke left. Hopefully he has.
Problem solved, sir.
I'm sure he has.
Torpedoes dead ahead.
Yep. Oh, I missed it. Nice.
Torpedoes dead ahead.
Got him.
We've destroyed an enemy cruiser.
Alright, see, get turned. I might be able to get some torps on this guy.
Watch your torch.
Yep, that's alright. I cleared him.
Reconnaissance reporting.
Alright,
The
that's shipping
third
away.
enemy reinforcement party is approaching.
There we go. Plus my guns. Load.
Torpedoes dead ahead.
Oh, come on. Well, I got torps out on him. Nice, my secondary's got him.
Enemy destroyer sunk.
Alright, let's get some damage on the Fuso. And, my guys following me? Or, no, they're staying there in the neck, aren't they?
No,
Okay. There we go. Shots out on the Fuso.
he's coming out at least.
Yeah, I don't want to get close enough to him to torque, because he'll chew me up.
Yeah.
Secondary's out on that guy. Well, I'm gonna throw a volley at him.
Yeah, I'm going in the line.
1,000, really? One penetration? Well, they did a good deal.
Mogami.
Circle. Some damage on the Fuso.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Ooh, nice, 7,000.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
We got it. Nice. We just didn't get the two battleships, but 166,000. Now I got an assistant.
Yeah, you're number one too.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Wow. You had more kills than me, but I had a lot of damage.
Yeah. Well, I got killed on those Liberty ships.
Yeah. Somebody got the Scharnhorst for me. Scharnhorst was tearing me up early on. That'll pass.
Scharnhorst? You mean the Bayern?
No, the Geisenau, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to save those Commander's XPs. I'll put the 10% on. Save the 20%ers for another boat. Alright, I think I'm ready. Ten people in here. Welcome in, folks. Uh-oh. Manette banning, folks. Swinging that ban hammer. Why'd you ban Norwegian Girl? Is that one a bot? Norwegian Girl's actually been in here. I think she's talked in here. I'm not sure.
Kimberly Webster said,
No, she hasn't.
That wasn't a bad
Okay.
round.
No, that wasn't. That was a pretty good round. I wish Paul Bear, if Paul
Minette
Bear survived, I
1981
wouldn't have done as well.
Said, she hasn't. She's a confirmed bot.
Yeah, okay. I've seen her in here before. I thought she had chatted in here, but she hasn't. Appreciate that, Manette. Ban the bots.
Minette 1981 said, I thought so too until I looked. Minette 1981 said, and I reported them.
All right, thank you.
Ship commanders, suppress enemy resistance. Provide cover for the convoy.
Enemy force for my spot. Actually, I'm going to aim for a little right on my spot because I know the Liberty ship's going to push me here.
Warship commanders, provide cover for the transport ship.
Awaiting instructions.
How is that little boat pushing me? I should be pushing it.
I know.
I can't use my gun. Come on, get off of me so I can shoot. Reload. Damn, that one's still. Dang, he killed him.
Enemy aircraft carrier detected. Destroy the target.
Come on, get out of my way. Super juice.
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
Uh-huh.
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
Target penetrated.
Back guns around. Oh, how did he disappear? I'm getting closer. So I don't shoot the bear again.
Enemy battleship sighted. Enemy cruiser sighted.
Bullseye. Enemy severely damaged.
Almost took it out.
Attention. Enemy transport ships detected. Destroy the enemy transport ships.
Enemy battleship detected.
Really?
Spotter returning to ship.
No, he's focusing on me.
He's shooting at me now.
There we go, $4,000. Good deal. Jump up here.
But did he get his torpedoes off?
I don't know. I'm fixing to nose into where it was at. Just in case. Come on. Dang spread. Come on, you got 3 guns on each turret. You can't line them all up straight.
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
Enemy cruiser detected.
Thank you. I wasn't doing crap for damage. I'm gonna go over here.
Where's those Liberty ships?
2 coming up on the bad side.
There they are.
You got them too?
Oh, I'm sure.
I'll try to concentrate on these 2. My problem is too much snow after reload.
Yeah.
Ship commanders, provide cover for the transport ships.
Really?
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
Confirmed penetration. Enemy severely damaged.
Oh, my secondary's got that one.
Enemy destroyer sighted.
My
All enemy
secondary's got that
transport
one.
ships were destroyed.
And my secondaries are deadly up close.
Took a couple of hits. Not bad.
Get my guns around and I'll throw some at this Cleveland.
Almost about 2,000 hit points.
No, I'll slap some. that Earl. Oh, come on.
Minette 1981 said, hashtag Tainted upon fire.
Attention, enemy forces detected.
Minette 1981
Destroy all enemy
said,
warships.
fucking bot.
Clear the base zone of enemy ships.
I can almost hit the Lexington, but he's also behind the mountain. Get over here on your right. Put up the heading a little bit more so I'm not in your
Minette 1981
torque funnel.
said, I'm gonna have to cut off my foot to get it back from the dog.
No, cut the dog off. Oh, the Britain quit turning.
Minette 1981 said, well if only.
This is the convoy commander. Our troops are starting to land.
Enemy aircraft carrier sighted. Enemy cruiser sighted. Enemy destroyer sighted. Enemy battleship sighted.
He's just tagging me. I plink away at all these ships and someone else gets the kill.
Yeah. Come on, reload.
Enemy aircraft carrier sighted.
By thunder.
Confirmed
Oh,
penetration.
City the Omaha, 12 grand. You got a good hit too, didn't you?
Pretty good.
Attention. Reporting the target position.
Enemy destroyer detected. Enemy aircraft carrier detected. Enemy battleship detected.
Damn it.
Got him.
I know, I wasted a volley. Alright, reloading and we're waiting to get the Indianapolis. Nice aim. Come on.
Enemy cruiser detected. Enemy battleship sighted. Enemy cruiser detected. Enemy battleship sighted.
What's the Kansas doing right there? You want to die? Because that's how you die. Oh, and our aircraft carrier. What the fuck? Does he think he's a battleship or what?
No, I'm trying to take out the Indianapolis.
I can't get them guys up front. Shoot at the Queen Elizabeth. guess I got the others. Alright, let me move back up so I'm not in your way. In case you gotta launch torches.
Didn't have to.
Better not have to. Parsifal died, didn't he? I figured he would. Secondaries popping the shit out of it.
Might get him this time. Yeah. I didn't get the kill.
Nice.
11. Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to concentrate on the chappy up now.
Okay.
That little bastard isn't going to burn me up again. I'll disappear.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
I'm going to keep working on the anchor.
Enemy cruiser detected.
Oh, shit.
Hull breach. We're taking on water quickly.
Who launched on me?
I don't know.
Enemy heavily damaged.
12,000 on the Chapiev.
Problem solved, sir. The ship is on fire.
Damn, he's still burning me up. I don't know who launched that torp, though.
Damn, the anchor just will not go down.
Here's a little Chapiev.
What the hell is shooting?
Chapiev is tearing me up. Come on, Anchorage, go down. 2,000. Around. Oh, I'm gonna die though. Oh no. Yeah, I've only got 517 points left.
Fucking Anchorage, I cannot.
I think I got him. No! Really?
Yeah, I've launched torps out there. They're actually aimed at the Colorado.
I just shot something behind you. I don't think the Colorado's gonna get there though. We've got this. Just don't hit me. Or him not hit me.
Yeah.
I think you got him. Who else is shooting at him? Oh, our Bismarck is still over there. I thought it was just you and me. Alright, that works. Man, I survived with 500 hit points.
Damn.
197,000 in damage.
197,676.
Oh, you beat me. I had 238. Good job. You not. Now, how are you second and me fourth? Well, you had 8 kills. Kill stealer. I don't know why the Kansas is between us.
I don't know.
It's all right. Another really good round. Oh, boy, I got stretched. I'm still a little sore and stiff. That, and I've only been streaming for, what, 26 hours and a half?
Yeah.
I did take breaks. I admit it. And I didn't turn my timer off. Oh, I tried. I don't have one. I thought about putting a countdown timer, but it's like, why? It's not like they can affect the timer anyway.
Hey, our favorite. This is where
Really
you
want
need a
my
really good team and rarely get it.
Yeah, I really want to run my aircraft carrier in some of these battles, but I
this
just
is,
don't.
yeah.
This is Hermes.
I was
This is the
thinking
one
we
with the
were on
storm.
Cherry Blossom.
No. This is the one with the storm.
The one where I charge up there to try and get airplanes.
Yeah, well, I'm not going anywhere yet. I'm tired of getting caught up in that cluster. I'll go quarter speed. I'm not going to shoot down. I got pretty good AA, but mine doesn't have the range that y'all's do.
I got 6-something quicks. Cleveland will take them.
Oh, yeah, instructions. Oh, I got one.
Kimberly Webster said, "You were damn near dead."
I didn't get
Yes,
in.
I was.
7,000 damage on them.
I had 517 points left. Now speed up. Half speed is about what the Alsace is doing. Or half
Yeah.
speed for me.
A little more than half speed for me. But not
Enemy force sighted on the horizon.
Right.
Enemy destroyer sighted.
How am I on HE? Did I switch to HE there at the end? Is that why I wasn't getting good damage numbers?
Could be.
Oh, that's alright. I'll keep it on HE for these destroyers. Although I don't do special. Come on, why aren't you turning? He's turning now. I might still get him. Nope. There we go. And back to Nuremberg. My HD just doesn't do a whole lot of damage.
I fired E-turret.
Enemy destroyer sighted.
Oh crap, we got guys over here on the... Alright. I'll start taking care of them.
Enemy heavily damaged.
Nice. I shot down. Shot at a bunch of planes.
Kimberly Webster said, "Damn, one more good hit and that would have been the end of it."
Right when I'm pulling the trigger, they turn.
Yeah. The game cheats.
Yeah.
There are the battleships. Scharnhorst. He's not a...
I'm dead. The battleship.
Yeah, the Baron got you.
Yeah.
Nice.
On the
10,000
wrong
on
side
the
of-
Scharnhorst.
I was on the wrong side of the escort. Should have been on the other side of the escort. Time I was lagging behind.
Reload, 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 reload. 13 aircraft. Oh, shoot, wrong button.
Afraid to talk, I can't eat.
Enemy battleship sighted.
Nice. Two overpens. How do you overpen a battleship?
Goody a chase.
Go through the superstructure. It's not armored.
Oh, goody a chase. What was that? Oh, was that just a sound effect somebody played?
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
Trippets. There's still 10 out. I know they're turning in, but I'm not going to slow down that much. Actually, I ought to probably finish him off. What the fuck? Get out of my way, asshat. Trying to get in the circle here, buddy. Folks aren't going to hit the Baron, but they might hit the Trippets.
Free to escape. Said. How many hours to go?
Hour and a half. But since I got a nap in, I'm feeling halfway decent.
The ship is on fire.
Enemy destroyer sighted. Enemy battleship sighted. Enemy destroyer sighted.
Problem solved, sir.
Time I get my guns around.
Free to escape. Said. It's been over 25 hours. Damn.
Yep.
Free to escape. Said. Great job, Ash.
Alright, secondary.
We destroyed an enemy
Walk
battleship.
_ about 420. Said.
Torpedoes,
Hashtag
get
all-nighter.
Hull breach. We're taking on water
I don't
quickly.
know about that. Oh, little bastard. And I don't have repair kit for a second. Took on my steering and all.
Alright, we're gonna lose right now.
Yep. I see the torch headed for the all saves. Man, I'm sick of these people that don't know how to play these fucking things. Nobody at all was shooting at the destroyer, but me. Until the banner started shooting me in the ass.
That's usually where I focus. I lost situational awareness and got my ass blowed up.
90,021 aircraft shot down, which puts me in second place. You're at the bottom. How the hell did that happen?
I only had 16,000 damage.
No, I mean, how the hell did I end up in second place?
Because nobody else did shit.
Yeah, Free, I'm a little tired, but the 2 naps help. Can't keep my cigarette going up.
I know.
I took a shower earlier before I laid down and I feel like I need another one. $2.8 million. I'm not earning like I should be tonight though. That last game probably helped out. I am kind of mentally tired now. If I do stay up, I might watch, pull up some more videos on like old steam train engines or something like that. It's kind of neat seeing that steam-powered water pump.
Spotter airborne.
Attention Task Force Commander.
Lady Mina 007 said, Cheer 1 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 cheer 1. Stream Elements said, Lady Mina 007 just cheered 15 bits.
Where's my little buddy?
I don't know. My spotter plane's up. Oh, I've been spotted, so. The spotter plane
Free to escape.
Pretty easy.
Said. Woot woot at Lady Mina 007.
Enemy force sighted on the horizon.
All stations.
I don't know where he's at.
Free to escape. Said. Cheer 6 cheer 9. Stream Elements. Said. Free to escape just cheered 15 bits.
I missed the break. I don't even know why I $5 grand though.
Spotter returning to ship.
Enemy severely
Nice.
damaged.
That's it.
We've destroyed an enemy battleship.
See, I'm good for something every now and then. It's hard to get a kill on those three because everybody's freaking shooting at them.
Yep.
Attention ship and squadron commanders. Pay special attention to torpedo defense.
There they are. That Mioko's hard to hit. She's hauling ass too.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
Confirmed penetration.
Nice! 18,000. Man, who the fuck is running over me?
Colorado.
Don't come up alongside of me where I can't fucking shoot. Ah, damn it. They got her. Mogami, I don't think is running as fast. Oh, she slowed down anyway. She's Yep.
Raptor, Task Force Commander here. Working on an optimal route for you. Proceed due northwest.
Oh, she slowed down.
This is Raptor.
Back up.
Moving out.
Oh, they got it.
I think we killed him.
Yeah.
I had him down pretty low when he went behind the island.
Alright, I'm guessing the next ship's gonna come from the left.
I'm guessing so.
Well, a couple more before the destroyers. I'm going to turn because the Raptor's going to be heading up this way anyway. I don't want to get caught in that gaggle.
This is Engineer. All stations. I have equipment for light repairs of ships. Stay close.
Spotter airborne.
I'm just trying to screen him from torpedoes.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking the torpedoes are going to come from the other side. I could be wrong, though.
No. I'm thinking so too, but I can't really get over there.
It might just be the destroyers over here.
This is Raptor.
Yep, there we go.
Enemy aircraft carrier detected. Destroy her. It's crucial for the squadron.
Attention, Squadron Commander. According to reconnaissance data,
Kimberly
one more
Webster
enemy aircraft carrier is
said,
likely to remain in the
"Tell
combat
M to
zone.
get out of your ass,
Seek and destroy.
lol."
Yeah. HE, but
Enemy destroyer sighted.
11. Oh, that's why I hate HE. Yeah, we got destroyers over here. My attention over here.
Enemy cruiser detected.
Enemy destroyer foundered.
Spotter returning to ship.
Elbow way out there.
Enemy destroyer sighted.
Of course, as soon as I do that, the destroyer lights up.
Enemy severely damaged.
Nice, 12 grand. The Aoba. Oh, and look what's up here ahead of me. Good job, Father.
Enemy cruiser detected.
What's that freaking carrier out in front of you?
Waiting on the read.
Raptor, Task Force Commander here. Transmitting rendezvous point. Do you copy?
This is Raptor. Roger. Adjusting course.
Oh shit, they're gonna. No. I don't know. But I'll get sideways and then I'll get straight again.
Raptor turned on
This is
me.
Raptor. Air wing is ready for duty. Over.
Our Raptor? Yeah. He does some stupid shit.
Yeah. Well, he pushed me clear out of the battle.
KimWeb93
I got 101,000.
said, "Just cause you have a pretty boat don't mean she wants to be filled up, LMAO."
I've got a whole 37.
This is the USS Mina Harker. Shouts out to Yoko.
You get that carrier?
Nah, the other guy did though.
Oh.
He's dead. You don't have to worry about aircraft. Ah, shit.
Enemy battleship detected.
Oh, shit. Battleship's right in front of me. Oh, I don't need to turn this way. No. Turn the other way. Come on, turn. Gotta keep my guns pointed to this side.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
I'm going to be on the bottom again, it looks like. I ain't got nothing to shoot at. Ah.
Oh, he split off 4 of my turrets. All of them did. Oh, come on. There we go. He's
Enemy
back.
battleship foundered.
Yeah. Oh, shit. I didn't know shit in front of the bank, guys.
I got both of them.
Yep, I saw that. Thank you. Going. Point right. Nice. 8,000.
Alright,
That's alright. I was trying to get around the launch door. See if somebody was good. Alright. Turning around. That might have been it though.
Yeah, we need to get on the rendezvous point before Raptor gets here.
No, you will.
If I get stuck in the line here.
159,000. That was decent. Couldn't have done better.
Where's my little white boat? I saw him earlier.
Try to torque him. I've never seen anybody torque him. I don't know what happens when the torque hits. Alright, we got that. I'm being spotted. Somebody both out there somewhere. Is he on the left?
I don't see him at all. There he goes.
He's out here somewhere. See him?
Yeah, I'm shooting him.
I just can't see him through the island, I guess. There he is.
Oh, we have a Mogami.
Where?
Behind us.
Oh shit! That's what my ship was getting friggin' hits on.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Hauling ass too.
Got him.
Paul Bear! Kill stealing the night.
That's me. Oh,
You got
there's
5
another
kills.
Miyoko.
Yeah.
Making up for the last match.
I'm fixing to hit the white line. That's okay. Stop it.
Target penetrated.
Oh,
Bullseye.
21,000. A double sit. 189,000 damage. I won't get reloaded though. I did too much damage. Somebody will kill him now before I get reloaded. Well, maybe not. Steal my own kill? Yes!
Enemy cruiser foundered.
194,000. 4
111.
kills. That was a good round for me.
Not bad for me either. I can't believe I got both those cruisers with those torps.
Look, my boat's moving sideways on the white line.
Well, I think the advice you gave me was good.
Which one was
Increase the torp damage.
Yeah. Well, your boat is always that's a friggin' torque boat and a half. I know the guns seem a little weak and anemic sometimes, and you want to do something about it, but I think improving your torps was the best.
I mean, the torpedoes are slow.
Yeah.
But they've got great range, and
Great range,
if
and
you
when
learn
they
to
hit, they
time it,
hurt. Yeah.
yeah, if you learn to time it right, you can throw a bunch of torps out and have a pretty good chance of getting one hit.
Right. That's a
And-
really good boat for just spamming them up in a channel or between islands and shit like that.
Yep.
And especially in these operations, a lot of these boats run in a pack. Like earlier when I launched, I thought I'd get one hit on each boat. They friggin' geeked all of them.
Yeah. I've seen that happen more frequently than I like. Ah, I got Battle Pass.
Yeah, Sea Star and Assistant.
No credits.
Wow, really? The two people with the most kills are down at 4th and 5th.
Hey.
I guarantee you the Colorado did not have 200,000 in damage. Now I can kind of see the Otago and the Zeiton because they had all the aircraft kills. This game kind of favors aircraft kills for some reason.
Yep.
But come on. Poor Graven, give me a break.
God. Need 12 points to get my second container.
Oh no. You should have hit the white boat. No, I don't think that does anything anyway. It's just a little fun thing. Easter egg.
I shot it a bunch. I gotta do the shuffle here. Need just a minute.
That would be good. I've been drinking so much coffee. I'm gonna fix me a glass of tea. We've got about an hour left. I guess Pete's not gonna join us.
Bit late for him to be showing up.
Yeah. Oh, Paw Bear, I didn't tell you about my deer.
About your what?
My deer.
Oh, what about it?
I went out this morning and my SD card was full.
Completely full, huh?
Well, just about. The female, the funny looking one came back. The one we were thinking might have been injured.
Yeah.
Her sister was there. They're a set of twins. It's the only set of twins that I've seen in my yard yet. The mama had them both in the same year. I think they're roughly 2 years old now.
Yeah.
The other one's there too, and the other one looks the same. I think they're malnourished.
Could be.
I'm thinking the herd got a little big this year in this area, and they're fighting for food. So this week, with some of the money I raised this week, well, of course I'm going to get another bag of corn for the second half of the month.
KimWeb93
pick up a salt block
said,
too at Walmart.
I still think everyone else needs to quit coping a feel of your boat.
Walmart has salt licks.
Yeah, Walmart sells them. Well, I can get them off of Amazon, but they're so expensive on Amazon because of the shipping. Well, they don't. Shipping is free, so they add it into the price. And
yeah,
I think it was like It's $8 for a bag of corn, or right at $9 with tax, and I think it was $12 for the salt block, a 20-pound block, and the block has all the vitamins and minerals in it, on top of the salt, and apple flavor, of course. Oh no, that one was radish flavor. I had no idea deer like radishes. On this side. Unless we got a good team, we're going to lose this.
Awaiting instructions.
I got one.
I got 2. 3. I got
Nice.
3.
All right, storm's coming from the right, so the first boat should be up there.
But the battleships will probably be on the right side instead of left. Probably.
Enemy force sighted on the horizon.
Ooh, that's a tight group there. I might actually
Yes,
use
it
damage.
is.
4,300.
I
One
got
over
3
pan,
guns on him.
Nice.
Enemy destroyer detected.
Ooh, that second volley. Man, still loose. Oh, I overshot him. What the hell? Ashbot, you're fucking up.
Enemy destroyer sighted.
Ah! Steal it? No. Alright, out here on my right. Turn.
That damn repair.
Are you on fire?
Flooding.
Oh, come on. Gun. No hits that time either. I'm getting more secondary hits than I am primary hits. Where the battleship? Oh, you're right.
Good. They ain't got to fly down.
Sweating up to speed, yeah.
Spock's Bald Marat said, https://clips.twitch.tv/alluring uninterested wiru olf humble life -yebi k2 eia 0 lcdcaie.
Main turret critically damaged.
Damn it. No dying how to stream, Adam.
Problem solved, sir.
Enemy battleship sighted.
Free to escape.
Thank you
Said.
for your patronage.
Biddies for titties, here's the last of M. Cheer A. Stream elements. Said. Free to escape just cheered 8 bits.
Man, I'm not getting
Torpedoes to port.
Damn it.
Hull breach. We're taking on water quickly. Problem solved, sir.
Man, these friggin' 1,200 shots are pissing me off.
I'm gonna eat another torp.
Where's the all-saves? Yep. Alright, he's not gonna get hit. The Roma is, though. Yeah, I'm backing up too. I don't want those destroyers. Too cool yet.
Enemy destroyer sighted.
torpedoes, dead ahead. Stone the crows.
Damn it. Well, I told you we were going to lose it. I had a feeling.
Yeah.
Uh, 58,000. Yeah,
45th.
45th.
I got my 12 points for that.
I'm switching. Against my better judgment, but I got a feeling Cherry Blossom's coming. We haven't had it all night, have we?
Once. No, that was last night. Oh, I'm up to 78 million. Too bad I can't transfer you some money.
I'm up to 3 million. It's slow, but it's coming up. Yeah, I'm starting to get tired again.
Newport.
This is why I don't like subathons. It takes a lot out of you actually trying to focus on shit. Oh, that'll work. This is a good bet for me. Especially with 3 different well, 2 different chats. Kick has been bad.
Stand by for action. The base is under attack. Impede the enemy's
Most y'all
advance
that have
until
been
the
in
main
there are
fleet
my normal
forces
Twitch
arrive.
ones. I appreciate
This
it.
is Base Commander.
I was hoping
Good
that
luck.
being
Try
live
not
this
to
long
lose
would
a
get a
single
little
ship
attention
and
to my
save
channel.
our
but
base
it hadn't.
structures from destruction.
Bunch of people
Reconnaissance
trying to
data
sell me
suggests the
shit.
principal attack will be launched in 10 minutes. If the outer radius of defense is broken, the attack will begin earlier.
Awaiting instructions.
This is Base Commander. Support ship approaching the second battery line.
Felt good. All 3, nice.
Engaging enemy.
Well, everybody else wants to do that now.
I got it.
Yeah, see?
Second attack launched.
Attention, destroy all enemy forces before the
I'll try to
attack
keep
is
our
launched,
destroyers
and secure the
away from
carrier's
y'all.
retreat to the base.
People back
Come in 5 clicks
This is Space Commander. Support ship reach Battery 1. Restoring the battery.
feels good.
Reconnaissance reporting. Third attack is about to be launched.
I think they may want to shoot something out. Nice, all three. Bitwing squad.
Engaging enemy.
Damn it! Really? Fuck it. Where is Fuckhead? Fuckhead needs to get back anyway.
Get back!
See, now I'm gonna fly over. Well, I'm gonna go over over here and light these up for them, and it's going to be damaged.
This is Base Commander. All batteries restored successfully. Support ship returning.
Alright, nobody's shooting at struts. All right. Look, now everybody's working now.
Approaching target.
One, maybe two. No.
I think I got him with fire.
Fighter airborne.
No idea.
Kimweb93 said, "Yay, we getting a little wing action."
Ah, worked this about.
Attention! Our defenses are overrun by the enemy. The principal attack is about to begin.
I'm fly out to the
Reconnaissance reporting. Principal attack
Do
is
I need to go
underway.
after the,
Attention! A large enemy aircraft carrier entered the combat zone. Destroy
It's up
her.
here. I'm gonna try and take out the
yeah, no, yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, sleep's creeping up on me quick now.
first shot on him, but he's quite likely to deacon.
My rockets are going to do a whole lot. Although he is already on fire. Oh, 45.
Oh, I did get him.
Good job. Alright, go back around on the guy now.
I got the island here.
Nice, good placement. Great penetration. Torp bomber. Guys now. Out. Yeah, they're probably here. Keep reloading. What?
Oh, burning, I couldn't put it in.
Now your dead body's the way we want. Head back away.
Pretty good hit on it.
I like it. Oh, now the hipper's in my way.
Hipper
Come on,
just got
hipper.
for
Yeah. Asshole. Do you not see me? Alright, going after the Yamato. Three smoking planes. Oh no, I got one. We might win this. Well, I guess we might win.
Approaching target.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Actually, the Gato is oh, the Mojali. They're re-up already. One non-penetration, but I took that as. See how he doesn't have any damage.
Engaging enemy.
Center. 35. Torp bombers. Again after the Gato. We'll be out there.
Two Atlantis. Looks like you're gonna get two. Oh, only one.
I hate shooting right now. They're gonna get him before I get to his mom.
Yep.
Right, last two planes on the Yamato. What is this? Everybody's like, oh, Aircraft carrier's going after this target, so we're gonna hit it.
Yeah.
Got him. Got
Task
him.
completed.
I got one
Enemy
kill.
destroyed.
125,000 though.
120.
But why does everybody focus my targets? I went after that one because he had more hit points and nobody was over there.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, I'm one up from the bottom.
Oh, shoot.
The Atlanta up there with 9 kills. Friggin', he was kill stealing. He saw us working on the Geisa now. He wanted a piece of that.
Oh, that was the hipper.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Asshole. He was an asshole. I'm an asshole. Nine people still in here. Let's go, folks. Nobody on kick.
Drive super slow in the super
Got
fast
2 people
lane.
over here on YouTube. Welcome in.
While people behind me are going and saying I'm an asshole.
Did I not? I thought we were in battle. Never mind. I'm losing my mind.
You dropped us out, or they dropped us out.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I thought we were loading into battle. And I looked
We
back.
were, and then suddenly we were in port.
Okay.
There you go. There's your cherry blossom.
We'll probably get it twice in a row.
No doubt. Oh, I'm the one closest to the shore this time.
I'm not. I'm fixing to cross everybody and piss everybody off.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Give me my map back.
Action stations.
Good luck and fair seas.
Alright, let's see if I can like it.
I owe you one.
Awaiting instructions.
Enemy force sighted on the horizon.
Fighter airborne.
Yeah, both of my deer look like they're out there. Maybe that means my neighbors, because the cost of corn went up, maybe my neighbors aren't feeding. Maybe that'll help me. They'll all come and feed like.
Good game, everyone.
Good game. We just started. Don't be an asshole.
Stream Elements said. Fucking Mindy says to ask your mom. Extreme Elements said, "Alright folks, let's blow some shit up."
Yep. Alright, another 3 and another 20,000 somewhere. Let's speed up on that.
My tour.
Oh, he's jank.
Engaging enemy.
Waypoint reached.
Gonna kill them all?
No.
2 left. I was about to tell him it was saying beat the carriers. If I keep them busy avoiding turrets, maybe they can't afford those. Man, this is a long way to fly. I don't want to get my butt down. Y'all gonna evaporate him now, aren't you?
I don't know. Have a hard time hitting them.
Alright. Oh, I'll fly back up here and see if I can find these guys.
Waypoint reached.
Torpedoes, direct front.
We'll try and head off the Chicago.
Let me know how that goes.
Close, aren't you?
Do what?
You're in there awful close.
Yeah, I was running slow. I just spent it out. He's going to be turning here in a minute. Yeah. I'll probably run it.
Waypoint reached.
Problem solved, sir.
I don't know, there's a Bismarck over here helping me.
Autopilot mode disabled.
Alright. Bomber's way again then.
We've got him down half.
Fighter returning to ship.
Oh, crap. I'm flying over here with friggin' torpedo bombers. That one out on the AO, but it's gonna hit.
Fighter airborne.
I think. Yep. Alright, bombers. Whoop, down. Them bombers. I didn't even notice that. So I was right back to the ground. Actually, the next flight I'm going to take down south because the northern aerodrome is burning. Y'all got the entire dude.
Yes, we did.
Alright. Got planes to the south.
Good luck, everyone.
There was no support.
Acknowledged.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Mark died. Yep. Now another battleship's going to try it on. Man, I'm taking the use. Alright. Northern's still burning. I'm gonna let it burn. Moving south. Oh, got it.
All stations, concentrate fire on the target.
Somebody waited until I got low and shot it.
Me.
Oh, you got it?
Alright.
I might not get here. I'm killing it. We got it.
Yeah, I saw an opening and I took it.
That's all right. We got everything. 64,000.
95.
I'm not on the bottom. The thing is, it just doesn't count all my bombing runs. That's what
I
pisses me
know.
off.
You should get credit for shore damage.
Yeah. I mean, that's the primary mission in this one. In the second half, anyway. Let's take out the 2 aerodromes. Ugh. Well, I think I'm going to call it.
Well, it is that time.
I am pretty tired. Now, is JD in bed? He's not on camera, and his timer stopped.
Minette 1981 said, he's at the gym.
He's at the gym at 10 o'clock at night?
Man.
And no camera?
Minette 1981 said, or he went to the gym by himself to clear his head and has not been back.
I bet you he came back, got a shower, and went to the bar. All right, well, I'm not going to waste time raiding out on him. Sorry, JD.
Minette 1981
Let's see
said,
here.
said he was pausing and no camera.
All right, if y'all don't mind, please hang in for this raid.
Free to escape.
I don't
Said,
look pitiful.
probably not the gym, bet he's doing 12 ounces curls though. Minette 1981 said,
Yeah.
Tim Shady is live LOL. Minette 1981 said,
Is he? Yeah, he is.
okay, let's go.
All right, he's playing Call of Duty, but what the fuck? I haven't raided out the gym in a while. And I've got a fucking ad already.
Nice.
Everything just kind of froze up over there. What the heck? And my page froze up. Adding all. What the hell
Walk
is going
underscore
on
about
here,
420. Said. Okay, will do.
And when I refresh, what do? I get a fresh ad. Wait a minute. He's offline now.
Walk underscore about 420. Said. Thanks for letting us hang out. Free to escape. Said. Great job, Ash.
What the fuck? Well, at least I didn't start the raid.
Minette 1981. Said. Still live on my end.
Oh, Tim? It shows offline for me. Let me refresh again. Now he's live. What the fuck?
Minette 1981. Said. Blame Twitch.
I think I have raids turned off. For that very reason.
Walk underscore about 420.
Yeah, this is fucking silly.
Said. Smoke another one.
It's not fucking working. I don't get it.
Cause like it's not me and you, cause.
But
yep,
it
he has raids
doesn't
turned
make
off.
Sense. I'm over this shit. I really am.
Well, damn. All right, never mind. We're gonna go with Tater.
Stream
Dog.
Elements.
Fuck it.
Said. Fucking Mindy
Tater
says
Dog's
to
been
ask
a
your
big
mom.
supporter of the channel.
Okay.
Stream Elements. Said. Free to Escape has a 15-inch PP. Stream Elements.
Here we go.
Said.
Free
to Escape Kansas Phoenix 1977 and everyone can see their underwear.
Why am I not shocked? The way this night has gone, which has
Pavered.
been the way most nights on
Said.
my main account have gone.
Cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100.
Lost stream control.
Stream
again.
Elements.
Dang, Paul Bear with 600
Said.
bits. Thank you, sir.
Pavert just cheered 600 bits.
Oh.
All right, anyway, before we raid out, everybody,
We
thank
got
y'all
HE
for hanging
loaded.
out.
Free to Escape. Said.
Thank y'all for all
Let's
y'all
go
who have
at
donated.
Pavert.
What I'm going to
out
have to
this
do is
weekend.
go in kind of towards A, and then I'm going to have to turn out into a kiting
I've made
position.
roughly, I want to say, $250 total, and that's going to help out a lot. It'll at least get me through the end of the month.
Oof.
And I
My
appreciate
concealment
every
is
single
already
one of y'all. Even the ones who
halfway
didn't
across the
donate just
ACAP.
came and hung out. We had a good
What
time.
is my concealment? Not good, I
We
take it.
Watched a bunch of cheese
Can't
videos.
see. It's 14-7. So yeah,
And
that
I do really
typical
appreciate all
Japanese
y'all.
battleship.
Free to Escape.
Hey, what is
Said.
up?
Lots of cheese.
Lapping cheeks. Thanks for coming
Lots
in
of
and giving
cheese.
an alert, pal. Appreciate that.
So
If y'all don't
I'll
know
leave you
Clapping
alone with the
Cheeks,
cheese
get out
for a
there
while.
And, give him some love and support. I believe he's trying to, if he hasn't already, I believe he's trying to become
okay, I thought he
a
was raiding out there for a second.
community contributor.
Oh, we
for
went
World
ahead. I went
Warships.
ahead and raided.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can't.
Lord, I've been gone too long, walking this road alone. I put my whole life in a song to make them love me. weighs heaviest on my mind. And to my kids and my wife that I never see, and I hope one day they know how much it hurts me so to have all these miles coming in between.